Crooked Fanny playing dirty tricks in the courtroom. She always picks, bending the rules. She'd know it, but I won't let her get under my skin. Down in Georgia, where the blues run deep, crooked justice, a secret they keep. But I see through her lies, I see the truth. Gonna make her pay for what she do. Fanny's got a reputation to uphold, but her tactics are shady. Story untold, she thinks she's clever, but I'm on to her game. I'll expose her ways and put her to shame.
Hey, all folks. Welcome to this Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening for me, Saturday morning. I don't know where it might be Sunday morning for whatever I know where you are, but you are most welcome. Most welcome. Yesterday was quite a marathon. 12 and a half hours on stream. Yeah. Today is not going to be 12 hours. We will be going through day 122 and day 123, which is the direct examination of Mr. Sledge, the monk tonk. I don't know how he pronounces it, so if it's wrong, so be it. Let's see, Casper was here. Hello, Casper. My very diligent mod who goes beyond and what is needed sometimes to keep the chat clean enough so only I can ruin my monetization. Thank you for being here, Casper. Okay, Kevin and my YouTube rowdy big sister Shenanigram, Mary and Shafos, Diogo, Blue Skies, Tereka Tissinger, Factual Lie is here, J-Town, Danny, Larissa, No Curasan, Al, Christine Fortunato, and a bunch more here. This is also being played over at Rumble, by the way. You never know when you need to have a backup form like Rumble. Hit the like button, folks, and subscribe if you haven't. You all know all the YouTube things. Yeah. Day 122, 123. Folks, let's get right into it, shall we? So, all right. Dun, dun, dun.
I thought everybody was here. Here's what you've missed. Mr. Harvey has proposed limiting instruction, and Ms. Love was just about to maybe provide some case law, but we're trying to actually figure out what it is that we're talking about, because the limiting instruction, as I understand it, would go to the fact that a co-defendant has pleaded guilty and not to any kind of statements that might have been a part of taking the guilty plea and pleading guilty and whatever kind of arrangements or agreements there were between the state and the co-defendant, or things that the co-defendant admitted. And Mr. Harvey nodded in agreement.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes,
Excuse me.
I think we need to separate the idea of admissibility versus the purpose of his admissibility. I do not contest that a testifying co-defendant's plea can be admitted into evidence. I merely request an instruction saying that can be used against the witness itself, but is not substantive evidence against the other.
The plea itself is not. The fact that he pled, the indictment, plea, and sentence. Now, we have a separate issue, which I think is what Ms. Love was about to discuss, which is we know that there were kind of factual assertions made and agreements made with regard to
Hey, Gwendolyn.
Mr. Sledge's plea. And
Nikki.
if he is testifying and he does not testify, I guess, as expected by the state, and the state needs to impeach him with what would then be a prior inconsistent statement within those factual assertions, that would come in as substantive evidence, that it could be considered as substantive evidence in this trial against every defendant.
Well, I think it can come in as impeachment, but it's a different kind of impeachment than impeaching with a prior inconsistent statement because it's part of a guilty plea. I think this form of impeachment would go to impeach the credibility of this witness and still not be as substantive evidence against all of the defendants on trial.
Let's make sure exactly what it is we're talking about. So when we talked about it before,
Oh no. Crocheting bat. She's on to me. Nick is using green subtitles. Clearly he's a part of the YSL. No. No. You here, we are all part of Mr. Jingle's Viking Thugs. We are part of the JVT. We are all not unindicted co-conspirators. We are all working independently of each other, and we do not take responsibilities for anybody else's actions or words. Okay?
we talked in particular about item number 8 in the factual assertions, which was the defendant personally knows that one or more associates of YSL killed Nutt on behalf of YSL. I think that's probably what we're talking about, although he makes a number of factual assertions which could potentially, if he doesn't testify to what he said he was acknowledging, come in as prior inconsistent statements. Now, that's not the plea itself. That's a factual assertion he made at the time he was pleading.
I understand that. And I think my recollection is that this issue has already been litigated. And you've already ruled that that can come in and it's subject to cross-examination.
Correct.
So I'm not trying to replow those grounds. I do want a 105 instruction that says, you know,
What you provided
Yes,
on the paper,
yes.
which is, I'm just trying to get clear. I think that would be appropriate, but I think that is his plea of guilty,
Yeah.
not any factual assertions he might have made during it that might come in only as a prior inconsistent statement, but if they come in as a prior inconsistent statement, would come in as substantive evidence.
and we've argued that before. I've
Yeah.
said, you know, I don't necessarily agree with that. I understand that there is a chasm, a wide chasm apparently between the federal rule and the state rule. We
Right.
have argued that. I'm not going to replow that.
Okay.
You've ruled on that.
Okay, just so we're all on the same page about what this limiting instruction is going to be. Now, Ms. Love, do you have an issue?
Mark Harding not wanting to be a spoiler, but how is A.D. Love not being shot with suborning perjury in regards of the admitted facts? Because the people who would be charging her is the district attorney's office. So that's not going to happen. Thank you for your question. And hello, Red Bunny. I'm going to try to play this in 1.5. If it is too fast, just let me know.
With the propriety of the limiting instruction itself?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's that?
So if we were talking about a 80322 circumstance where we were impeaching the witness with the use of a prior conviction. And we were not talking about a prior conviction in the particular case we are on now. And the state asked the witness something from the indictment, whether or not this was true. For instance, I'll just use a gang count. Say he's charged with a gang count. And we say to the witness, is it true that YSL is a gang? And let's just set aside the factual acknowledgments and pretend that he never made any factual acknowledgments.
Okay.
And he on the stand says, no, it's a game, G-A-M-E. And we introduced, or we asked him, did you not plead guilty to 22 SC 183572, or as in this case, 15 SC 138994, which is another conviction wherein this witness pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity for shooting up the house on Adele Drive.
Okay.
And in that case, the gang that was that the defendant was pleading guilty to participating in was YSL. So he's now pled guilty, and by pleading guilty, he is acknowledging twice that YSL is a gang and that he participated in it. So if we were simply introducing an unrelated prior conviction to impeach the defendant to show that he's a liar, if that's what we were trying to do, I would agree with Mr. Harvey entirely. Under Deloach, that instruction that the court has before it would be entirely appropriate. In our case, Your Honor, we would be using the conviction, the certified conviction, and I do mean separate from the factual acknowledgments plea agreement.
Okay.
We would be using it, if necessary at all, to impeach the witness based on his assertions he is making in acknowledging the truth of a count on the indictment. So if he were to get up and say, YSL is not an enterprise, he's charged with count one. If he got up and said something wholly inconsistent with count one, I would then confront him with his prior inconsistent statement, which is count one is factually accurate. And as it related to him, he is acknowledging the truth of the matter within. Now, if he went ahead and said those things on the stand, there's no question, I don't believe, that that statement would be admissible against all of the defendants.
Let me ask you something. Within his guilty plea colloquy and or the factual assertions, does he admit what is set forth in count one against me is true and accurate and YSL is a gang?
Of course, she knew all
Or does
along
he
about
just
the
say,
Alford.
I'm pleading guilty to count one?
In his factual acknowledgments, he says a number of things. I can give the court a copy of it, but the first factual acknowledgement is that Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and
Okay,
tonality.
so then that's what you would appropriately use to establish you admitted YSL is a gang or an enterprise or however you want to phrase it.
However,
And I don't know, what he admitted to. I mean, obviously you're admitting to the elements when you plead guilty, but
that's as
on
to
the old one, on the 20, whenever it was, his older one.
and that's as to the gang count.
Okay.
But as to count one, I do not believe that we included specific language in the factual acknowledgments that fully encompass count one.
All right,
But
but
during
did
the
you
plea-
within the plea colloquy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there
There is
a
a.
copy of that somewhere?
Can you check to see if there's a transcript?
And y'all, I don't know how long we're going to have Ms. Percifield today, so it may be that things that you're submitting, you're going to have to send directly to me later in the day. I know we have her right now, but
Yes, Your Honor. I'll try and be fast. What we have,
Yeah, I know this will show up later today or on this day, I believe. Or was it day 120? I don't remember. But yeah, they are now litigating the plea deal from 2022. She will, yeah, I know, spoilers. She will eventually talk about an Alford plea from 2017, which is in itself should have put an end to this trial. But there are so many things that should have put an end to this trial, it's not going to happen.
I'm looking for a transcript of the guilty plea, which should be within Odyssey. But what we had and that we shared with the defense was the video itself of the
Okay.
the guilty plea.
Okay.
And we are checking right now to see
Okay.
that the transcript itself is in Odyssey.
and that's on this case number?
Correct.
Or a different one, all right.
That's on 22 SC 183572. And I will ask a member of my team to look in Odyssey as well for 15 SC 138994 as to Mr. Antonio Sledge to see whether there is a transcript of the guilty plea of Mr. Sledge.
All right, and do you have law for me?
Yes, Judge. McLaren, United States versus McLaren is a September 9th 2021 case from the Fifth Circuit.
What's our site?
It is 13 F 4th 386 at page
The rule with regard to
Was I
instructions
muted
is
all along?
well established.
Why was I muted? I didn't know I muted myself. Weird. Yeah, what I said was I'm going to skip ahead a bit through uninteresting parts of this because I'm trying to get through 2 trial days in hopefully less than 6 hours.
Established in Georgia limiting instructions for a testifying co-defendant. If you look, the latest case is Spradley, Spradley v. State at 276 Georgia Appeals 842, pinpoint 842, 843, mostly 843, citing Pinckney versus the state. Pinckney versus the state is 236 Georgia Appeals 744. So the idea that a limiting instruction should accompany the fact of a guilty plea with regard to a testifying co-defendant is well entrenched in Georgia law.
And again, I believe that those cases relate to the circumstance that is addressed in 80322, but I haven't looked at it, so I
All
can't
right,
say.
so take a minute and look at it.
Thank you. URCC. Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe it'll take a minute to come through.
I apologize. This is witness Antonio Sledge.
And Antonio Sledge, take the stand.
Name Antonio Sledge.
And Mr. Sledge, if you wouldn't mind that tall mic, just kind of reach up and. Thank you. There you go.
Name Antonio Sledge. ANTONIOSLEDGE.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge, and you are perfectly situated, turning to the jury so that they can hear you. I'm going to stand over here so that you speak loud enough so that the last juror can hear you, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
43 is age.
Where did you grow up?
Atlanta, Georgia.
What part of the city did you grow up in?
Downtown Atlanta.
Did you also go to high school in Atlanta?
Yes.
And what high school did you attend?
Southside High School.
Did you finish?
No.
What grade did you finish? The last grade you completed?
Probably 9th grade.
By 9th grade, could you read and write though?
Yes.
All right. Now,
Yeah, she had to make sure this time that, oh, you can read and write, mister? Okay, good.
do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes. Brothers.
How many?
3 living.
Where did you fall in line with your siblings? Oldest, youngest, middle?
Next to the youngest.
All right. Do you know of a person named Kenneth Copeland who answers to the name Woody?
Yes.
You sort of frowned up your face. Why'd you do that?
No reason.
All right.
Come on now.
Do you know of a person named Jeffrey Williams who answers to the name Thug?
Yes.
What about a person named Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson who answers to the name SB?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Diamante Kendrick who answers to the name Yak?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Demekion Garlington who answers to the name Lil D?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Quindarius Zachary who also answers to the name Lil D?
Yes.
How do you distinguish one Lil D from the other when you're just talking in regular conversation?
I call both of them D.
Okay. And if someone asks you which D, how do you respond?
D.
If you're talking about Quindarius Zachary,
D. Lil D.
Lil D. Do you know of a person named Rodelius Ryan?
No.
Do you know of a person named Marquavius Huey who goes by the name Quay?
No, I don't know him, but I've heard it around the way.
So you do know of him or you?
I know of him.
Okay. What about Quamardius Nichols? Do you know of a person named Quamardius Nichols who answers to the name Quay as well?
Of him.
Do you know a person named Quantavious Greer who answers to the name Umfum?
Yes.
Do you know of a Dolly Greer or a Max Greer?
Yes.
What about Dora Greer?
Yes.
All right. Do you know them to be Jeffrey Williams' sisters?
Yes.
Now tell the jury, if you will, how well you would say that you know Jeffrey Williams.
I've been knowing Jeffrey Williams since he was probably like 16.
How many years would that make it that you've known him?
What is 2024? Probably like. It's been a minute. I can't really, off the top of my head, I don't really know.
If it was when he was 16, about how old were you when you first met him?
I was 20 something. I'm probably like 26. I'm about like 10 years old than Jeffrey.
Okay. Tell the jury, if you will, how well you know Shannon Stillwell or SB.
Well, I met Shannon around like 2014, 15, somewhere in that area.
When you say you met him around 2014 or 2015, what does that mean for you in terms of how well you know him?
I know we built a great relationship.
And was that from the start, from the time that you met him to now, you all have had a great relationship, or is that something different?
You say from, could you repeat yourself?
Yes, I can. Did you all have that great relationship that you just described for the jury from the moment that you all met, or did it develop over time?
From the time that we met.
Okay. And do you all still have that same great relationship?
Well, I haven't talked to Shannon because he's been incarcerated.
Okay, hold up. Your Honor, we would move to strike that last portion.
Yeah, please disregard that. All right, give me just a second. Y'all didn't even get comfortable. I'll have to excuse y'all and see you back again in a few minutes.
Mr. Sledge, step aside.
All right. Here we go. Is there anything the prosecution does well that wouldn't be a backhanded compliment or an insult sandwich? Oh. No. They are very good at screwing up. They are very good at taking advantage of the vagueness of the law. They are very good at wasting time. They are extremely good at avoiding mistrials. So no, oh, can't say that I can say they do anything good here. Yeah, I don't know how the jury is supposed to unhear this. Anything. And that squeak of the chair when she sits down is so funny.
Your Honor, may it please court, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we are moving for a mistrial at this time. There's been a comment about my client, comment from witness Antonio Sledge about my client being incarcerated. It is prejudicial to my client, suggests a criminal history, it suggests a flight risk. It prejudices my client. Also, Your Honor, I'll just note for the record that Mr. Sledge, my understanding is Mr. Sledge has been cooperative with the state, meaning he's made himself available. His attorney, Mr. Derek Wright, is here. Mr. Sledge has been here all morning. There's absolutely no reason that the state knew what questions they were going to ask. They knew that they were going to ask about the relationship with my client at this time. The duty is on the state to prepare their witnesses to not relay or testify to prejudicial material, such as my client being incarcerated throughout this trial, and they failed to do so. So we're moving for a mistrial at this time.
Ms. Love.
Judge, the state objects to a mistrial. The question that I posed was not one I expected this witness to bring up Mr. Stillwell's incarceration. We'd ask simply for a limiting instruction for a few reasons. One, Mr. Shart indicated that his mistrial motion is based on the witness's reference to Mr. Stillwell's incarceration. There has been admitted as evidence that Mr. Stillwell got incarcerated at some point. We expect further testimony to come out with details about Mr. Stillwell's becoming incarcerated, and the witness's statement on the stand, even where I asked it be struck, does not rise to the level of meriting or warranting a mistrial. And I can go outside and further caution him to not talk about anyone's incarceration.
Okay, and isn't Mr. Stillwell in fact charged in this indictment with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
He is.
Okay.
He is, Your Honor, and I don't think there's any dispute that my client was incarcerated at some point. He's been arrested for these charges. I mean, I think everyone would acknowledge that. But the fact that he's still incarcerated, I just don't understand how the state could ask, how's your relationship with him on this date or today? And they wouldn't expect a witness who apparently wasn't prepped to say, oh, well, actually, I haven't been able to talk to him because he's incarcerated. That seems like a very
Well, that's
likely
not
answer.
exactly what happened.
Well, whatever the transcript shows, it seems like that was a very predictable answer to that question.
Okay, I mean, it sounded to me the way it came up. Please do further caution him, but it did not sound like that came up as a purposeful question to secure that kind of evidence before the jury. It was essentially like, how is your relationship with Mr. Stillwell? Well, he'd been incarcerated. That could be, and that's all that he ended up saying. That could have been at any point in the past. That did not indicate right now he is presently incarcerated. I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. If you want a further any kind of instruction, let me know that. But given that evidence has already and is going to come out that at some point in Mr. Stillwell's past, he has been incarcerated, this really is nothing beyond what they're going to know anyway.
May I step outside?
You may. Do you want any sort of other instruction, curative instruction?
May I have a moment?
Sure.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I believe that you have already instructed the jury to disregard the last comment. So at this point, I don't want to bring more attention to it. I would, for the record, though, renew my motion for mistrial to preserve this issue and reserve it before the next questions.
All right, understood.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you would believe that Miss Love should caution herself, but if you were watching the Friday panel show, we were in quite agreement that she can't help herself because she believes she is the ultimate interpreter of the law, not the judge. Nobody else knows anything better than Miss Love in her own mind. So she keeps going and does not care.
Sledge, if I can. Let me continue.
2022,
What was your relationship like in 2022, the last time that you spoke with him?
good times.
Since 2022, has anything soured the way you feel about Mr. Stillwell?
No,
I asked you if you know a person by the name of Rodelius Ryan. I failed to ask you if you know a person who goes by the name Little Rod.
I heard him. He's very younger than me, so
Okay.
No,
Do you recognize that person to be in the courtroom today? If you just look around.
yes.
All right. Would you describe what he's wearing for the jury and describe his
He
seating
was
position?
in between the lady with the white hair and the one with the dreads.
Your Honor, would the record please reflect that the witness has identified Rodelius Ryan?
It'll say reflect.
Thank you. Now, when did you first meet Rodelius Ryan, or Little Rod, as you know him?
We never really had a personal conversation or anything like that.
How was it that you came to know of him?
Just in a certain area, like the Cleveland Avenue area.
When you say in the Cleveland Avenue area, is that the area that you grew up in?
No, I used to go to the park in Cleveland Avenue.
What park on Cleveland Avenue?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
Now, Cleveland Avenue Park, do you call it anything other than Cleveland Avenue Park?
No,
And when you say you used to go to the park and you met Mr. Ryan in that area, what was the occasion?
I used to go over there and play basketball, shoot basketball.
Did you play basketball with Mr. Ryan?
No,
Okay, so what were the circumstances that you got to know who Lil Rod is?
just by people saying his name.
And who was it that introduced you to or told you who
They
Lil
never,
Rod is?
me and him never was introduced to each other.
Is it then fair to say you don't know him very well at all?
No,
Please tell the jury how well you know Quindarius Zachary.
I've been on Quindarius Zachary since he was a child.
How old as a child?
I don't recall on that.
Fair enough. Do you recall generally about how old you were when you first met him?
I was young too.
15, 16?
Yeah, right, probably around that age.
And did you all ever go to high school or anything like that together?
No, he from the same apartments I'm from,
Which are?
Capitol Home.
Are you older than, younger than, or the same age as Mr. Zachary?
I'm
Because the
way-
jury doesn't know.
I'm way older than Zachary.
All right. Do you know about how many years older?
No, I don't know exactly how old Zachary is.
Now, you being from the same apartments, what circumstances did you have to get to know someone that much younger than you?
I know his mother and his father.
Were you friends with Mr. Zachary's mother or his father? Either of them. Were you friends?
Me and his father not friends, but I know of him.
At some point, did you socialize with Quindarius Zachary?
Yeah, he watched me grow up. He played basketball and stuff with me.
Are you closer to him than his parents, or were you closer to his parents than him when you were growing up?
I say his parents,
And which parent were you the closest to?
the father.
All right. Are you no longer close?
We don't have a problem. I just don't see him. He just don't be where I be at.
All right. What about Demikion Garlington? How long have you known him?
Since he was a child too.
As between Quindarius Zachary and Demikion Garlington, are they around the same age or is one older than the other?
I think they're around the same age.
So it's safe to say that you're considerably older than Demikion Garlington too?
Yes.
How did you come to know Demikion Garlington?
I know his mama when she first had him.
Fair enough. How old were you then?
She probably like 2-3 years older than me. So she had him at a very young age.
Okay.
So she probably was in high school. I was in middle school.
All right. So were you friends with his mom or were you?
Yeah, his mother's very close.
Did your relationship with Mr. Garlington's mom sort of spill into a closeness between you and Mr. Garlington, or do you all not have as close relationship as you do with his
Could
mom?
you repeat what you said?
Yes. Do you have the same type of close relationship with Mr. Garlington that you had or have with his mother?
Yes.
What about Kenneth Copeland or Woody? How well do you know him?
I probably met Copeland probably like 2014.
And under what circumstances did you meet Kenneth Copeland?
We had a debate,
You
a
had-
disagreement.
You and Mr. Copeland had a disagreement?
Yes.
What year?
I want to say 2014.
Are you comfortable telling the jury what that disagreement was about?
It wasn't that serious.
Okay.
If that's what you said.
Just asking what it was about.
I don't recall what it was about.
So if you first met him when you all had a disagreement, how did you come to learn about the thing y'all disagreed over?
Could you repeat that?
You just told the jury, correct me where I'm wrong. Your Honor, I'm asking him about his relationship with certain people that are very relevant here in this indictment.
All right, I'll overrule it.
Would you tell the jury how it was that you came to meet Mr. Copeland over a disagreement? What happened?
I don't remember exactly what happened. So I just know I remember we had a disagreement.
What kind of disagreement?
It was just like an argument.
Now, is it that you came in contact with him, you met him, and immediately you all started like arguing with one another, or something you heard? Help me out.
I'm assuming.
Judge, I'm just getting to his relationship with Mr. Copeland, and I'm going to segue into what it is now, but I'm asking for this witness to tell the jury to elaborate on something he testified about as it relates to a witness or a person of interest in this case.
All right, well, it doesn't sound from his responses so far like he recalls. So I'll let you ask it this one more way because you're saying that it's relevant. But if the answer's similar to the last one, we're just going to need to move on.
I will. Thank you. Do you recall anything at all about how you and Mr. Copeland met beyond that it was over a disagreement?
I don't recall.
Did the disagreement last? In other words, did you get over it?
Yeah, we right there on the spot.
Okay. And so how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Copeland?
You saying now or then?
Starting with after you got over the disagreement, what was your relationship like?
Yeah, we was cordial.
Since different people may have different definitions of cordial, would you explain to the jury what you mean?
We had a good relationship.
Were you as close with Mr. Copeland as you were with Darius Zachary?
I treat all of them equal. So like, I don't treat no one better than I treat the other.
When you say all of them, who are you talking about?
You just said Zachary and Copeland.
Okay.
Both of those two.
Just those two.
Yes.
All right. Would you please tell the jury how well you know Yak or Diamante Kendrick?
How good do I know him?
Yes.
I know him as a great person, a good person. I know him, we have a good relationship.
Tell the jury when you first met Mr. Kendrick.
I want to say probably around 2013, 14, somewhere in there.
Where did you first meet him? Under what circumstances?
I want to say, because I said we was at a party or something and somebody introduced him to me, but I don't recall who introduced him to me.
Did you all hit it off right away?
We built a relationship.
Are you all close in terms of age? Or are you older or younger than Mr.
I
Kendrick?
think I'm older than Mr. Kendrick too, probably about 10 years or so.
What about Mr. Greer, Quintavious Greer or Unfunk? How well do you know him?
I personally met Mr. Grill when he got out 2019.
Was that the first time that you came to know Unfunk?
Yes.
Had you heard of him before then?
Yes, I heard him.
And what kind of relationship did you have with Mr. Greer in 2019?
When I got out in 2019 too, so but when we started seeing each other, we built a great relationship.
Mr. Williams, would you tell the jury how well you know Jeffrey Williams?
I know Jeffrey Williams great. I know him personally, yes.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
About 15 years.
How did you come to know Mr. Williams?
When I started going to the park on Cleveland Avenue playing basketball.
Are you older than him, younger, or around the same age? As to Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Sustained.
And would you describe your relationship when you first met? Was it good? As good as it is now?
Me and Jeffrey always, once I met Jeffrey, we had a great relationship.
Did you hang out with Jeffrey Williams?
He was rapping at the time, so yeah, I used to go to a couple of the shows, support him.
Okay. Now you say 15 years ago. Around what year was that, if you recall?
Probably 2009.
What shows of his did you go to around 2009?
Nightclubs, teenager club, nightclubs.
Did you get to know his family as well?
Yes,
Have you been to Mr. Williams' house?
yes.
How often would you say you visited him at his home?
Hey, thank you, Petroli. Becoming a member or going at it again. And now, yet again, you have access to all my members-only content, the members-only emojis, and my Discord. Welcome back.
A lot.
Do you know his mother
Yes,
and do you know his father?
yes.
Are you close with either one of them?
We have a good relationship.
How frequently do you talk to Mr. Williams' mother?
I ain't talked to her in a minute.
How frequently do you speak with Mr. Williams' father?
Not frequently.
Were you here at the courthouse yesterday?
Yes,
Did you speak with Mr. Williams' father yesterday?
yes.
How long would you say you spoke with him?
I can't say.
Was it more than just a hi and bye?
No.
So you said hello, he said hello, and you all parted ways?
Oh,
You may answer.
Because you repeated.
Yes. You said it was no more than a hi and bye. So you said hello.
I never said that. You said that. I told
Thank
you.
you.
I told you that we had a conversation yesterday. I can't recall how long was the conversation.
Okay. So it went past hello. It was that you all stood and
Yeah.
talked for a while.
Yes.
Did you all at any point discuss this case?
No.
Did you come to know Dora and Dolly Greer through Defendant Williams, or did you learn of them some other way?
I learned through Mr. Williams.
Is it fair to say you met them all, his whole family, around the same time?
Yes.
And your relationship with Dora and Dolly, are they the same as your relationship with Mr. Williams?
Why wouldn't it be though? Yes.
Thank you. Of all the people that I just asked you about, who is it that you've known the longest?
I met them all about around the same time.
And of all the people that I just asked you about, is there any one that you are closer to than any other?
I'm close to all three of them.
Now, we talked about Quindarius Zachary, Demikion Garlington, Kenneth Copeland, Jeffrey Williams, Quintavious Greer, Shannon Stillwell, and Diamante Kendrick, as well as Dolly and Dora Greer. When you say all three, what do you mean?
You asked me about Dora, Dolly, and Jeffrey just now. Now you're talking about all of them. So
Thank
where
you
you
for
getting
correcting me. You're right. I'm asking you about all of the people that I've asked you about today. Of all of those people, who are you closest to?
I wouldn't say I'm closer than that. One of them I have a great relationship with all of them. I wouldn't divide none of them, put them like that.
Fair enough.
I feel the same way about one that I feel about the other.
With respect to Mr. Marquavius Huey and Quamarvius Nichols, you said you know of them only, right?
Yes.
How did you learn of those two gentlemen?
Just sitting around the state of Atlanta, ain't but so big. We might bump into each other every now and then. Clubs.
Thank you, Joseph. Yeah.
Were there occasions where you would say you hung out with more than two of the gentlemen that I just named at a time?
Could you repeat that?
Did you ever hang out?
yes. All right, I'm gonna need you to use your mic, okay, so I can even hear that you're making an objection.
One other question, which gentleman?
Sustained, rephrase, please.
Yes. Of the gentlemen that are Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Brodelius Ryan, Kenneth Copeland, Demikion Garlington, Jeffrey Williams, Quintavious Greer, Marquavius Huey, Quindarius Zachary, Quamarvius Nichols, if I haven't said his name. Did you ever hang out with two or more of either of them?
What you mean by hang out? You can hang out many ways. So
What are some of the ways that you would call hanging out?
I never hung out with Ruben. I never hung out with Ryan.
Okay.
Been to Jeffrey shows, me and Kendrick at the studio, places like that.
Okay. And have you ever hung out with two or more of the people in the courtroom today at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Under what circumstances?
Video shoots, music videos, club.
Is it only at video shoots and music videos that you've hung out
I
with?
just said clubs.
And which two have you hung out with at the same time that are in the courtroom today?
What you said only two, right?
Which two or more that are in the courtroom today have you hung out
Mr.
with? At one
Kendrick,
time?
Jeffrey, Stillwell.
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance of whether you hung out with several people and ask for a curative instruction with regard to it's not illegal to hang out with anybody in the world.
All right, that's a speaking objection, and it is overruled.
Thank you. Since you asked my definition of hangout, would you please tell the jury what your definition of hangout is?
We didn't actually fully develop that, so I'm going to overrule that objection.
Would you please?
Could you repeat it?
Yes. Would you please tell the jury what your definition of hangout is?
We hung out and had fun together, enjoying life.
Did you all ever work together?
Yes.
Doing what?
Like when we go on tour.
And when you say like when we go on tour, who is the we that you are referring to?
I've been on tour with all three of them.
All three being Mr. Kendrick.
Mr. Kendrick, William, and Stillwell.
And what were you doing while you were working on tour with Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Stillwell?
For YSL, the record label, I was head of security at once upon a time.
Head of security?
Yes.
Did you receive a paycheck?
Yes.
And who signed that paycheck?
It didn't get signed. It got sent from the company YSL to a bank account.
Okay. Did you have employees working under you?
No, I only pick, like when we go to different states, I only pick the security guards. And if they weren't doing their job properly, I sent them on too.
Where did you pick the security guards from?
From whatever security company they had.
Okay. When you say from whatever security company they had, who is the they that you are referring to?
Whatever security company in that state we was in.
Okay.
I don't remember the company's names or none of that.
How long was it your job to pick security personnel for Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Williams?
Overruled.
I don't recall the testimony being that he did security for Mr. Stillwell.
I mean, he said he worked on tour with all of them. My recollection is that he worked on tour for all of them as head of security.
Well,
So, I mean, I don't know.
Can you
Maybe
clarify or ask me to
flesh that
clarify?
out some more.
When you said that you, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Williams worked together, would you please tell the jury what that consisted of?
Well, I worked.
Hey, thank you. Josie Yen became a member. Yay, thank you. You now also have access to members-only content on my channel, members-only emojis on the YouTubes, and my Discord. My Discord is primarily for the members. I join in once or twice a week when I have the time, but it is primarily for you guys to hang out, to talk about the different cases I cover, and just have a good time. Okay. Thank you for becoming a member. Hey.
For Mr. Jeffrey Williams, not Mr. Kendrick or Shannon Jackson.
And just to clarify, you mean Shannon Stillwell, who is also known as Shannon Jackson?
Yes.
So what were Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell doing while you were working security for Mr. Williams?
Kendrick's an artist.
Okay.
And Shannon used to be with us, but trying to become an upcoming artist.
Is it fair to say then that Mr. Kendrick was performing while you were?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell was doing what exactly while you were working?
He probably doing other things like selling merch for.
Angel Burns, that's a good question. So he did security and got security guards from the state in which he was in. Why wasn't the YSL gang the security all the time if they were all promoting each other and doing things for promotion. Yeah.
Jeffrey Williams setting up the merch,
Now, when you say the merch, what is it that you're meaning?
like selling T-shirts, hats.
And were those T-shirts and hats merchandise with the name Jeffrey Williams on it or something else?
YSL.
So when Mr. Stillwell was on tour with you, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Williams, was that his only job to sell merch?
No, we all did different things. We probably like help with the clothing. We all did different things. We all just supported Jeffrey in any way we could.
And is it fair to say you want the best for each of them?
I never want the worst for anybody on this earth.
And when you say you all supported Jeffrey in any way that you could, what are the ways that specifically you, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Stillwell supported Mr. Williams?
The record label. We supported the music.
How?
What you mean how?
Did you just testify that you all supported Mr. Williams in any way that you could?
Yes, by helping him get his clothes together, what he was gonna wear, help him sell his clothing for his business.
And those items of clothes, did they each have the name YSL on it, or did they have something else?
He got different clothes.
Yeah, this is the prosecution frolicking in the mouth. Oh, you supported him. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, selling merch for him as an artist. Hey, you gifted a membership as well. Thank you so much. It was gifted to No Face. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, USCGen.
What are some of the other names that would appear on
You
his
know, he have a what they call spider.
Now, do you know, or did spider have any meaning to you for it to appear on Mr. Williams' clothes?
I didn't know the meaning of spider. I just seen the clothing.
You never talked about it with anybody?
No, I don't have them discussions.
When you say you don't have them discussions, what discussions are you talking
I
about?
don't have discussion about his clothing line and what the meaning of his clothing line.
Even though you're selling it?
Yes.
Did you ever hear any one of those three gentlemen talking about the clothing line or
No,
the meaning?
I just only know what YSL means.
Where is it that you all sold the items of clothing with YSL and spider on it?
Anywhere in the venue, wherever they had us to set up in the venue. Same way you got me sitting here, wherever they set up and tell us to set up at, we set up.
So far, we have found out that he knows a bunch of people in the area he lives. Shocker. Now we are finding out about him working security. And everybody helped out doing merch sales at the venues. It's almost as if you know the people you live around and Mr. Williams is running a business. Where's the criminal act?
And who is it that would tell you where to sit up?
Whoever's over the venue.
Understood. Now, did you tell me how long you had been working as head of security for Defendant Williams?
I don't remember the exact time, but I can't tell you exactly how many years, how long it was.
Do you remember the last time that you worked at a venue as head of security for Mr. Williams? The year, generally speaking.
I want to say 2019.
And what venue was that?
We went a lot of places. I don't remember. We went so many places. I don't remember exact everyone you trying to.
Did Mr. Williams give you access to places that you had not gone before?
I've been places without Mr. Williams
I understand.
on my own.
Understood. My question, though, is did Mr. Williams give you access to any places that you had not gone before?
No,
And the last time being generally in 2019, do you remember what occasion that was that you worked at?
I don't remember where we went. We went so many places. We went to Utah. We went to so many places. It was unreal.
Did you work as Mr. Williams head of security in 2009?
No, I don't even think Mr. Williams was famous yet.
When did you start working as head of security?
I want to say, when was his first tour? The rodeo, was it 2015?
So I heard you reference, when was his first tour?
It was 2015.
Is that late?
Oh yeah, Casper, you are a part of the JVTs, Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs. And not criminal street gang. We all are a part We are not even unindicted co-conspirators. We are just a part of Mr. Jingle's Viking Thugs. It is an enterprise, but it is a volunteer enterprise with, you don't have to do anything to get in, you don't have to do anything to get out. You're in if you want and out if you want. And nothing happens. We support each other, but we don't take responsibility for each other's actions or words.
2015, mid or early 2015?
I don't recall. I don't know if it was the middle when it started. All that I remember, him and Travis Scott was on tour together.
Okay. So before then, did you and Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Williams hang out for any reason other than work?
Could you ask that question again?
Yes. Before then, did you, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Williams hang out for anything other than work?
We partied together. I said that already.
And would you party only at clubs?
Sometimes we sit at Mr. Williams' house and enjoy ourselves.
And before you did the tour that you mentioned in 2015, did you work in any way for Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, or any other defendant whom I've named today?
When I met Jeffrey Kendrick, I didn't know Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell when I first met Jeffrey.
Understood. In 2014, did you perform any work with either of the persons that I've just mentioned?
No.
Prior to the rodeo tour or 2015 that you mentioned, did you work in any capacity with Jeffrey Williams?
Could you repeat that?
Prior to the rodeo tour or 2015, did you work in any capacity with Jeffrey Williams?
Could you break that down so I can really understand that one?
Did you testify that you began working as head of security for Mr. Williams, starting with his rodeo tour?
Yes, in 2015.
Right. Thank you, because that was my next question. Was it in 2015? So before then, did you work for Mr. Williams doing anything?
No.
Okay. And before then, did you work for or with Mr. Kendrick doing anything?
I never worked for or with Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. And before then, did you ever work either for or with Mr. Stillwell doing anything?
No, it don't make any sense to ask the same thing. I told you already, I didn't never work for Kendrick or Stillwell. Why would you ask the same question?
I understand your frustration, but I'm asking you for the jury's sake.
I'm
Okay?
not frustrated.
All right. Okay. And I understood you saying you didn't work for them. Did you ever work with either of those people before 2015? Mr. Sledge, are you going to answer?
I don't answer that question.
Okay. So I take it the answer is no? You never worked with them before 2015?
No, I already answered that question.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, are you a part of a gang called YSL?
YSL is not a gang.
I am asking you specifically, are you a part, or have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
And I asked you and told you YSL is not a gang.
Then if you could say yes or no.
No.
Have you ever been a part?
Yeah, and here he is violating his plea deal, where one of the acknowledgements is he is a part of a gang, and that gang is YSL.
Of a gang called YSL.
I just said no.
Would you please tell the jury if you know whether YSL has 3 or more members or associates?
You said, do they have 3 or more associates?
Let's start with members. Does YSL have 3 or more members?
Working members?
Does the organization, we'll call it, have 3 or more associates?
What you mean by associate?
What do you understand associates to mean?
I don't understand what it means.
We'll come back to associates.
Right.
Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you are aware of share any common identifiers?
What you mean by identity?
It would be so funny if he said, yeah, they are all young black men. but he doesn't.
Fire. You gotta be more specific when you answer the question.
Of course. Colors. Do the 3 or more members of YSL typically tend to wear the same colors?
We wear all type of colors. They wear all type of colors.
Is that a yes or is that a no?
I can't answer yes or no to that question because they wear all type of colors. You said they have specific color?
Do they wear any particular colors? Yes. That represents YSL.
No, not that I know of.
What about hand signals? Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of share any common or use any common hand signals?
Have I seen 3 or more of them use the hand signal?
My question is, do the 3 or more members of YSL that you just referenced, do they use common hand signals?
Yes.
Tell the jury about the common hand signals they use.
What you mean?
You just said yes.
I'm
Did you
saying,
not?
What you mean? I can't explain to you the hand signal, but I know it if I see it.
Can you show the jury?
I can't show them.
Why not?
It's not an individual handshake.
I didn't ask you about a handshake.
That's what you said.
No, I said hand signals.
Oh, I don't see use all type of signals. I don't know.
Would you tell the jury which ones that you do know of?
I don't know of one.
What one do you know of?
You throw the Y, the S, and the L up
Show the jury how to do that, please.
like that.
I'm sorry, I missed it. And where is the Y, the S, and the L in what you just held up?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I just see the hand signal be thrown.
Would you please hold that up and hold it for a second?
Could you see it?
How do you know that that is a YSL if you don't know where the Y, the S, and the L
I
are?
don't know where it's at. I just don't seem to see it. I never even try to figure out why the SL is.
Then how do you know that it stands for YSL?
Because I don't see it thrown up numbers of places.
How does that tell you that it stands for YSL?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
You don't know?
No.
How long have you seen that hand signal being used?
I don't know how many years have I seen it being used.
When would you say the first time you can recall seeing it being used is?
When he started saying he was going to have his own label called YSL.
When you say when he,
I have a hand signal for you, Miss Love. It consists of 2 fingers at the same time. This is so stupid.
who are you referring to?
And that's what Jeffrey Williams' label is, YSL.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you, that's his label. YSL's label.
Do you know an approximate year that you first saw that hand signal being used?
No, I don't remember.
Do you know when it is that Defendant Williams established a record label called YSL?
He's been saying it for years. That's what he wanted his label to be, but I don't know exactly what year that it was officially copyrighted, if that's the right word.
Are you familiar with a young man by the name of Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
What do you call him?
Slug, tick, what?
And how long have you known Tick or Slug?
A long time, too. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but I've been knowing him a long time, too.
Generally around what year did y'all meet?
I'll probably say around the same time I met Mr. Williams.
And under what circumstances did you meet?
In the park.
Who introduced you to Mr. Stevens?
Nobody introduced me. I was come around, and once they started saying names, I started remembering names. Once they started calling each other names, I started remembering names.
Who is the they that started calling each other names?
People in the park.
And so who were some of those people?
Jeffrey would call him Slug. Yeah, a couple more people.
So is it fair to say that you met Mr. Stevens through Defendant Williams?
I wouldn't say I met him through, because Jeffrey Williams never came to me and said, well, this Slug and this Tick. So I didn't meet him through Jeffrey Williams.
Okay.
I met him just being around.
And did you ever hang out with Mr. Stevens?
Yes,
How often did you hang out with Mr. Stevens?
not often.
And how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Stevens when you first met him?
Me and Mr. Stevens had a great relationship, but we didn't hang around each other like that.
Has anything happened to sour your relationship with Mr. Stevens?
No,
Is there anyone within YSL that you do not have a great relationship with?
no.
To your knowledge, who all is a member of YSL?
What you mean by a member?
Well,
You got to be more.
earlier, did you testify that YSL has 3 or more members?
Yeah, I said business-wise.
And what did you mean when you testified it has 3 or more members? What definition did you have in mind when you gave that
Is
testimony?
this against the law to be a member of?
Now, Mr. Sledge, I'm curious about something. Did you hear me at any time bring up a crime?
I say it's against. I never said you brought up a crime. Ask the question
Why did you ask me that question?
because I want to know specific what you're trying to get at. How could you just get on that? What you're trying to get at?
Would you please tell the jury what difference the answer to your question makes as it pertains to what 3 or more members of YSL you know about?
You said 3 or more members I know about.
Yes, my last question was, why did you ask me, is it against the law to be a member?
I already told you 3 members I know.
Thank you. Would you please name those 3 members that you know?
Stevenson, William, and Kendrick.
Now, would you tell the jury why you asked me, is it against the law to be a member?
I was asking you a question like you asked me a question.
I hear you. I'm
No
asking,
reason,
do you
no
understand
reason.
that?
I don't have a reason why I asked you that question.
Okay. Did you want me to answer it?
I would like you.
Your Honor, I believe that the witness's reasons for any of the responses that he gives to my questions are relevant, especially when they come in the form of that type of question.
That's not an objection. Just ask your question.
Did you want me to answer the question?
No, you don't have to answer. Go on with your other question.
Earlier, you testified that Mr. Williams was around 15 when you met him.
Yes, 15, 16, one of them.
Would it be fair to say you met him around 2006, 2007 then?
No. Mr. Williams is what, 33 and I'm 43? So I met him 2009, I remember, because I just got out of prison.
Did you meet him at the park too?
Yes,
And did you meet his mom, dad, and sisters after you met him or before?
after.
And was that just going to his house and stuff like that?
Me and Jeffrey Williams hung together, so that's how.
How often did you all hang together, as you put it?
When we was younger,
Start there, please.
a lot.
How do you describe a lot?
Every other day, every day. What?
Did you consider him your best friend?
No, I don't have a best friend.
Was he as close as you get to having a best friend?
I looked at him as a little brother.
Is it fair to say you loved him?
Why not?
I don't know why not. I'm sorry.
Yes, I love him.
Do you feel the same way about Mr. Stillwell
Yes,
and Mr. Kendrick?
yes.
Do you feel the same way about anyone else in this courtroom today?
I don't have a problem with anyone in this courtroom.
Understood. Do you love anybody else in this courtroom today?
You're supposed to love everyone in the world.
I agree. Do you specifically love anyone else in this courtroom?
Ms. Love, when you say you agree that you should love everybody in the world, why then do you get out of your way to put vulnerable people in jail knowing they might die in there? Can you explain that, Ms. Love? Can you? I don't think you can or won't.
I can answer, I don't have a problem with anyone in this courtroom. I can't tell you that I love anyone else because I never had a personal relationship with them.
Do you love Demekion Garlington?
Yes,
Do you love Quindarius Zachary?
yes,
Do you love Kenneth Copeland?
yes,
Do you love them all, the ones that you said you love? Do you love them all equally?
yes,
Are you equally as close with one as you are the other of those people that you love?
no.
Who are you closest with?
Sustained.
Would you tell the jury of those 3 or more members of YSL that you described, if there is any particular language that they have in common or that they use, other than average run-of-the-mill English?
Could you repeat your question?
Yes. Of the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of, is there any particular language or words that they use that is besides the run-of-the-mill common English language you find in a dictionary?
Object to run of the mill you find in the dictionary. Nobody speaks like a dictionary.
Overruled.
I can't say because the whole world is speaky bunny. So I can't, like you say, in a dictionary. I wouldn't know what's in a dictionary. I don't look in a dictionary.
Do
So I don't know if the word you're looking for in the dictionary or it's not in the dictionary.
the word slime. Have you heard of the word slime?
They got a whole place called slime. They got a slime event. So yeah, I don't heard the word slime. You got a play thing that you can take your kids to for the slime thing. So yes, I have heard that word.
Have you heard members of YSL call each other slime?
I've heard people not YSL call each other slime.
That's okay. Have you heard members of YSL
Yes,
call each other?
yes,
Now, have you called members of YSL slime?
yes.
Now, when you called members of YSL slime, were you talking about that big old play thing that kids play on?
Ms. Love, come on now. We ain't gonna,
Jury doesn't know.
we're not.
So you have to be
Of
clear.
course, I know they know. They know different from me and you. Come on, ain't no
Tell the jury what you were referring to when you called
I wasn't
people.
referring to the play thing.
So what significance does the word slime have?
It's just a slang word we use towards each other.
And when you say we, who are you talking about?
The whole world, not just the Pacific people. The whole world. I call people slime that I don't even know. People be walking down the street, be like, "What's up, slime?"
And when you use it, what do you mean?
It's just a slang word for the streets.
What does it mean though?
I don't know the meaning of it. The whole world. I guess it's a slime, like what it meant for itself, slime. The whole world slime to me.
So are you able to tell us anything about what you feel it means?
I feel it means no one can be trusted. That's what I feel.
Fair enough. And is that a phrase that members of YSL, not talking about the whole world, just members of YSL, uses amongst themselves?
Why you want to say they just use amongst themselves when I just said the whole world use? You're trying to make it seem like it's just about them using it when it's not just them using it.
Understood. But I still have to know, is that a word that members of YSL use amongst themselves?
I don't know how to answer that question because I thought I already answered.
Are you the only member of YSL that uses the word slime?
No. That's a better question.
Thank you. Who else within YSL have you heard use the word slime?
The ones I've been around.
Who in this courtroom have you heard use the word slime?
Jeffrey, yeah, Stillwell.
Are they the only ones?
Yeah, because I never had another conversation with anyone like that.
Thank you. Now, would you please tell the jury who you know within YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the street rep of YSL?
I don't know anyone that try to increase YSL. I don't know anyone try to increase YSL.
Did you understand my question?
You said, could you repeat it?
Yes. Would you please tell the jury what members of YSL you know who have committed crimes to increase the street rep of YSL?
I can't really say
Why not?
because I don't know anyone in this courtroom have committed a crime.
Fair enough. Any member of YSL that you know of who has committed crimes to increase the street reputation of YSL?
Could you put your question in? Could you make it better where I can understand what you're saying?
Who do you know that has committed a crime for YSL?
For YSL?
Yeah.
Nobody.
So who do you know who has committed a crime to boost the reputation of YSL?
Nobody.
Who do you know? Do you know what the word notoriety means?
No.
Do you know what notorious means?
No.
When I say street credibility, do you know what that means?
I have an idea of what you're saying about credibility.
What is your idea of what I'm saying about street credibility?
Like basically they commit crimes to try to boost the name of a YSL. But I don't think that was the case.
Now, you're saying that you know of no one within YSL who has ever committed a crime to increase the notoriety, street credibility, or reputation of YSL?
Well, I'm not saying that I don't know a person that claimed YSL had committed a crime, but I'm saying they didn't do it in the name of YSL.
Now, thank you for clarifying. But my question is, who do you know that has committed a crime to increase either the notoriety, the street credibility, or the reputation of YSL?
I don't think it was for the reputation or the street credibility of YSL. I just think the crimes were committed by what happened to them and they did it on their own. I don't think it was because of YSL, if that's what you're getting at.
I'm not. I'm asking you only what I specifically
Well,
said.
I don't know the answer to that question.
At any point over the past 2.5 years, have you known the answer to that question?
No.
Do you recall whether on
Yeah, culturistic. I agree. impeach with the plea agreement instead of re-asking the question 20 times. That would have been an effective use of time. Ms. Love has no idea how to not be an asshole, so she keeps going. That's why.
December 28th, 2000.
Maybe that is why she has tight skirts all the time, so to contain the assholery as much as possible. I don't know.
2022, you knew the answer to that question?
And when I try to correct you on that answer, you wouldn't let me correct you on the answer. So
First, we're gonna get an answer from you.
Overruled. Go ahead.
First, I'm gonna ask you to answer the question, and then we'll get to what you just said, okay?
if you want to stay on the plea agreement, yeah, I initiate on it.
Okay, so my question is, on December 28th, 2022, did you know of 3 or more members of YSL that have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
My answer gonna be the same. When I try
What is your answer?
when I try to get my lawyer to refer, I thought.
I just need, I'll let you
well,
explain,
no,
I promise.
No,
All right, hold on. Okay, but he's not answering the question that she asked. So she's entitled to say, answer the question that I asked. And she
That is
has already said that she's going to let him explain that in just a minute. Go ahead.
So will you please answer or tell the jury if on December 28th, 2022, you knew of 3 or more members of YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
could I talk to my lawyer, Ms. Love?
That's up to the court.
You may. We're going to take a recess. Y'all go ahead and use the restroom if you need to.
Thank you.
Yeah, and here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I mean, this should have been an easy testimony. Asking questions that are in the plea agreement, impeach with the plea agreement. That would have been the easy way. And then
We're taking a recess too.
and then the defense wouldn't have as much to examine on. Now they did, because she can't stop asking questions that are irrelevant, and that gives, well, Mr. Sledge becomes a cannon fodder in this. So let's skip this pause. This is the good thing about recapping and stuff. I can skip.
Would you please tell the jury on December 28th, 2022, what 3 people, 3 members of YSL that you knew who had committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
Me, Donata, and Zachary.
And how was it that you personally intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL through the commission of those crimes that you're talking about?
Could you say that question in another fashion?
Yes. As it relates to you personally, how did you intend for your crimes that you're talking about to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
How would I put this? I couldn't say if it was the credibility of YSL. I would say the incident that happened.
I understand what you're saying, but did I correctly understand you to say that the 3 people you know who have committed crimes? I'm trying to gain clarity, so I'm
Overruled. She's asking if she's got it right.
thank you. Did I understand you to say that the 3 people who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL are you, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Zachary.
Yes.
I won't ask you to speak about anyone but yourself. So as it relates to you, how did you intend for your crimes to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
I don't understand that question again.
Is this the first time that you have been faced with that type of question?
Yes.
Have you ever asserted that Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? Have you ever made that assertion in your life?
Yes.
Okay. So when you made that assertion, are the 3 names that you just gave the jury the 3 members of YSL that you were referring to when
Yes.
you made that assertion?
Yes.
Okay. So as it relates to yourself, how did you mean for your crimes to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
This is the sad part about these plea deals, because the language is written this way, which makes it very easy for a person like Mr. Sledge to just sign it. But when it comes down to specifics, then, because plea deals usually only in RICO type cases is brought up in testimony later on. A plea deal is supposed to be write it, sign it, go into probation or prison for a limited amount of time, and then go out, and then you're done. That is what plea deals are supposed to be about. I don't like that either. But all of a sudden, this plea deal is made, okay, limited amount of time, as long as you testify. Yeah, as the Republic Room says, predatory plea deals. Because this guy only wanted to get out of jail. He signed it, got out of jail. And now he's up there with this weird woman asking weird questions.
I'm confused on that one, Ms. Lowe. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm sorry,
I'm confused on that one. I ain't gonna lie.
what are you confused about?
I'm confused on what you asking.
Which part are you confused about?
You saying to increase, what crime did I commit? To increase?
The notoriety, street credibility.
Oh, you saying what the crime did I commit?
My question is not what crime. My question is, how did you mean for your crimes, whatever they were, to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL, no matter what they were? How did you mean for those crimes to do that thing?
I wouldn't say increase the game for YSL. I would say what I'm trying to get at is like things happen and I reacted.
And
I don't think it's what you're saying. I just don't think it was all about YSL. That's what I'm saying.
are you referring to one specific incident?
I only know about one incident what I pleaded guilty to. I don't know about no other incidents.
Okay. So when I speak of street credibility, what do you understand that to mean? Is it the same thing for you as fame?
I never really been into that about fame and street credibility.
That's okay.
Deliberate indifference, Wisconsin says stipulated facts in a prior case is normally binding. Not so in Sweden. Oh, I'm trying to interpret your question here. In Sweden, unless it's only used against the person. We don't have plea deals here. We don't. We charge a person individually, or if two persons have committed a crime together, we charge them together. And then we present evidence. to the court. These are the facts, these are the evidence, these are the witnesses, yada, yada, yada. And then in the lower court, a panel of 1 professional judge and 4 layman judges, which determines guilt or innocence. Once that is over, if any of these commits a new crime that is unrelated to the prior crime, that prior does not exist. Which is a bit troublesome when it comes to, for instance, child SA cases and rape cases and stuff like that. Since all are handled individually. Now, if a person is discovered as a serial rapist, yes, then all these are tried at the same time. Yes, the judges determine the facts in every case. We don't have jurors here in that capacity. Our professional jurors or layman judges, depends on that, potato, are elected for a 4-year term. And they apply for that position, but they're always guided by a professional judge.
But I need you to answer the question. What do you understand street credibility to mean?
I'm stuck, you know.
Why
I'm
you
stuck
stuck?
right now because I don't understand what the street credibility is.
Do you know what fame is?
Yeah, I know what fame and street credibility, but I'm a person like, I don't go off fame and street credibility. I'm just basically, I believe in being a man, put it like that.
I appreciate that. What do you understand reputation to mean?
You're trying to uphold a reputation, right?
I can't give an answer. You have to give the answers, okay? What do you understand reputation to mean?
A name in the streets.
Okay. So how did you intend for the crimes you committed to boost YSL's name in the streets?
It's almost as if Miss Love admits to the jury they wrote a very bad plea deal here, because obviously this guy didn't know what he signed.
What's the name of it? I'm trying to think how to answer this question.
Just tell the truth.
I'm going to tell the truth. I don't know but the truth. I'm just trying to take a way of saying it with the truth.
Just say whatever's in your mind right now.
I ain't in my mind right now, but what I say.
Do you need a minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you come back to that one?
No.
Sell in the street. I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand what you're saying. The reputation of why I sell in the street. Because I don't think anything I would have done would have been to boost the name of why I sell in the streets.
Did you not mean to include yourself in the earlier statement that you made when you said YSL is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? Did you not mean to include yourself in that group of 3 or more people, or was there someone else?
I included myself because I knew I committed a crime, but I wouldn't say the crime was just because to boost the reputation of YSL in the streets. It was about principle.
And when you say it was about principle,
Yeah, those plea deals were specifically written to be used as evidence in this trial, with them as witnesses. So it is written out of her perspective, not his perspective.
principle in what way as it relates to YSL? Because that's what I'm talking about.
That's why the question is hard to answer, because you keep putting it as YSL.
Now, You said, I keep putting it as YSL.
Yes.
Did you testify earlier that the statement that I read to you during my question is a statement you made? Did you make that assertion on December 28th, 2022? Is that something
Those are two completely different things. Asserting to a statement and claiming it yourself.
that you said yes to?
Yeah, but I didn't make that question or that answer. That was your question and your answer. And when I was trying to correct you on that, you wouldn't let me correct you on it.
Now you're pointing at something that may or may not be referenced in a moment.
Yeah.
But let's just talk about what you just said. You said that was my
Yeah, I
question.
did initially.
You said that was my question and my answer.
Yes.
When you say my answer, what do you mean?
The answer of the question. You just said like that question you asked me, it already had the answer on it, and I initiated.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that there is a question on some form that I gave to you?
Yeah, it sounded like a question and an answer already on it.
Okay.
Could you repeat what you said?
Yes. My question to you is on December 28th, 2022, my first question was, what 3 people who were members of YSL did you know about
I said me, Garnet, and Zachary.
who had committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? And you said you, Garlington and Zachary.
Right.
And my question to you was, how did the crimes that you committed, let's use another word,
You said-
how did those crimes make YSL more popular in the streets?
You saying crimes, and I'm saying there's only one crime that I committed. You saying crimes. You using more than one crime.
Okay,
So
we'll
you-
say crime. How did the one crime you are talking about right now make YSL more popular in the streets?
I don't think it made YSL more popular.
Okay, how did it increase the notoriety of
I don't
YSL?
think it increases it either.
How did it improve or
It didn't.
increase
It did.
YSL's name in the streets?
It didn't improve or increase YSL name in the streets.
How did it boost the reputation of YSL?
It did not boost.
What now?
It did not boost the whatever you just said of YSL.
And how did it improve or increase the street credibility of YSL?
It didn't do that either.
Is it your testimony today that you know of no one who committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? I need to understand that.
The crime that were committed, I don't think it was to do nothing with YSL to boost the credibility of the street. There was none of that.
I'm not talking about crimes that weren't done to increase the street credibility, notoriety, and
What
reputation.
I'm saying to you,
Hold on. Let me just ask the question. I'm not talking about crimes that were not done.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, asked and answered. He's answered this question.
Overruled.
I'm not talking about crimes that were not done to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. So we can put all of the stuff that wasn't done for that purpose out of your mind. Just tell the jury, how did you intend for the crimes that were committed to increase the street credibility, notoriety, and
Your Honor,
reputation?
I'm going to object. That's facts, not evidence. He has repeatedly said there were no crimes committed, and she is assuming crimes were committed on behalf of YSL in her question.
Sustained.
Is it your testimony today? Let me rephrase. Do you know of 3 or more members or associates of YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
no.
Yeah, she just asked the exact same question.
Do you
just
consider
rephrased
yourself a
it.
member or associate of YSL? Either one, either a member or an associate of YSL.
I plead guilty to affiliated to YSL.
Let's put that out of your mind. I'm asking you here today, right now. Do you consider yourself a member of YSL? Let's break it down.
Yes.
And on December 28th, 2022, did you consider yourself a member of YSL?
Well, that's what y'all had me charged with.
We know.
Yes,
That's not
yes,
granted.
yes, yes.
And how long have you been a member of YSL?
Yeah, if anything, I agree here with Cindy. If anybody is boosting YSL as a gang, it's Miss Love.
I don't recall exactly how many years it's been.
Do you remember what year you first became a member of YSL?
No, I don't remember the year that. that he first started saying YSL? I don't remember.
Would showing you a document with your writing on it and a year on it that you signed on December 28, 2022, refresh your memory.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what I will mark as State's Exhibit number 444 Yankee.
What she could have, should have, but didn't do here is showing the paper, read the charges or what he agreed to in his plea deal. Did you agree to this? And then hand him over. Guess what she did.
And I will show it to counsel for either the defendants who wish to see it. Let's see what I wrote.
All right, go ahead.
And for the record, I am showing the witness the third page of the document. So page 3 of 7. And the second blank under section 4.
Hey, thank you, Republic Room. Thank you so much. And you gifted it to Alda, or Alda, I don't know the pronunciation. And thanks to you, now Alda, or Alda, have access to all my members-only content, and members-only emojis, and my Discord. That link is in the community section on my YouTubes, and yeah, only members can see the link. Hey, congratulations and thank you. Hey, Kayla.
So I'm going to
I'm
show
doing
you
good.
what has been marked. State's
How are
Exhibit
you?
444 Yankee. And I'm going to turn to page 3. Do not read any of this out loud.
Right.
I'm just going to point to the second blank under section 4 and ask you to read it.
Mr. Deadhead, we need to get to a certain point, and then
Does
we will
reading-
speed through.
The second blank of the third page of 7 on State's 444 Yankee, refresh your memory. Don't read it out loud.
Yes.
So, Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury how long you have been a member of YSL?
It's associated 2012.
When you say it says,
Which is interesting with the 2012, because I confidently remember that Rock Crew wasn't disbanded until around 2012-ish. And then in 2013, Mr. Williams started the YSL thing, the record label, or what he released his mixtapes under, if I remember correctly. So that is a false assertion.
associated, what are you meaning?
That's what the plea agreement said.
We'll get to the document itself.
Right.
Right now, I'm asking you, since you've testified that you are currently a member of YSL, how long have you been a member of YSL?
Since 2012.
While associated with YSL, while a member, what have you done to support and express loyalty to YSL that was against the law?
When I pleaded guilty to a drive-by shooting.
I'm not talking about pleading guilty. I'm asking you specifically to please tell the jury, what crimes have you committed to express loyalty and support to YSL?
I just answered.
Overruled.
I just answered.
I need you to expressly tell the jury what crimes you have committed to
Oh.
express loyalty and support to YSL.
I don't remember exactly all of them, but I know aggravated battery was one of them. Aggravated assault. Could you refresh my memory? Because I don't remember all the charges I had. There was a lot of charges.
Do you remember what you did though?
I drove a car.
So how, when you say you drove a car, how does that lead to your committing aggravated battery and aggravated assault to express loyalty and support for YSL?
I wouldn't say YSL. I say it was basically helping Demetrius Gunner and Quindarius Zachary.
Have you ever stated that you committed a drive-by shooting to express support and loyalty to YSL?
Yes, because I pleaded guilty in 2017.
Regardless of your guilty plea. I'm not talking about.
Well, that's the reason I signed that question.
So since I haven't referenced the question for the jury, I'm trying to keep the record clear, okay? I'm just asking you about acts that you committed that were done to express support and loyalty to YSL.
I just said it.
Hang on a second.
Third question, ask the same question. Gentlemen, give the same.
I'm going to let her proceed with this.
So you may go ahead. How does driving a car lead to committing aggravated battery and aggravated assault to express loyalty and support for YSL?
You losing me because I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say, it probably for people who claim to be YSL, if you want to use that as a referral.
I understand that you understand what I'm saying, but I'm asking for the jury's sake, okay?
No, you're asking for yourself because you have a clear path you want to go, which this witness simply doesn't, because he is correct in that plea deal. You wrote both the question and the answer to it and made him assert to it. In your mind, somehow, he can explain how for you. And apparently, she doesn't, or she doesn't want to.
If you can just tell them how driving a car leads to an aggravated battery and an aggravated assault committed to express loyalty and support for YSL.
So you want me to explain to what happened?
I want you to explain how one leads to the other, how it leads to expressing support and loyalty for YSL.
I don't know, Milone. I don't even think when I read the plea agreement, I was understanding. I think I was just signing.
I want you to put out of your mind any agreement, and I'm asking you here today.
In no way, then.
In no way?
No way.
So who is it that you know who committed a drive-by shooting to support and express loyalty to YSL?
I already answered that question for you.
Would you answer it again then? I might have missed it.
Me, Garlington, and Zachary.
So given that you, Garlington, and Zachary committed a drive-by shooting to support and express loyalty to YSL, please explain to the jury how.
A correct question would be, by this, did you express support and express loyalty to YSL? And he could just answer yes. Instead, the explanation is unnecessary. It's such a dumb, completely imbecile way of questioning when you could have got a yes or no answer from him very easily. But no, you have to make it more difficult than needed.
You personally intended for that criminal act to express loyalty and support for YSL.
I already told you, I the one to express for YSL. It was just an incident. You making it seem like the crime we committed was for YSL. Yes, I did sign that. I understand what you're saying. I initiate on that question. I'm gonna definitely initiate on it.
Mr. Sledge, since you're referencing that, and by that, just for the record, I believe that you're referring to 444 Yankee, the document that I just brought to you.
Yes.
Let's talk about that for a little bit, okay?
Yeah, go with that.
Earlier this morning, you asked if you could be allowed to speak with your attorney. Did you not?
Yes,
Did you get a chance to speak with your attorney?
yes.
How long have you had that attorney?
You said how long have you been my attorney, period?
Yes.
I don't know, a lot of years.
Does a lot of years mean more than 5?
Yes, more than 5. About 15 or better.
And is it a safe assumption to say that you trust your attorney?
Yes,
And since you're referencing 444 Yankee and you're referencing signing it, did you have access to your attorney at the time you signed it?
yes. But also, when I brought to my attorney attention about that document and told him that that wasn't correct, he came back to me and told me, you said initial, and then I'll be able to explain when I come here today.
Mr. Sledge, please tell the jury whether you requested certain items that were different than what is contained in 444 Yankee to be either changed or removed from that document.
Yeah. This part gets more and more lengthy, so I'm going to skip to this first, because guess what's coming up? Sidebar counter 235.
Through at lunch. It's lunchtime now. So we're going to take our lunch break now and let's plan to be back. Does everybody think 1:30 gives everybody?
Yeah, and then it is lunch. Let's see here.
Bob, you can proceed.
Mr. Sledge, you doing okay?
Doing good.
Good. When we last spoke,
Yeah, and somehow after lunch, sound becomes horrible. Yeah, I'm very happy I didn't agree to do a shot for every sidebar. I'm really, really happy I didn't do that.
for lunch, I believe that the question that I was asking you had to do with your ability to ask your attorney about any documents that you signed on December 28th, 2022.
Right.
Did you have access to your current attorney on December 28th, 2022?
Right. Yeah.
And did you have an opportunity to ask him questions before signing any documents presented to you by the state?
Yes.
Did you ask him questions before signing any documents?
Yes.
Did you request changes to documents that were presented to you by the state?
Yes.
Do you recall what changes you requested?
No, I don't recall exactly, but I know most of them.
Did you have an opportunity to ask your attorney what words within the documents that you were looking at meant? In other words, if you didn't understand something, were you able to get clarification about it from your attorney?
She's not asking the substance, so overruled.
Did you refer the question? Ask the question again.
Yes. Did you have an opportunity to ask your attorney about parts of the documents presented by the state that you didn't understand, if any such parts existed?
Yes.
Did your attorney explain those parts to you?
Yes, there's best ability, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to request changes to those documents from the state?
Well, I know he presented it to you, but I still say, from my knowledge, the ones that I wrote changed, he didn't change.
Do Do you recall ever receiving a document with the assertion that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
I received a document, but I didn't know that because I wasn't there.
You weren't there.
At the McDonald's, what were you talking about? So I didn't know
And
that.
did you convey through your attorney to the state? I can't initial that because I wasn't there.
I don't recall.
Okay. Was showing you a document with those words on it and then a subsequent document with them changed refresh your memory?
Even if you show me the document with my initial, I still wouldn't know because I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. You can't make me know.
That's not the question she's asking. Listen to the question again.
If she refreshes, she can show me.
Did you, my question is not whether or not you were there. My question is, did you receive a document that initially had that language on it?
Yes.
Did you make it known to the state through your attorney that you were not at the McDonald's?
Yes.
Did you make it known through your attorney to the state that that language needs to be changed or taken off that document before I sign it?
I don't remember if I did or I did.
I'm going to show you states 444Y. And I'm going to ask you, it's page 4 of 7 for, of course, purposes and defendants, to read to yourself number 7 on page 4 of 7. Have you had an opportunity to read number 7 on page 4 of 7?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about whether or not language was changed to reflect that you were not at the McDonald's?
Yes, I said I wasn't there.
Is that a change that was made at your request?
This part, if the state had a solid case, why were there changes at all? How did they not know if he was there or not? Why did they assume he was there and he then had to change it? Weird.
I guess.
No, it's not weird. It is them trying to insert evidence they don't have. Searching for a conviction, not the truth.
Do you recall reading a document that had the language on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, after leaving the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta?
I don't remember signing that.
Understood. That's not the question. Do you recall seeing a document with that language in it?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show, to refresh the recollection of the witness, what I will mark as State's Exhibit 444 Bravo, and I will give a copy to counsel for the defendant, either one of them.
All right.
444 Yankee Bravo.
Okay.
I'll just wait up here. Showing you states 444 Yankee Bravo. Would you read number 6, not out loud, to yourself on page 3 of 6? As to whether you saw a document with that language in it.
I don't remember seeing the document with that.
Okay. Let me now show you State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. And ask you to take a look at number 7, the first version, number 7 on State's.
May I
Yes.
And what do we have here? What do we have here? It is sidebar counter 236. Oh, just...
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Just going to say. Look from, this is unrelated, but look what direction the deputy comes from when handing over this note.
Thank you, Judge.
Came from the direction of the jury box. Showed this note to Miss Love.
You be wherever you want to be. Unless, can y'all hear her okay? Okay. Mr. Sledge, having looked at state's exam.
This was, yeah. Shouldn't he have shown the judge first? Yeah. He should have shown it only to the judge.
Exhibit 444 Yankee, the document that we referred to prior to lunch. Is your memory clear on whether or not it says that you were at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in section 7 of part 4 of this document?
You said, it say I was at the McDonald's?
No. My question is showing you states 444 Yankee.
Right.
Is that the document that you signed?
I
Hold
don't remember when I signed.
Hold on.
I see my initial, but
Do you also see your signature?
I see my signature.
Okay. With the date?
Yes.
All right. Of December 28, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now on this document that you are looking at, can you read to yourself number 7?
Yes, I read it already.
Okay. Having read that document, are you able to tell the jury if the document that you put your signature on December 28th, 2022 said that you met at the McDonald's or something different?
It says something different.
And was that something different language that you asked the state to correct? In other words, does the document?
I don't, by me signing it, say no, but I don't recall if I asked you to change it. I was asking you so much to change that never got changed. So I don't recall which ones I asked you to change.
All right. Since you said you were asking me so much to change that never got changed. Overruled. Are you able to tell the jury what all you asked to be changed that did not get changed?
I just told you I don't remember. It's been almost 2 years ago. I don't remember.
Okay.
Not that part. Not by signing.
Would looking at 444Y refresh your memory at all?
Yeah, you showing it to me and I told you my signature on it. You showing me that. I'm telling you that it's saying my signature on it, but I signed. I ain't saying I didn't sign. I'm not arguing with you or debating with you about that. I'm not saying I didn't sign. I just didn't remember what I was signing. I just was signing.
Thank you for that.
Skipping forward.
From the beginning, before any of these guys, except Shannon Stillwell. any one of the other guys before they were charged with it. I never heard of that until May 9th when you put it on your indictment.
Okay. I'm going to show you that same document 444. Why? And
Blue Skies, thank you for a super chat. Why Love opens her own can of worms? Does she realize it? I don't. Miss Love is a person who believes she can't do anything wrong. She is the epitome of law. When she is a great example of why you should never devote your career at one side as a prosecutor, because she believes in her own superiority. She's genuinely surprised when an objection to her conduct gets sustained.
ask you to look at section 5 of the document. And looking at it, is there a marking on the document? Does it refresh your memory as to whether you personally marked anything out on the document?
Skipping ahead a bit.
I can tell you what Donaldson. Ooh,
Do you have,
he had to shoot.
did you drop them off at any one? You responded at the time I made the threat. I didn't know he was if gang.
I said I didn't know he was 9 deuce.
Object. That's a misstatement of the
All right.
evidence.
Sustained. The witness corrected it.
Thank you. Why did you say that at the time you made the threat, you didn't know he was a member of that gang?
Because the state, this is what the state painted a picture that YSL, I'm answering the question if you're gonna let me answer. It's the way I know the answer. If you're not gonna let
Go
me
right
answer,
ahead,
then
Mr. Sledge. Go ahead.
because the state is painting a picture that YSL and 9 do is the rival gang. So I know you saying they don't take a rocket science to figure that out.
Has anyone instructed you to come in here and talk about what picture the state is trying to paint?
No,
Has anyone instructed you just to be honest?
I'm being honest. You might think I'm not, but I'm telling you I'm being honest.
Okay.
I'm being honest as I can.
So irrespective of the picture that the state, in your opinion, is trying to paint, why did you bring up the name of that particular gang when I asked you about a rival gang?
It's also
No, it hasn't overruled.
it's also a misstatement, Your Honor. Miss Love brought up if gang.
Right.
Correct. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
How did Quindarius Zachary get in the picture
What you mean?
as it relates to this drive-by shooting on April the 28th? How did Quindarius Zachary get in the picture?
I don't know if Gunnison called him. I think Gunnison called him and told him he ain't got jumped on before I even made it back to Gunnison.
And so how did Quindarius Zachary get with you all?
What you mean? We went and got him.
Okay. So after you picked up Garlington from Crucial, you all then drove somewhere else and picked up Zachary?
Right.
Where did you all pick him up from?
I don't remember.
Who was it that told you which house or houses to go to?
I don't know who told Gunnison.
No, who told you you were driving, right?
Yeah,
But-
Gunnison told me how to get there.
Okay.
I mean, look, they already have told you all this stuff. Well, you're right. You got to tell it to the jury. I'm sorry.
And you understand, I can't tell the jury.
Right. You're right.
Would you please tell the jury whether at the time you took Garlington to that house, you knew or believed that it was the home of a rival gang member?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Did you see the guns did anyone have guns in the car at the time that you took Garlington to that house of the rival gang member?
We had guns. We rode with guns every day. Not one day, every day.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Gunnison, and Zachary then.
Okay.
Whenever we was together.
At the time that you were together, were Garlington and Zachary also members of YSL? Apologies. Associates committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL.
Again, that was some you stated and some I initiated. I'm most definitely initiated that.
Earlier, did
Because
I give, go ahead.
Because none of the stuff on the paper, I never approved none of it. I signed. But if you would have came to me and asked me that before I would have told you it wasn't true.
Earlier, when we were talking about changes that you asked to be made, do you remember having an opportunity to look at the document that is labeled 444 Yankee?
To be honest with you, I didn't look at the whole document.
So if I give it back to you, will you look at each of the factual acknowledgments contained on the document?
I already told you, Ms. Love, I initially on it.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, I
Do
can
you
look
need
at
an opportunity to look back
it. I
at
can
it?
look back on it.
When you've had a chance to read each of them, would you just look up?
Statement of the evidence. He said it's
Listed as 8 and 9. Are you now saying aren't true?
that is a misstatement of the evidence. He said that 7 is not true as well.
Yep.
I'll rephrase. Earlier, did I ask you to identify which portions of the factual acknowledgement that you asked the state to change?
And I told you 8, 9, and I couldn't remember if I asked you to change some, but I know some is false.
Okay.
That's what I told you.
If you understood that you could ask me to change 8 and 9, would you explain why you did not ask me to change any other ones?
I can't say below.
Did the state force you to sign this document?
I was forced. I feel like I was forced myself.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I feel like I was forced myself because I was going through something.
Explain what you're saying.
I was going through something with my mother being sick. I needed to get home to my mother. And if I went to trial, I couldn't afford Mr. Right to go to trial.
Could you?
I mean, why would you even ask that question, Miss Love? Because now he tells the jury these are the circumstances of why I felt forced to sign this document. Why did you open that door? Why? For the love of everything, how can you be this ignorant to what's in front of you?
Afford to ask Mr. Wright to make any further corrections to the document?
That specific day, Ms. Love, I was just trying to get home to my sick mother.
Did you swear under oath that each of these statements that you initialed were true?
Maybe I don't even remember. I can't say. If that what it say, yeah.
Did you lie under oath?
No, I didn't lie.
Well, explain to the jury how they should reconcile those two statements.
I really can't explain it to you, Ms. Love.
Did you sign a statement? Did you make a statement
I didn't.
that you
Go ahead.
that you have read and carefully reviewed the agreement that you were entering with the state, that you have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgments, and that you acknowledge the truth?
These, whatever wordings is on a plea deal, when a man is trying to get home to his sick mother, they mean nothing. 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 My mother passed away when I was young. When I was young, I was somewhere, and I would have driven through snow and fire to get there, to get a final word with her. If I was in his situation, I would have pleaded guilty to the JFK murder to get home.
Truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein, that you fully understand the agreement and have had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with your attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in the agreement have been made to you in furtherance of the agreement, and you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into the agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Did you make that statement on December 28, 2022?
I think so.
Was that statement true or false at the time that you made it?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
Why do you say you don't know?
I really don't. I just told you my intention was.
I understand. And my condolences for what you had to go through.
Oh,
But the jury needs to know.
you don't have condolences, you B-word. You don't know sadness. You don't have a soul, Miss Love.
Whether that statement that you made was true or false. Would you please tell them?
I guess it was true if I made it, Ms. Love.
Why did you pause so long before answering?
I don't know.
Now, you were talking about having pled guilty to charges related to the drive-by shooting or to the shooting on April 28th, 2015.
I plead guilty.
Excuse me, Judge. At this time, can we get the instruction, please? That's the first question directly from the state.
Yes.
Ms. Levis?
Now it's
Yes,
getting
okay.
interesting.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear evidence that a co-defendant in this case has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that this co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider the co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is, his guilty plea admissions, including to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may consider against any defendant currently on trial for whatever bearing it may have on the issues on trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Sledge, you mentioned pleading guilty to charges related to the April the 28th, 2015 shootings that you were just talking to the jury about. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you pled guilty, did you do so in 2022 or did you do so in 2015 or 2017?
Obviously, I pleaded guilty 2017.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, imagine that. For certain crimes, all the other people are indicted for. He already pled guilty in 2017 and did time for it. And here other people are charged for the same stuff.
So, at the time that you pled guilty in 2017 to the charges related to the April 28th, 2015 shooting after Demikion Garlington was jumped, was there a factual basis given for that plea? Do you understand the question?
No, what do you mean? I don't.
First, let me ask you, when you pled guilty in 2017, did you have an attorney?
Yes.
And is the attorney that you had then the same one that you have now?
Right.
And did you trust him then the way that you trust him now?
Right.
And at the time you pled guilty, did the prosecutor tell the court that the evidence would show that on April 28, 2015, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sledge were at a club called Club Crucial on Donnelly Hollowell Parkway earlier in the evening when members of, and preface this by saying Mr. Garlington, Mr. Sledge, and Mr. Zachary at this time were members of a gang called YSL or Young Slime Life that at some point had been affiliated with the Blood Criminal Street Gang. There had been a falling out carrying from the fall of 2014 into 2015. This, for lack of a better term, gang war was going on at this time. Mr. Garlington was jumped at the club by members of a rival gang, Aaron Mills, Dominic Carter, and others that are members of a gang, which is a subset of If Gang or Inglewood Family Bloods, which is a gang that the dispute was going on with at that time. When Mr. Garlington was jumped and assaulted at the club, a decision was made by Mr. Sledge. They called Mr. Zachary, the co-defendant, to retaliate in some way. The evidence will show that Mr. Sledge drove the vehicle. Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were inside with weapons, and they first drove by Adele Avenue, 1428 Adele Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia. And that location at the time is the home of Darren Mills and his mother, and at least one of his sisters and one of his cousins, and is an address that Darren Mills actually used and stayed at. He was one of the individuals that had assaulted Mr. Garlington earlier at the club. Mr. Sledge drove by and they shot at the house. There were not individuals outside of the house, but the house was shot. During the shooting of that house, Ms. Denise Bell, who is the aunt of Darren Mills, while she was in her bed, sustained a gunshot to her buttocks and had to go to the hospital and had to have surgery. She was shot. The house was shot up, and there were other individuals there at the time, including Cecilia Davis and Diamond Mills. Diamond Mills being Darren Mills' sister. Also, the car belonged to Cecilia Davis, which was in front of the house and received damage. The evidence is that Mr. Sledge was the driver of the car. After that, Mr. Sledge drove over to 1903 Drew Drive, Northwest, an apartment there was at the time being used by Philip Collins, who is Darren Mills' brother, and also present at the club and participated in the assault. In shooting at what they believed to be Philip Collins' apartment, they damaged apartments 1122 and 1120. Natasha Battle's apartment, which was 1120, her patio doors, windows, and couch were damaged from the gunfire. Ms. Troutman's apartment was 1122, and that was the other apartment that was damaged. Through investigations, detectives got a lead that Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were involved, and they conducted interviews.
Yes, sir.
I can pause there.
Okay.
Was that factual basis? Were those words read to the court by the prosecutor at the time you entered a guilty plea in 2017?
I don't remember, was it read by the prosecutor because I took a blind plea, and I think the judge was.
Yes, folks. Blind plea, also known as an Alford plea. Miss Love knows that an Alford plea means that you do not plead guilty. You do not assert to the factual allegations at all. You only acknowledge that if presented this, it could mean a conviction. Alford pleas are not supposed to be evidence. And she read them, this factual allegation, into record. She knows she can't do that. She knows damn well she can't do that.
I think the judge read off the evidence. I don't recall what it was, though.
Okay. Do you recall hearing those words read by somebody in court as the reason or the factual basis for the charges that were being brought?
If I could explain, I pleaded guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest. You had two co-defendants. Some of what they said was true, and some they said wasn't true. But I did plead guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest.
Were you given an opportunity to say anything at the time that you entered that plea? Were you given an opportunity to make any statements?
No, not that I remember.
Do you recall the judge, after those statements were read, asking you, is there anything you'd like to say before sentencing? Do you recall that happening?
Yes, I recall him asking me that.
Do you recall telling the judge, no, sir?
I remember telling him, thank him for the plea that he allowed. I remember that. I remember me telling him, thank him for the plea that he accepted on the non-negotiable plea, the blind plea or whatever it was.
Would you explain to the jury what your understanding of a blind plea is?
A blind plea that I understood that you leave the evidence up to the judge and the judge determined on the sentence.
At any time, did you tell the judge, I'm not admitting this, I'm just doing this because it's in my best interest?
Well, I didn't tell the judge that. I told my attorney that. When my attorney asked me, like, when he came to me with the plea big deal, and I told him, I said, well, I take the plea because it's best in my interest. You got two guys against one.
Hold on. At the time that you...
No, I didn't tell it to the judge.
That wasn't the question. Oh. At the time that you pled guilty, did you know what sentence the judge was going to give to you?
No. Okay. No, I just knew it was
did the judge, was it explained to you that you could receive up to the maximum sentence on each charge?
Not if I understand. I think a deal was already worked out.
Yeah, I feel a lot of people were sleeping in the courtroom at this time.
If I ain't mistaken, that would make me take it. I think it was already worked out between my attorney and the state.
Do you understand the difference between a negotiated plea and a blind plea?
No.
Okay. Have you done anything besides a blind plea in front of a judge before?
Yes, I think I have, yes.
And when you pled guilty on December 28th, 2022, was that a blind plea or something else?
I think it was just a plea. It wasn't a blind plea, though, if I'm not mistaken.
For a regular plea, what do you understand to be the terms? In other words, do you know your sentence before you plead guilty with a regular plea?
I don't know, because before the blind plea, I knew my plea.
Why did you then distinguish for the jury that it was a blind plea?
It was, but I already knew the sentence. My lawyer had already aware to me that they was offering the same thing. They was offering the co-defendants what they had pleaded guilty before me.
Okay.
So when I pleaded guilty, my lawyer aware me that they was offering the same plea deal that they gave them. But in my plea deal, I told my attorney, like, I didn't want the probation. I just take the straight prison sentence.
Okay, yes, sir. All right, outside the presence of the jury? Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to excuse y'all to the jury room.
And now, this is interesting. I'm putting this down to 1.25 speed. This is interesting.
To do what? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have a motion for a mistrial. The evidence has just come out that two co-defendants who, to my knowledge, at least one of them is not testifying and has entered a guilty plea. That is a confrontation clause violation to Mr. Williams and the other people on trial. In addition, Your Honor gave an instruction with the last line, and I know it was objected to previously, but I want to stress this, that if it's a prior inconsistent statement, it can be used against Mr. Williams and the other people. That was premature, because I don't believe there's anything inconsistent as of now. And then the third reason I'm moving for a mistrial in the aggregate, Your Honor, is that the prosecutor uses and reads the statement of the then prosecutor, I believe it was the Honorable Mr. Bailey, who entered this plea and gave a factual basis. But she did not make it clear that the Honorable Derek Wright said on page 12 of this transcript to the same court that Mr. Sledge is tendering the plea under Alford, which is ALFORD.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. And honestly, I thought that we were going to be dealing with the guilty plea that he took in this case. And yeah, that's problematic that this 2015 case is an Alford plea. And
Yeah. Problematic is an understatement of epic proportions. Epic proportions. First, you have, as Mr. Steele said, confrontation clause. Then, second of all, she deliberately avoided the part in that factual agreement that said this is an Alford plea. Everybody was expecting that she would read in the factual statements in the 2022 plea deal, not the 2017 plea deal.
so I don't think that any of what I said with regard to admissions is actually true, even against this. I mean, he's saying he pled under Alford, and I don't know why the disposition sheet doesn't say that, but it is very clear that this is an Alford plea in this 2015 case. So Mr. Wright wants to share something.
I
Yes,
was
sir.
just waiting for the appropriate time that I was going to point out that it was in fact an Alford plea. So I thought her cross-examination was not appropriate.
Well, y'all, I mean, maybe that, yeah.
It was something other than that. So,
well, maybe don't wait so long next time.
yes,
But I mean, I'm definitely going to, Ms. Love, do you want to be heard?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead.
One, we'd ask that the court deny the motion for mistrial. Number two, we would ask, as it relates to the assertion that no inconsistent statement was made in the factual acknowledgments.
Okay, no, see, that's the deal with an Alford plea, is you are not acknowledging that the facts are true like you would in a regular guilty plea. You're saying, I think that the state has enough evidence that a jury could be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that these facts are true. But you're not acknowledging on your own, yes, these are true.
Exactly. These are not inconsistent statements because he does not acknowledge those factual statements from the state as correct. I am dumbfounded that Ms. Love even attempted this.
Your Honor, when
Yes, ma'am.
I spoke of the factual acknowledgements, I meant 444Y.
Well, that's what I thought you meant.
Within 444Y, we referenced this particular
All right, let's,
section.
maybe if you can
It
point
doesn't
me
matter if you
specifically, let me pull that
reference.
one up.
You can
Page-
Which
still
number?
cannot bring that
Go ahead.
2017 Alford
3 on
Plea in.
page 3 of 7, under defendant's factual,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, not number 3, number 4, on defendant's factual acknowledgements
But they
on
aren't.
or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15 SC 138994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Number 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4.
Yeah, so why didn't you read those parts in? Those would have been good. The Alford Plea isn't.
Above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL.
Okay, and so those factual assertions, what I read as the limiting instruction would be true for.
And
But the factual basis that you just read out from the 2015 one, that's a whole lot more than what's in numbers 4 and 5.
Your Honor, in number 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in section 3, 4, and 5 above.
Okay.
And so if I'll, of course, comply with whatever appropriate instruction that
And that is her tell that she knows she screwed up. She goes immediately, oh, I will comply to whatever appropriate instruction. She knows she screwed up. She knows.
the court deems necessary to give as it relates to the conviction by of this witness for 15 SC 138994. But given the factual acknowledgments that were made as it relates to 22 SC 183572, and the fact that this witness did not assert, even though the plea was given in his best interest, he was allowed an opportunity to say what he said here, and he did not say it.
No. When a defendant has an attorney who is saying, we are pleading this because we believe it to be in his best interest, the defendant does not then independently need to say, yeah, by the way, judge, here's what Alford means. So
Understood.
no. Are you going to tender for admission any part of 444Y
Yes, the state intended to tender 444Y.
in its entirety?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Any objection to that being tendered or admitted in its entirety?
And if there is an objection to it, then
All right,
we would
let's find that out.
You got it. I don't know. It's not my fucking case.
I just don't, yes, I object at this point to the entirety of the document unless the state can give reasons for which parts of the document are admissible at this time. And if they're not tendering yet, I understand that. But I can't get around how we got here. I'm trying to follow this factual basis, and I realized I asked Ms. Renard, Renard, for this, and we're in a different case.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, Ms. Love read in factual acknowledgement in a case that is not this case. It might be the same crime, but it's not the same case. This is the RICO case. She's reading in factual, not acknowledgement, but factual allegations. that the state brought towards Mr. Sledge, which he pled under Alford. And this should have been an immediate mistrial due to prosecutorial misconduct. Immediately.
So, I mean, we've been talking about these 2015 crimes, and we've been talking about, you know, what's been going on in this 22 indictment. So, I mean, I guess that's how it came about. But I wish we'd been a little more specific about it all beforehand, because, I mean, I noticed this morning that this was an Alford plea. And I would have had issues with, when you started reading out the factual basis, I'm thinking, well, is this some other case that I don't know about that's not the 2015 case and not the 22 case? Because we should have been reading the factual basis from the 2015
And why
case.
didn't you
Your Honor,
stop?
the 2015 case, I understand what the court is saying.
And here, the judge on the record says, I noticed this morning that this was an Alford plea. And then she says, on the record, that she was wondering what's going on here. And she did nothing until the defense finally objected. Nothing.
The 2015 case is one of the overt acts that we allege in the indictment. And as it relates to the defendant's conviction for the 2015 case, we believe that it would be appropriate is an appropriate matter for cross-examination, and it appropriately falls under the portion of the court's instruction where it tells the jury that the conviction itself is not to be considered as evidence. And to the extent that Mr. Sledge is asserting that he didn't do it, that he dropped someone off, that is what he asserted, by the way. He said that he was not present. He dropped him off, and it was only one house.
Well, we all know how party to a crime works. So, I mean, yeah, he said, I didn't shoot, but he did admit to being the driver.
And so, to the extent that he said that the statement contained in his factual acknowledgement that he and fellow YSL associates, and I'd also point out that early on, he made a very blatant, inconsistent statement that YSL is not a gang. And in this factual...
Then you read from the 2022 plea, not the 2017, which was under Alford. So you just tried to sneak it in. You know you did wrong.
acknowledgement
All
section.
right, we're not going to use anything in the factual acknowledgement section of the 2015 plea.
No, in the 22 SC 183.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, all of that is inconsistent with any of his trial testimony is fair game for you to tender for admission and for them to consider as substantive evidence against everybody. The issue we have that needs to get cleared up is that before I read this limiting instruction, I thought you were going to tender the guilty plea to this 22 SC case. And it turns out that you were talking about the 2015 case, which I understand you're saying we did part of that as, part of the 22 factual acknowledgements. So those factual acknowledgements in there are fine as well. When I say in there, I mean in this 22 case. But I'm going to have to clarify for the jury that what I told them about prior inconsistent statements
does not
apply, and that everything you just read from that guilty plea also needs to be disregarded.
So, Your Honor, as it relates...
How the flaming F or anybody supposed to erase that?
To the court's instruction to the jury regarding the inconsistent statement not applying, we would only ask that the court specify that the court is speaking as to the factual basis that I asked the witness about in 15 SC 138994, particularly where he has testified and he pled in his best interest.
Okay. And you haven't tendered yet the 444Y. And so at the point in time when you tender that, then I'll say, okay, for this one, this
Okay.
is true.
I see what, yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. If anybody wants to suggest specific language, I'm willing to listen. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of
And
give it my best shot.
I would
and
like,
Your Honor, may I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Because number one, the court has previously instructed the jury that questions, and I understand the content of the question needs to be addressed. But given that the witness has testified that he pled guilty in his best interest,
Mhm.
and given that he can also be cross-examined as to whether or not he can, he was asserting these things,
Mhm.
we don't believe that anything beyond a instruction regarding the factual basis for 15 SC 138994 not being considered a statement of the witness rather
Mhm.
is required.
Okay.
I just respectfully don't think that goes far enough. You have a prosecutor who's saying it's just a blind plea. She leaves out everything about Alford. She elicits, and I'm not saying that she could have anticipated this, but her questioning elicits that a non-testifying severed co-indictee pled guilty also. That is a total confrontation clause violation. It's the second time.
All right. And that's Zachary and,
Well, Mr. Zachary, I anticipate may testify.
right.
I don't know, he hasn't yet, but it definitely includes Mr. Garlington, who the state has said will not be testifying. And then, just for you to know, you were not here, but the predecessor judge permitted, over objection, the state to do the same thing. They did it with a Mr. Winfrey, just like the court reporter's last name. He's not going to testify. No one believes he's going to testify. The state doesn't say he's going to testify. And they got out that he pled guilty. So they're aware of all this. And in fact,
Well, there's a slight difference between the Alford plea in this case, when it comes to Mr. Sledge, and the plea that the Supreme Court vacated, because that plea does not exist. What they in that prior one on which Judge Glanville approved of, it doesn't exist because the Supreme Court said it was coerced. That means it's vacated, and if it's vacated, it does not exist, and it still came into evidence here, which is another that should have stopped this trial in its tracks back then.
the state elicited in that case that the gentleman, Mr. Winfrey, pled guilty to avoid plea. It was vacated by the Supreme Court of
right.
Georgia.
Yeah, I remember you.
So, and
Did he
then
enter another one after the fact, though, anyway?
5 years later, Alford plea and found
Okay.
specifically innocent.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a farce.
Right.
And
Okay.
and then the predecessor judge wouldn't even let me examine the witness. And Miss Love said that the witness I could call in my case in chief on direct. So the reason I'm bringing that up is this is not new.
Okay. What's your intention with regard to Mr. Garlington? Do you have any intention of calling him?
Your Honor, no. And Mr. Steele is absolutely correct in terms of the witness testifying about Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary and his doing that. There's nothing that indicates that the only reason he did that was because they pled guilty. So that is not, in other words, his statements that he gave to the jury about Mr. Garlington pleading guilty and all of that are not something that I asked him about or expected him to be talking about.
Right. Okay. But nonetheless, we have that now before the jury.
We would
So-
ask that the court tell the jury to strike, disregard, put out of their mind anything about the Mr. Garlington pleading guilty.
I'm just to say anyone other than the witness on the stand.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to be heard too.
But Mr. Zachary is a witness.
I know that, but he hadn't been called yet, has he?
No.
So
no.
deal with it when he gets called.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Sledge, clearly at a jury trial, we are always assessing the credibility of witnesses. My client has now been impugned, or at least attempted to be impugned by the state by suggesting that either he should have been making a statement or his plea was something other, or that these facts are in fact his adopted, admitted facts.
I'm going to make it clear that that's not the case.
And that's where I want to make absolutely clear that he was right in the position he was taking, that it was in his best interest.
All right. Anything else before we get the jury back in?
Let's run to the bathroom.
That is a great idea. Let's all do that. Or take that opportunity.
I can tell what it feels like in the ruling, if you don't mind, a motion for this trial.
Okay, that is denied.
And then, because you're giving your instructions to me, instead of making the same motions you were before the next question, can you just acknowledge that I would have done that and then still do the motion for this trial?
Yes. All right, let's take 5 or 10 minutes ourselves.
Folks, Mr. Jingles is here. Hello, Mr. Jingles. This is our supreme leader in the Jingles Viking Thugs. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Hello. Hello. And you do not do anything in furtherance of Mr. Jingles unless you super chat for cat candy. And that is not a crime, so you can't be indicted for it. Hey. Aw. Are you tendering the future? Mr. Jingles, no biting. No biting. I have an audience. They think you're an innocent cat. That's now we can remove that one because now we can see Mr. Jingles instead. Ta-da!
Going
Let's just say something.
poised.
All right.
Judge, I fully adopt on behalf of Mr. Nichols, and I know I don't need to under the rule we're operating under, the motion for mistrial. I understand your ruling. I understand you are going to give an instruction, but I ask that as part of that instruction for an admonishment under 17-875, and I think that admonishment is mandatory, where counsel makes statements of prejudicial matters which are not in evidence. And I believe that this applies to this particular instance under these particular circumstances. So I've asked the court to admonish counsel. Yes, in front of the jury, obviously, as part of the instruction.
All right. Give me a second to get signed into Lexis and take a look exactly at what the statute says.
Yeah. Yes, Miss Love. You did a boo-boo, and now you're getting admonished in front of the jury, which is so long overdue. So long overdue.
Give me that site again. 1775. I left out a number. Good language. I'm sure you do. That would be appropriate for the court to give as an admonishment.
I haven't, we can come up with something.
All right, well, let's endeavor to do that right now.
Thank you. Thank you for your super sticker, Steph JK, with a heart. Thank you so much.
You may. Go ahead.
Now, okay. Your Honor, given that 17-875 refers to statements of prejudicial matters, which are not in evidence, and the factual basis given or read by the prosecutor in the plea in the 15 SC case, while containing details that are not contained within the factual acknowledgments of 22 SC 183-572, it's about the same act, which in the factual acknowledgments for this case, the defendant says occurred. He admits and acknowledges that he, Demekion Garlington, and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting at this residence, and that they committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, and that he admitted and was convicted of aggravated assault, participation in criminal street gang activity.
Whispers for your $3 super sticker. Yay! And it is your first super on a live stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am deeply, deeply honored by being the first. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much.
And among other charges for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5. And given that this evidence will be properly before the jury, our position is that these statements, the questions that I asked, which contains the factual basis, the assertion about the factual basis in the 15 SC case, would not be a prejudicial matter. Though the factual basis is not in evidence, the fact of the shooting is not a prejudicial matter, which mandates a rebuke.
Okay. Well, the fact that a co-defendant who may not ultimately testify and who you do not believe will testify has pled guilty.
I don't disagree that that should go, but that was not something that I.
No, I know. I don't think that you intended to elicit that, but yes, I'm going to give a rebuke. Ms. Love, I mean, that's just what it is sometimes to be the prosecutor in a case. Gotta have a tough skin. Suggested language, Mr. Harvey or others?
Looking for some smarter colleagues to give me some suggestions, which is everybody in these three tables.
And Your Honor, I'm still reading under the annotations of that particular statute.
Yeah, but you know, we also presented this, by the way, as a guilty plea, not as an Alford plea. And we read a factual basis from something that's not in evidence. It is so highly prejudicial that we all made a motion for mistrial. A rebuke is in order under 17-875. And I think the court in front of the jury can say, and I hereby admonish the state for bringing up these matters that I have just told you to disregard. And the state should not do that again.
Your Honor, what the annotations say is what the law forbids is the introduction into a case by way of argument of facts, not only not in the record, but that are calculated to prejudice the accused. And
all right, Ms. Love, I'm going to give some sort of an admonishment. And I mean, sometimes you need to just, keep your powder dry and not argue every single thing to the nth degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So, I mean, I can grant a mistrial if you prefer.
Oh, no.
Okay, then maybe stop arguing at this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is judge speak for shut up, STFU. But I mean, by now we know that more or less nothing will have this judge grant a mistrial, especially not on prosecutorial misconduct. Nothing will do that. Because she has had so many opportunities to grant properly a mistrial with prejudice, and she chooses not to. She punts it to the appeals court, which can take years and is stupid expensive. Bringing out the transcript from this trial alone, which has to be accompanied with the appeal, it's $1 million cost on that alone. by the time this trial is over.
Now, in terms of her having presented it as a guilty plea, an Alford plea is still a guilty plea, so I don't find there to be anything wrong with her having references in a guilty plea. But we already talked about the whole factual basis thing, so I won't rehash that. But okay.
Oh yeah, Ms. Love would have been yelling for the rest of the day if Judge Glanville was on the presiding judge.
Ask, since I haven't read out yet.
Will the court prior to
Effective after I explain to them what they're not to consider. I also admonish and rebuke you, Ms. Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. This witness pled guilty in 2017. All right.
But I do believe the judge's language here is soft when she speaks to the jury.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some further instructions for you with regard to some of what you just heard. So I gave y'all an instruction that if this witness provided testimony that was inconsistent with a guilty plea admission, that you could accept that guilty plea admission as substantive evidence against any of these defendants. But then what we heard was that this witness pled guilty in 2017 to that being a part of that 2015 drive-by shooting. But he, and we heard kind of a factual basis that the prosecutor in that guilty plea had read before the court, or somebody had read before the court, as a part of what Ms. Love was asking questions about, and she was, kind of reading that from a transcript. All right, here's the thing, is that guilty plea, as I think you heard this witness say, he entered that because he believed it to be in his best interest to do that. And this gets into a whole lot of kind of legal terminology and legal concepts, but there are a couple of different ways that somebody can say, yes, I'm pleading guilty to a crime. And one of them is called an Alford plea. It's just named after a case called Alford. But they're essentially saying, I am going to plead and accept that I'm guilty of this crime, but I am not saying that the facts that the state's putting forward are true. I am just saying, I think it's in my best interest to go ahead and resolve it that way. So everything that you heard, and that is totally legitimate to do that. And let me also say that Mr. Wright, who was representing this witness at the time, he let the court at that time in 2017 know, hey, this is an Alford plea. He's doing this because it's in his best interest. He believes to do this. And Mr. Sledge was under no obligation after his attorney said that to, even if he got an opportunity to say anything else, to say, yeah, what my lawyer said, to add anything whatsoever to that. So I think there was a question about that, and he didn't, he didn't say anything else. He had no obligation to. He had no requirement to. He had no responsibility to. Okay. So basically, what I told you about, you can take those facts and those admissions and consider it against him or anybody else in this trial. When it's an Alford plea, you cannot. So none of that I said was actually true about what you just heard about those 2017 guilty plea to the 2015 drive-by shooting. Okay. So let me think what else. Oh, and you also need to completely disregard that anybody other than this witness right here, Mr. Sledge, might have pled to anything that had to do with that drive-by shooting. All right. So just entirely erase that from your minds. And I also, at this point, am going to admonish and rebuke you, Ms. Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. You should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything that this witness admitted to at the time of the 2027 guilty plea. And I'm going to instruct you to refrain from asking improper questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Blue Skies, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. It's going to get worse. You still think no mistrial from judge? The chance or risk for that, I mean, maybe if Miss Love launches over the witness stand and punches him, maybe, but it's still a maybe. And also, thank you to Republic Tea Room for $15 via PayPal. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you. Thank you all for your support of this channel. Thank you.
Anything in addition that anybody needs to put before the court right now with regard to those curative instructions? All right. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Mr. Sledge, Would you tell the jury?
Miss Love, please stop leaning over right in front of the camera. I can basically see from here what you ate that morning.
Just one moment. Sure. By the name of Antonio Sumlin, who goes by the name Obama.
I know of him.
How do you know of him?
I see him around.
Have you ever have you ever hung out with?
We probably been in the same vicinity, but I never hung with him. He never been in a car with me. He never nothing like that.
What about Martinez Arnold?
Yes, I know Martinez Arnold.
How long have you known him?
I've been knowing Martinez Arnold. Well, it's been a minute. I can't actually tell you how long, but it's been a minute.
Is he a person that you know who also answers to the name Duke?
Yes.
All right. Is Martinez Arnold YSL?
He's an artist of YSL.
And what about Antonio Sumlin? Is he YSL?
I can't tell you yes or no to that answer.
Now, putting aside matters in 2017, as they relate to December 28th, 2022, at any point, did you make an assertion while speaking with the state through your attorney that YSL is not a gang?
I don't think I made it in that plea agreement, but in 2015, okay, right.
In 2022, December 28th, 2022, at any point, did you assert that YSL is not a gang?
No.
At any point, did you assert that YSL members, that you are unaware of 3 or more YSL members who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? At any point, did you make that assertion?
I don't remember.
Is there anything that would refresh your memory?
Yes, if you have anything that can refresh my memory.
What do you believe would refresh your memory?
I can say whatever you have. If I can look at it and go over it, and then I can.
Would looking at 444Y refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your factual acknowledgments, okay? Approaching the witness with 444Y. All right. Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes.
Does it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So at any point, did you assert that YSL is not made up of 3 or more members or associates who have committed crimes to increase the reputation of YSL?
I misunderstood that question because from our understanding, y'all say 3 or more people that commit a crime is a gang.
Why do you keep tying the state's understanding to your answers?
Because that's my understanding. You can't. That's my understanding. When I was arrested, that's what Gator and Dennis, not the state. I'm sorry, Detective Gator and Dennis provided us with, which they probably misled us.
And so when you say that's what they provided us with, what does whatever it is that you're speaking of have to do with your acknowledgement that YSL is made up of 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL? What does one thing have to do with the other?
I don't know, Ms. Lowe.
We
I don't know.
went through this already for the.
Is there any part of section 1 under your factual acknowledgments that you did not understand?
Yes, because I
Blah, blah,
thought
blah, blah. Skipping ahead a bit.
Did you have a social media? Do you use social media, Mr.
Yes.
Sledge?
yes,
What platforms of social media do you use?
I don't have like an Instagram.
What is your Instagram name?
I think it's double OG2 right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
What was it in 2015?
Right here, it say triple OG2.
And does right there accurately reflect what your Instagram name was in 2015?
Yes,
All right. What types of things did you post on Instagram?
I post a lot on Instagram. Pictures of me and friends, probably sometime my kids.
Person that's over YSL, the label, has a YSL shirt on?
No, I said that Mr. Jeffrey, who's over YSL, the label, is right there in the picture.
Is it your testimony, or you said earlier rather, that Mondo said he started YSL, the gang?
I never said the label. I said the gang. That's what he said. I didn't say he started.
I said that you said Mondo
I heard
said.
Mondo say he started YSL the gang. So
From your understanding, is there anyone other than Mondo who started YSL, the gang?
what I don't want to say because it's hearsay.
I just want to know your understanding of the gang you were a member of in 2012.
Hearsay, I could say Stevenson, they said.
So when you, how did you become a member of YSL?
I just started saying I was YSL. Like I told you, anybody can say that.
Okay. Do you know a young man named Walter Murphy who answers to the name DK?
Yeah, I know Walter Murphy.
Is he YSL?
I heard him say it before, so I guess.
Tell the jury who all in this picture that you posted on April the 28th, 2015 are members of YSL.
Do you want me to tell you the people who the label YSL, or you want to tell the people that would probably say it was YSL the gang?
YSL in any capacity, tell the jury
Okay, the
what
label.
people you were referring to when you said
You got
YSL, FUXK, the rest, love.
all right. You got Jeffrey Williams, he had a YSL the label. You got Mr. Honor, he's the artist. You got Mr. Kendrick, he's the artist. You got Mr. Stillwell, was trying to become an artist of YSL. And
YSL in any way, label, gang. Who in this photograph would you consider YSL?
you confuse me, Ms. Lowe, because you had certain people initiated YSL one way, and you had other people initiated another way. So I can actually say, since they're not part of the label, and they probably will consider themselves, well, I don't know where Roscoe really was, but he considered himself as the label. So I say me, probably at the time, I worked for the label, but I can say, I guess Stevenson, Garlington, they never worked for the label. So, and I told you the other ones, I don't know.
What is the one way that some initiated themselves and the other way that others initiated themselves?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. What is one way that some initiated themselves and the other way that others initiated themselves?
I can't say because everybody just throwing up YSL.
Why did you just tell the jury some initiated themselves one way and others initiated themselves
I
another way?
understand everything you're saying, Ms. Lowe. Some of them just throwing up YSL, saying they YSL, and the rest don't work for YSL.
What did you mean when you used the word initiated?
Initiated?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I don't even really. I just was saying something.
What you were
I
just
don't
saying
even-
stuff?
Yes.
Why did you just say that particular word?
I don't know.
Why is your index finger
Wiping
under
my
your
nose.
nose?
That's the way I decided to take the picture that day.
Okay. And why did
Me?
you said wiping the nose?
Right.
What does that mean?
Wiping nose. There's no other way you could put that.
Is that a
The wipe your nose thing has been around for decades. It has different meanings depending on, I mean, you've seen maybe Mr. Williams because he has a tattoo here. You have examples of people doing that with a mustache. Because there is some, at least over here, you have the No Shave November. So, with a mustache. Or when I was young, which is a long time ago, when I was a teenager, this. I'm missing my woman.
symbol or hand sign that YSL members frequently use?
I guess.
Okay. Those two green hearts. Why did you choose to post green hearts next to the 100s after you said YSL, FUXK, the rest love?
I guess because I wanted to use the green hearts on the snakes on this post at that time.
Are green hearts emojis that YSL members typically use to represent themselves
I don't
or to
think,
show love for YSL?
The folks, the green heart emoji. Seriously. A green heart emoji, that is a sign of YSL. This is so incredibly stupid.
to show love, but I don't think YSL are the only people that use the green emojis.
That's fair. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, are those hearts, specifically green hearts, emojis that YSL members frequently use to either show love or to identify themselves?
To show love.
Do you know why the hearts are green that YSL members typically use?
No.
Is green a color that is associated with YSL?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yes.
How long has it been associated with YSL? Since you were a member in 2012?
I don't know. I don't think, because I don't even think the green emoji was on the phone in 2012.
What about the two emojis next to the green hearts? What are they?
They snakes look like.
Okay, you posted it, right?
Right.
So what did you post?
I'm telling you, they look like green snakes right now.
Why did you post two green snakes next to the two green hearts after YSL, FUXK, the rest love?
I like the emojis, Miss Love.
Are green snakes emojis that YSL members typically use when communicating with one another and making postings about themselves?
I wouldn't say, because I've seen LeBron James use the green snake emoji, Kobe Bryant. I don't seen a lot of people use the green emoji.
Understood. I am talking about YSL members.
I guess.
Okay. How many people on your post that is depicted in 410 Yankee actually have record deals or had record deals in 2015?
I can answer that question for you, because I don't know if they had a deal, but I know they was rapping. I don't know the whole aspect of the legal business, but I know they was artists, they features on songs and things like that.
And do you know whether any of these persons that are depicted in 410 Yankee have actually been signed with a music label called YSL?
I never seen the paperwork, but they say they was.
How many?
Jeffrey Williams, Kendrick, and N.Starow.
Okay. Were you at a club in this photograph depicted in 410 Yankee?
I don't. It looked like a club, like a strip club.
Okay.
If I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, I think we were celebrating Mama Duck's birthday that day, if I'm not mistaken.
Who is Mama Duck?
That's Jeffrey Williams' mother.
Okay. And Mama Duck, that's the name you call her?
Yes.
And do you love Mama Duck?
With all my heart.
Okay. Is Mama Duck here today?
I can't see you anyway. Yeah, she right in front of me now.
All right. Was the photograph depicted in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee posted before or after Demikion Garlington got jumped in the club?
Could you pull the date back up? Because I'm not for sure.
Yes. Are you able to see it?
No, I can't see it right here.
Can you make it broader?
4/28. It looked like a day. Well, this picture actually was posted the next day. It wasn't even posted the night. It probably wasn't even posted. It probably was took before, and then I just posted it on the 28th.
Okay.
April.
And do you recall whether you posted it before or after Demikion got jumped?
Is there a day before? If he got jumped the 29th of April, you say? I don't recall what day it was that he got jumped.
Okay. Do you recall whether it was posted before or after you, Garlington, and Zachary did the drive-by?
She just keeps going and going and go. I mean, she's the... For you, with a few years on you, do you remember one of these... you put in money, twist the wheel, and you get a gift. Do you remember one that was the bunny? Bunny is my name. Da, 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 da. That was really, really annoying. We had one when I lived in Gothenburg, and that thing Every weekend, it was torn apart. And every Monday, they put it up again. Speaking of putting up, it is 6 p.m. Eastern Time. It is midnight here. I'm going to more or less skip the rest and then go right into tomorrow. So, would you want, and this is a poll up there about the wheel of regrets. This is the wheel of regrets. This is the one, sometimes I do a grift, which is you hand over money and I spin the wheel and I will do what the wheel says. And you have here different hot sauces and alcohol. Hence, the wheel of regrets. The rules are $50 for a spin on the wheel, either via Super Chat, gifted memberships, or via PayPal. Now, that is in combination. If there is $10 $5 Super Chats, yes, that's $50, and I will spin the wheel. If you yourself say, here's $50, you can choose from which shot class I do this. During my trip, I bought shot glasses from different states. I was in Alabama. Buc-ee's. Mississippi. Kentucky. Okay, this is the Ford Museum. And of course, not to be forgotten, Texas. And the final. When I went to Blue Ridge, Georgia, to the Sasquatch Museum, I bought a Bigfoot shot glass. So, and I see here, with all the votes that are in right now, it is overwhelming. Should I bring in the wheel of regrets? And 88% of you says yes, or 84% now. So those are the rules. And we will do this until day 123 is over. Let's see here. Let me just bring it up. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Because the rest of day 122, she just kept going and going and going, going and going, and it was so infuriating. So, day 123, I haven't actually seen or heard a lot about. But let's go.
Gonna look into whether there was something that you needed to bring to the court's attention about a juror issue. Anybody have any follow-up on that?
Your Honor, good morning. My understanding is Weinstein.
Can you speak into the mic? You have to just kind of pick it up, unfortunately. It's not an ideal setup, but there you go.
Hello. Good morning, Judge. My understanding from Mr. Weinstein was that there was some question about a juror potentially having seen some information on Instagram where they were being given nicknames or a seating charts were being discussed.
Remember what I showed you about an hour ago? Where did that deputy come from? That deputy came from the jury box with a note, showed it to Ms. Love, who told him, show this to the judge. That was the note he received allegedly. Now, afterwards, they claimed that this was something the deputy himself watched. While clearly he was handing a note. If it was him who saw these nicknames that Miss Sylvia, why would he need to write it down on a note? It doesn't make sense, doesn't it? So yes, on day 122, Miss Sylvia was escorted out of the courtroom, and on the basis of allegedly a juror disliked the nicknames she gave out. I call bull crap all the week until Sunday, because she's reporting on this trial. Is she a reporter in the classical sense? No. Is she reporting? Yes. That automatically puts her in the First Amendment, freedom of the press, because freedom of the press doesn't mean freedom of a trained journalist. It literally means freedom of the printing press, the medium through which you report. So, allegedly, I don't know if this is true, but thank you, Linda Morris. Allegedly, this was also the juror who is having a job out of state sometime in the future. So, yeah. So freedom of the press means literally freedom of the printing press. As now, the medium is not the printing press. It is through the medium of YouTube and Rumble. On weekdays, it's also the medium of Twitter. Throughout my career, I have written close to 200 articles in local and national papers. And I'm not a journalist, but I do report. So, yeah. And you may not, you don't have to like a reporter to acknowledge that she still has a First Amendment protection. But let's listen to this.
And so I'm trying to find out some more information from my co-counsels about that now, about whether it was Miss Sylvie, is that correct?
Yeah, so I don't know that a juror saw it, but one of the deputies brought that.
Whoever makes claims now, remember, I was in this courtroom. Is there a tinted window towards the audience? Yes, it is. It is open in the front. Miss Sylvia has been there for she's been in that courtroom throughout the trial and during jury selection season. When I sat in the audience, did I see it? No, because I was in the fucking audience. Listen to me. Okay, I'm sick of this. I'm so sick of this absolute hate. I am created at Nicky Rabbit. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself all the way to Fucktown, you absolute moron. And for the rest of you who have some civility about this, who actually pays attention, she has been in that courtroom for a very long time. Of course, she has seen the jurors. She doesn't reveal how they look, or anything. She gave them nicknames. Okay, can we move on now?
To my attention yesterday afternoon. And yes, it is the woman whose name's Sylvia, who had a Rule 22. And she, I guess in her, whatever you call those things, where they, I don't know what you call them, where they sit and they talk endlessly online. I guess, I don't know. Yes, was giving all of the jurors nicknames, and, you know, it was derogatory. She does not appear in the clip that I watched.
It was not derogatory. Yeah, I don't want to see this again. This just pisses me off to no end. And here is when this new information, it was the... Yeah, I don't want to see this again. It just pisses me the fuck off.
All right, Ms. Love, you can continue.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Come on.
Yesterday, while we were talking, you said that, rather, did you testify that YSL was a neighborhood gang?
Yes, Deborah. We hear nicknames about jurors all the time. And when it comes to... Let me show you. Let's go down here. Here is the jury makeup. That is more descriptive than the nicknames. Law and crime is still allowed there, aren't they? Yeah. Hypocrisy.
Sustained.
All right, following up on that. Did Thug's music career give the gang YSL any national attention?
Overruled.
No, his music didn't get a game. I said no.
Now, when you joined YSL, the gang, in 2012, would you tell the jury what things you did with the gang?
You keep making it seem like it's a game, as though it's not a game. It's just a group of people that know each other. It wasn't like a game.
Are you saying that what you said yesterday regarding YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang?
Yes, and Sylvia was allowed back because even the judge on Friday said she actually can't police what she reports on, and not in those exact words. But how Ms. Sylvia reports on this trial has nothing to do with the Rule 22.
Is now something that you want to take
Basically, I
back?
missed it.
You have to let me finish, okay? Are you saying that what you said yesterday regarding YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang is now something that you want to testify differently about?
No, what I really was saying yesterday, Ms. Love, you know what I was saying yesterday, that we're not a gang. I explained to you yesterday why we couldn't be a gang, but we were some neighborhood people that hung together.
Is it fair to say that you considered yourselves a gang, regardless of what the legal definition is, back in 2012?
Overruled. Well, overruled.
Repeat it.
Is it fair to say that back in 2012, regardless of what the legal definition of gang is, that you considered yourselves a gang, a neighborhood gang?
Not us.
When you spoke yesterday about YSL starting out as a neighborhood gang,
But
at that time, did you consider yourselves being YSL in 2012 a gang? regardless of the legal definition.
You can say, oh,
I'm going to object to vague, regardless of legal definition. I have no idea what the man's talking about, so I object to the question. That's before I debate it.
Overruled.
You may answer.
could you repeat it?
Yes. When you spoke yesterday of YSL starting out in 2012 as a neighborhood gang, did you consider yourselves, that is YSL, a gang, regardless of the legal definition of gang?
I don't know why she's adding that part. And frankly, he testified yesterday already. So.
All right.
Let's move on.
What types of things did YSL do together back in 2012?
Barbecue, hung out together, played basketball.
Was everyone that you hung out with YSL?
No,
How did you distinguish your friends who were YSL from the friends who were not?
like I told you yesterday, Ms. Love, anyone and anybody in the world can say they was YSL.
Back in 2012, how did you distinguish? Because just now, did you testify that all of your friends were not YSL?
I didn't understand because I didn't really understand in 2012 it was illegal to be a gang.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that I'm not asking you about legal or legalities or legal definitions? I'm simply talking about your understanding. Do you understand that?
My understanding was just gang could be a group of people that hang around each other.
All right. And so how did you identify the friends of yours who were YSL as opposed to the friends who were not? How did you distinguish between those two groups of people?
I personally, that was something I never even worried about or ever thought about.
Then why did you just tell the jury that not all of your friends were YSL?
You asked the question, I answer your question. How long was it YSL?
How did you?
Some of them never even, could I finish? Some people that I hung around would never ever probably say YSL.
Okay.
They probably didn't know the group of people that I knew.
What group of people made up YSL that you knew back in 2012?
Well, I wasn't around when it was made up. Certain people were saying it and I started saying it.
What did you do to rep YSL in 2012?
I really, you lost me because you saying rep is like broadcasting it.
Represent.
Yeah, nothing.
How did you identify yourself as a member of YSL back in 2012?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm be honest with you, I don't know.
How did your friends who were YSL back in 2012, how did they identify themselves as YSL that you were able to see?
Folks in the chat, just because you see me going off the rails does not mean it's allowed for you to go off the rails. So please be respectful towards each other, please.
Some people just say YSL.
Okay. Is that the only way?
Well, to be honest, I seen people do the little handshakes and stuff that's just a handshake. That's just something that we go by saying, basically we love each other.
Did you use the word slapped?
Yes,
And what does that stand for?
I never knew what it stands for, Ms. Love.
As far back as 2012, you were using it.
I never knew what SLAC stand for.
How did you use it?
When I see my brother, I'm like, that's love, SLAC. Hug and keep going, however it go. I never used it like for the purpose of the harm and thing or anything like that. I just SLAC. When I see my brother that I love, I say SLAC and keep going.
Did you ever understand it to mean slime love all the time?
No.
Okay.
I didn't come up with the word, so I didn't know what to say that.
Okay.
I didn't know what it mean that. I'm sorry.
Did you refer to yourselves or did you use the word slime in 2012 as a member of YSL?
I don't recall.
Do you use the word slime now?
Yes.
And when you use the word slime now, do you recall how long you've been using it?
No, I don't recall how long I've been using it, but I see people right now that's not YSL. And I said, what's up, slime? It's just a slang word for the streets too.
Is there any reason that you would not have been using it in 2012?
No, I just don't recall if I used it in 2012. That's so long ago, Ms. Love. That's what? How long is it? 12 years or something, whatever. That's a long time ago. You remember a word if you use it or not.
Okay.
It's a word.
All right. You said yesterday that Mondo claimed to have started YSL.
I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
And you're on
The echo is from the courthouse. It's the sound system that is screwing up again, because in this courtroom that must have cost an excess of $1 million to put together, they are using 50-cent audio.
I don't know, there is an echo. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
It's on this, it's echoing on the computer too. Yeah, it's this. I don't know.
Would Your Honor mind if I just muted it?
Yeah, that might cure it. Yeah. Hey, move that. Turn that around. Wait.
Oh.
Just come around to where he is.
I mean, Woody tried to explain this when he was on the stand. YSL can't be a gang because there are people from Bloods and Crips in it. And if YSL was an actual gang, that wouldn't be allowed. But here we are, still. Just love arguing it.
You're fine.
Okay.
And when it comes to gangs, JVTs, Jingles, Viking Thugs.
Go ahead. Thank you. My apologies. You said yesterday that Mondo claimed to have started YSL. To your knowledge, did a person by the name of Walter Murphy, who also answers to DK, ever also claim to have founded YSL?
I never, all I knew Mondo because it was on the internet, but DK never ever said to me he started or founded YSL.
How familiar are you with DK?
I never really hung around like that, but I know of him. Like, me and him didn't have a personal relationship to where me and him hung together every day. I seen him every day.
Okay. Do you know DK to be YSL?
I heard him say it.
Do you consider him a member of YSL?
I can't answer that question for DK.
I'm not asking about DK. I'm asking if you recognize him as a member of YSL.
No.
Have you ever recognized DK as a member of YSL?
I don't know if I can say what I wanted to say.
Say that again?
I said I don't know if the answer I want to give you because I said.
What, is it the truth?
Yeah, it's the truth. It's the
Okay.
truth.
So is it responsive to the question, have you ever considered DK to be a member of YSL? Is it?
No, you said something different last time. You said something like, did I ever notice or know something was DKYSL or something you said. You switched it up.
Okay. Can you answer whether you ever considered DK to be a
I
member
said
of
no to
YSL?
that answer already.
Okay. And what about Trontavious Stevens? Have you ever known him to be recognized as a founder of YSL?
I didn't know he was a founder, but I have heard him say YSL.
I have to disagree with you because she isn't doing her job. She does the prosecution. She does prosecute. But this is a completely flawed prosecution that should have been thrown out a long time ago. A long time ago. She's using gossip, double hearsay to prosecute this case. She's using witnesses by coercion. If this case was a strong case, it would already be over with. They would have picked the 5 strongest underlying or overt acts under the RICO charge and then added on a handful of more. That would have been enough. It would have been enough with 25 witnesses to prosecute this case. 25. Yet they were at 770 at one point, witnesses. The judges has forced them down to, I believe the latest number is 200, something like that. And they still have, after 10 months, they still have 100 witnesses to go. That is not how you prosecute. And maybe they did crimes. I don't care. I honestly don't care if any of these guys did crimes. It is the prosecution's responsibility to prove beyond a reasonable doubts. And when it comes to the RICO, for me, the RICO is bull. But you're welcome to have a different opinion. I very much promote the difference of opinions because I enjoy all the praise you give me, don't get me wrong, but I also enjoy somebody arguing against, as long as it is constructive criticism.
Is he one of the members of YSL that you recognized as YSL in 2012?
I think so.
Was that before a record label named YSL formed?
Well, by my knowledge, when I first heard of YSL, that's what it's supposed to be, but it wasn't what you want to say legal yet, copyrighted yet.
What are you saying?
That was the whole attention. My understanding for YSL when he started saying YSL.
Who is he?
Stevenson. There was a couple of guys that rap. I don't remember all their names.
So when you testified yesterday that YSL started out as a neighborhood gang, and then later Jeffrey Williams formed a label called YSL, is that any different than what you're saying today?
No, I know Jeffrey Williams started a company called YSL.
Okay.
I know that much.
All right. And is that what you are referring to that you were a part of in 2012?
In 2012, yes.
You were a part of Jeffrey Williams' company in 2012.
No, he wasn't. Ms. Lord, come on now. I just said he wasn't. He was saying that our belief is when Jeffrey Williams started rapping, he was going to be famous. That was our expect. And then he started saying, I'm going to do a label called YSL.
When you refer to our, who are you talking about?
I'm saying when he talked to me about it, me and his conversation, put it like that, I'm sorry, about me and Jeffrey Williams' conversation, he was telling me he was going to do the label called YSL.
And was Jeffrey Williams the head or the founder of the group you referred to yesterday that started in 2012 as a neighborhood gang?
No, not that I know. Not my understanding. Not from my understanding.
Did Jeffrey Williams, to your understanding, have anything to do with that group that started as a neighborhood gang in 2012?
He used to be around, but I can't say like, to be honest with you, I can't say that he probably was repping a gang. I can't say that because he had been rapping for a minute. So I can't answer that question.
Do you know or can you answer whether Jeffrey Williams, have you ever seen him rep that group you talked about, the two guns stood for yesterday, Sex, Money, Murder?
I don't think I was really like around. I probably seen it on a picture. I seen it on a picture, but I don't know if he was part of that because if he was, I wasn't there when he became it. So I seen a picture probably, I think.
Okay. Now, when you started out the answer just now, you said, I don't think I was around. What was the rest of that?
I'm saying I wasn't actually like, I knew him, but me and him like see each other in the park and stuff like that.
Yesterday, did you tell me that you had known, did you tell the jury that you had known him since 2009?
That don't got nothing to do with me being around. Just because I know you, that don't mean I have to be around you every day to know you. That's what I'm saying.
How often were you around Jeffrey Williams between 2009 and 2012?
Whenever I went to Cleveland Avenue, he was in the park.
And how often would you say that was?
I can't say because sometimes he wouldn't even be in the park. So I can't say that.
Okay. And DK, how often were you around DK during that same time frame?
I probably seen DK every now and then, but I was never really around DK.
And whatever it was that you wanted to say about DK earlier.
The longest I've been around DK is when we was incarcerated in the same cell.
Okay. To your knowledge, is DK signed as an artist under YSL?
Not that I know, but I know DK used to rap.
And to your
Thank you, Sunshine, for your $2 super chat. It says, take a shot. We are $6 to the next spin on the Wheel of Regrets. Thank you.
your knowledge, is Tick signed as an artist under YSL?
Not to my knowledge, but he used to rap too.
Do you know Defendant Williams to ever have recognized someone other than himself as a founder of YSL?
No.
Okay. I want to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit. Ten uniform broad.
Once we are done with this day, I will redirect you all over to Cat Not Williams' stream. Just so you know.
Oh.
But that is a couple of hours away.
Could we blow it up? And could we zoom in on the picture of the face? Do you recognize the person shown in 10 uniform Bravo?
Yes.
Okay. Could you scroll up to the caption and make it larger? Make it a little larger.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
Are you able to read the text at the very bottom of that exhibit?
It say YSL, Slime Life, Haiti Baby, original Slime Slug.
Okay.
Him and I don't see nothing else.
Okay. Have you ever seen that post?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, since you showed it to me.
Now,
That brings us
You see
to
it before now?
$4
Just now.
to the next spin on the wheel.
But anyone could have posted that. That don't mean like you, like somebody could post something on my account. That don't mean Miss Love can post. That don't mean I
Thank you,
posted.
Whispers.
whose account do you believe that that's posted on?
I seen it say Thug or something like that. But what I'm saying is, I have a daughter that posts on my account every day. What I'm saying is, that don't mean Mr. Jeffrey Williams is the one that made that post.
Do you know anything about his Instagram account or who makes posts on it
I don't see
personally?
like since I've been around, I don't see a lot of like his secretaries post stuff on his page and different people share passwords and be on share pages. From my knowledge, that's what I know.
Have you ever seen him take something down that he didn't want posted on his account?
No,
So if someone posted something, he always just keeps it up.
I don't know.
Same.
I went through this. I'm not going through it again. Knock it off. Knock it off right now.
Now, do you still claim to be a part of the YSL that you said you joined in 2012?
Doug Weinstein does not have a problem with Sylvia. He did an inquiry of if a juror had seen Miss Sylvia's streams. That was his inquiry, not that he had problems with Sylvia. Now, if you don't knock it off immediately, anyone bringing this up again will be at the low bar. You're out for an hour. If you reach a high bar, I have no issues banning you from this channel. Absolutely zero issues. So knock it the fuck off immediately.
I don't claim nothing right now but me.
When did you stop claiming YSL?
I don't recall what year it was and stuff.
Do you recall what you were doing or what was happening around that time?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall what made you stop?
Some things you just outgrow me, love.
What was it that you outgrew?
I outgrow ripping anything.
Now, when you say you outgrow repping anything, what exactly are you talking about?
I'm saying anything. Neighborhoods, Zone 3. I used to say all that. Zone 3. I don't rep a lot of things, but I outgrow just doing whatever you do.
What made you outgrow YSL?
No personal reason.
You mentioned hand signs or shapes with YSL that you became a member of in 2012. Were you wiping your nose? Were YSL members wiping their nose?
I wipe my nose. I can't speak for anyone else.
Were you wiping your nose in 2012 as part of YSL?
I don't recall. That's so long ago, Milord. Let's try to get on 2012. So long ago, I don't remember nothing from 2012. That's a long time
When
ago.
did your memory of anything from 2012 go away?
That ain't, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you remember things from 2012 yesterday?
No, you showed me, and I told you that 2012 that I was what you call. I don't remember nothing from 2012.
And did you talk with anyone about your testimony from yesterday?
No,
Did you ever rep Summerhill?
I used to be in Summerhill. My father from Summerhill.
Okay. Did you ever rep it?
Yes, when I was a child, when I was younger, I used to stay with my father in Summerhill.
Did you ever rep Nine Deuce?
Well, I never been 9 Deuce, so no, I never rep 9 Deuce.
Did you ever rep Crips?
No,
Did you ever rep America?
Fam America.
Yes.
No, I never hung with Fam America.
What were some of the, would you show the jury how it is that you wipe your nose when you said that's the symbol that you use?
I prefer not to wipe my nose. Though. My nose not itching right now.
Do you only wipe your nose when it's itching?
When they run into,
Is the only time that you wipe your nose when it's
no,
running
Ms.
or
Law.
itching?
No,
Would you please then tell the jury when the other times are that you wipe your nose?
I just wiped it now.
Okay. And is that something that you were doing back in 2012 as a member of
I
YSL?
don't recall about 2012.
When did you start talking with Jeffrey Williams about YSL?
Mm-mm. I can't really remember, Ms. Love. It's been so long ago, Ms. Love. We were all young. It's been so long ago. I can't remember when specifically, when we had these conversations.
What were the conversations?
He was just, when he started rapping, he was just saying, like, when I get famous, he used to say Lil Wayne was his idol. When he gets famous, he was going to start, if it go the way it's supposed to go, he was going to start his label called YSL.
Did he tell you why he was going to name it YSL?
No, he never told me that. But I actually knew what YSL supposed to stand for, Young Stoner Life, at the time.
Did you ever call it Young Stoner Life back in 2012 when it was a neighborhood game?
Yes.
Did you ever call it Young Slime Life?
Yeah, I said that too.
And when you were talking with defendant Jeffrey Williams about YSL, did he as well refer to it as Young Slime Life?
He never said that to me.
Have you ever heard him refer to it as Young Slime Life?
No.
Have you ever heard defendant Jeffrey Williams call someone else slime?
He don't call me slime before.
He has?
Yeah.
Okay. And who is it that he is, how does he use that term to your knowledge?
I just told you, when they see me, they be like, what's up, slime? We normally don't do a handshake. He never hug me and bump heads with me.
And when you spoke about working as
I need to visit the big boys room. I will still be listening in. No worries, but I have to mute myself. And yeah, for obvious reasons. But I will be playing this on. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
head of security for the record label that is owned by defendant Williams, how familiar were you with the record label itself?
How familiar was I with it?
Yes.
Well, you knew I knew the manager and stuff like that.
Who was the manager?
He ain't on the trial, but I'd rather not say his name.
Who was the manager, please?
I know about Geoff. Geoff.
Geoff?
Yes.
Do you know his full government
I don't know
given
his,
name?
I don't know his government name. I don't try to learn people government name. People that I know in this courtroom, I just learned their government name by you putting it on the document.
Did Geoff sign your checks?
We answered this question yesterday. I told you they sent it straight to my account.
Did you ever see a physical check?
No.
Did you listen to defendant Williams' music that he made under that record label he talked to you about years ago?
I listened to his music way before he became up under that label too.
How often do you listen to his music?
I listen to his music every day now.
Are you familiar with all of his songs?
A lot of them.
Do you hear references to Young Slime Life in those songs?
Yeah, in the song.
Okay. And how does he reference Young Slime Life in the songs that you've heard?
What you mean?
Just that.
Huh?
Exactly.
Could you
what I said.
repeat? Can you repeat it?
How does defendant Williams reference Young Slime Life? How does he use it in his songs?
You gotta ask Mr. Williams that because I don't know how he represented in the song. I just hear him say slime in the song. He right there. You can ask him.
Now, when I'm speaking to you and I'm asking you about listening to his music, and you said that you did and you listened to it a lot, how have you heard it used in his songs?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
Is it that you don't know or you don't want to say?
What you mean? I didn't say slime in the song. I just told you that. What other way you want me to say it? I'm telling you, I heard him say it in the song, but I don't have a song referring in my mind that I could just say. I have to listen to it. I'm not good with, like, if the song not on, I might not even know the words to the song.
Do you remember any of his songs that you know the words to?
No, not right off the top.
All right. Everybody has seen that Casper is back, my moderator, and now it's his judgment on what is going on in the chat, for better or worse, because for the past half hour, people in here couldn't behave themselves. So now, here's Casper with Casper's judgment. That's what's going on. Be nice to each other, be respectful. That's it. It's not that hard. Okay?
Okay. Have you ever heard Jeffrey Williams claim to have started Young Slime Life?
Oh, yeah, I already answered that question. I said I never heard him. He never said it to me. I don't know what he said to someone else. I said it to me.
All right. Are you familiar with a group called Raised on Cleveland or Rock Crew?
I heard about it, but I'm not familiar with Raised on Cleveland. I heard about the Rock Crew. I heard Jay-Z claim the Rock Crew.
Have you ever heard a Cleveland Avenue group refer to itself as Raised on Cleveland or Raised on Cleveland?
Raised on Cleveland.
Have you ever heard Raised on Cleveland referred to itself as Raised on Cleveland, replacing the C with a B?
Maybe.
Do you remember where you might have heard it?
Just in the streets, people say it, like on Cleveland Avenue. I don't hear about it. I'm not from Cleveland, so I can't tell you, but I have heard people say it.
Yesterday, you talked about meeting a number of people on Cleveland Avenue. So how frequently did you find yourself on Cleveland Avenue back in 2012?
I just told you I can't remember that from 2012. How often I used to be over there, I can't tell you that.
Do you remember anything from 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go on Cleveland Avenue in 2015?
I once I stayed on Cleveland Avenue in 2015.
Oh, is it Miller time? Oh, it might just be Miller time. I'll be right back.
Well, off of Cleveland Avenue. It wasn't on Cleveland Avenue.
And when you heard people refer to Raised on Cleveland, have you also seen it abbreviated as ROB?
No, I used to see ROC.
Okay. Have you heard Jeffrey Williams reference Sex Money Murder in any of his songs that he's made under his record label?
Yes, I think I heard it in a song. I'm not for sure.
Have you heard any songs with lyrics ROB, SMM, now we YSL?
I don't recall that song.
Have you heard any song where Defendant Williams says slime thugger with it, slime DK with it, slime wicked with it, slack?
I'm definitely heard of that song.
What's the name of that song?
I don't know the name of the song, but I know the song.
So do you recall that first line that I asked you about being a part of that same song?
You said me being a part of that song?
No.
Oh, okay.
The line ROB, SMM, now we YSL.
I never caught that part.
You never caught that part?
No, but I caught the part where you say what you said, slime, DK. I know that part.
Did we see a caption that you made under a post yesterday?
Damn, is it? Which way? I think this is the correct way. Yeah. With Miller time, it is hair out time as well. Hold on. Ta-da! It was Miller time. And thank you to Blue Skies for your $5 super chat. Do you think Juror is beyond Miss Love? I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. So yeah, if you don't know, I was in the United States on a road trip from Houston to Michigan. So I drove all the way through the United States, visited, well, of course, Houston, New Orleans, Montgomery, Atlanta, Chattanooga, Knoxville, Indianapolis, and then, of course, Detroit. Yeehaw! And thank you so much for your super chat, Blue Skies. That brings us, hey, $1 over. So, folks, it is time for the Wheel of Regrets. Let's spin the Wheel of Regrets. Of course. I have to go get it. Hold on a second while I go get it. this habanero sauce. So, shaky, shaky, shaky. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And a teaspoon, because I am not a moron. Well, that's up for debate. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, nom. Whew. Oh. Whew. It's entertainment. Oh. Oh. Whew. Oh. Darn it. Oh. Ah. Oh. And that, with that, I'm hiding that choice. Which means higher possibility for a shot with the next $50. And it's $49 to the next spin, unless you put in a $50 super chat or via PayPal. Then you can also get to choose which shot glass I will take it from. Okay. All right. Let's get back to the trial.
That said YSL won't fold.
Yes,
Is that also a line from one of the defendant Williams songs?
I don't remember, but if on my basis, it might be, I don't know.
Have you heard defendant Williams referencing pick his ass off the balcony?
All music is entertaining, so he probably did say it in the song, but it's only entertainment. That don't mean what he rapping about in the song got to be something he doing.
Okay.
Anyone doing.
Did you understand me to be asking about what he was doing or what
I'm
the
just
song
saying,
was?
that's what the song say, but that's your basic you trying to get at. I ain't retarded. I know your basic you trying to get at. No?
Now, why do you suppose that you know my
Did sound change, or is it me swapping earphones that changed?
basis? Why are you answering questions in that way?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you recall hearing defendant Williams referencing YSL wipe a nigga nose in one of his songs?
Yes, it's a song.
What did you understand that line in the song to mean?
I don't know. But my understanding, I just thought it was entertaining words, rhymes to go together.
Okay.
That's my understanding of it.
Now, have you ever appeared in any videos that were posted online with defendant Williams talking about testifying in court?
Oh,
You say a video?
Yes.
I never seen me in a video with me and Jeffrey Williams talking about testifying in court.
Before yesterday, did an investigator, Lancico, meet with you, your attorney, and me outside of Fulton County several weeks ago?
Right.
And were you asked about a video that referenced testifying in court.
And I told you about that video.
What did you say?
That's Jeffrey Williams in the video. That's what I told you. You don't see me in a video.
Did I show you that video?
I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I'm not for sure.
Did I have
don't
a
recall.
computer with me?
You didn't have your laptop with you, Ms. Love. Yeah, laptop and your phone with you.
Is it your testimony today that I opened up that laptop and pulled up the
I
video?
never said you opened it up. And of course, I seen the video all over the internet.
So
I
you,
didn't say you opened it up, but you brought it to my attention at the meeting that Jeffrey Williams and me in the video. And I told you, you don't see me in a video.
let me ask you this. Did the question come to you, are you familiar with the video, or do you recall Jeffrey Williams' name being mentioned?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Was it not you who said that wasn't me?
I still say it's not me. If you
And
can't,
did
I said it wasn't me because I don't see me in the video. So I don't know if I was there for the video or I wasn't. So I'm telling you it wasn't me.
When you said it was all over the internet, where did you see it?
I seen it on Instagram. It was on a lot of places when people showed the video.
When did you see it?
I can't recall when I seen it.
Did you see it since this trial started?
I think so, if I'm not mistaken.
Have you been watching or listening to other people's testimony?
No. I knew I couldn't watch the trial. My attorney advised me that you can't watch the trial, so that's why I never got it on.
All right, I'm going to show you what has already been admitted, Your Honor, but the number is not on the exhibit. So we would, for the purposes of this examination, label it 447 Yankee. We will not be tendering two separate copies.
All right.
Don't worry.
You know what the original exhibit number is?
That was what we were trying to get our hands on. That was what was not on the list of exhibits. I'm going to show it to counsel for the defense before I walk up to the witness, if anyone would like to see it. Showing you states 447 Yankee. Are you able to see that?
Yes,
Is this the video that you were referring to?
yes. I can hear what it's saying. Okay.
But you said you've seen it?
Yes, I've seen this video a long time ago too. Do you see me in the video? I don't see me in the video. I only see Jeffrey Williams in the video.
Your Honor, just for the purposes of this examination, not to tender it twice, we are tendering 447 Yankee, and we will not.
So,
Just so that I can have it.
okay, so it's in as an exhibit that's already been admitted once.
Yeah, but why even tender it if he isn't in the video?
Under some
Weird.
unknown number. Okay.
My apologies, Your Honor. We'll rectify that and certify it.
All right.
And so I'm now going to play the sound of 447 Yankee and the video.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and the truth. Don't get y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches?
From me and YSF.
Do you hear your voice on that video?
It sound like it.
And are you the one saying snitching bitches?
I say sound like. I can't say for sure that's me that's saying that, but it sound like me.
Is the voice that says snitching bitches the one that sounds like?
Yeah.
Do you recall being in that room where
I don't.
Williams is?
I don't recall. That's why I said it. It sound like me, but I don't recall if I was there that day or not.
Do you recall ever being present in a room back in January 2015 when defendant Williams made statements like that?
No, I don't recall.
You said you've heard that a long time ago. When's the first time you saw that video, to the best of your recollection?
I can't recall because I can't recall the first time I seen the video.
Was it prior to 2024?
No,
The first time you saw that video was in 2024?
I said no.
So was it before 2024 that you first saw the video?
Yeah, before 2024, I don't seen that video before.
Did you see it before 2020?
Maybe.
Did you see it before 2015?
It probably around that time, 15, 16, somewhere like that.
What did you understand the message to be in that video?
To me, I thought it was just a saying, like, because a lot of people say it all the time.
A lot of people say what?
A lot of your mom, a lot of your kids. He ain't the first person I heard say that.
Is he the first person you've heard say, y'all need to be killed?
That's what the video say.
Is he the first person you heard say that?
No, I've been in the street for a long time. Ms. Lord. I don't hear a lot of people saying people need to be killed, but I don't know the reason they saying.
Did you hear him say, that's from me and YSL?
I heard in the video, yes. Of course, everybody in the courtroom just heard.
At the time that this video was made, or even at the time you first heard it, did you consider yourself YSL?
Yes.
Did you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth need to be killed?
No, that's not my belief. I believe everyone do what's best for them. So I can't determine what no one else feels. I can tell you how I feel.
Do you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth are snitching bitches?
I'm telling you the God's honest truth.
That's
If
not
I'm
what I
snitching-
asked. I'm asking you if you believe that people who get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth are snitching bitches.
No, because a snitch to me, my understanding is a snitch is a person who lied on another person. So I can't say that.
You grew up with how many of your siblings?
I grew up with all my brothers.
Did any of them ever go and tell on you about stuff you did?
They used to tell my mom all the time, but I never got mad.
When they told your mama, did they always tell the truth?
No.
Now, when they told your mama stories about you, did your mama come to you and say anything about it?
Yes.
How did you respond?
He lied, Mom.
What about when they told your mama stuff that you actually did? How would you respond?
Take it on the chin.
Okay. Did you ever complain about somebody telling about stuff you actually did?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk about it?
I talked about it to my mother. Not no.
How would you describe somebody telling on you about something you actually did?
I don't feel no way, man. No, that's they did what I guess they feel like they did what was best for them. So
No, I'm not asking how you felt about it. I'm asking how would you describe it? How do you speak about it? What do you say when you're talking about someone telling on you about something they actually did?
I don't speak about it.
Would you ever consider it they told on me? Is that how you would?
I don't really know how would I put it. There's a lot of ways to put it, but I don't.
Now, telling on you, would you consider someone telling on you talking about something that you actually did?
Maybe.
Why maybe?
Maybe. If somebody tells something on you, maybe that's what they want to do.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with a person telling on me.
Is that a phrase that you've ever used? Like, my brother told on me.
But what we getting at? That's pointless.
Mr. Sledge, will you please answer that question for the juror?
No, then. No.
You've never said that.
You said I said it to my mother. No.
No, not to your mother. Have you ever used a phrase like, my brother told on me?
Maybe.
And in using that phrase, are you just referencing something your brother done told somebody else that you did?
He probably wouldn't tell nobody else what I did. He probably told my mother, like, if me and him, if I slapped him across the head or something, he probably told my mama, like, I'm picking on him or something.
Okay. But you would consider that him telling on you.
That ain't,
Is that right?
yeah, because it probably wasn't true if I slapped him on the head.
And if you didn't
How's he
slap him on the
seen
head,
it? He was there. I don't want to hit him on the head, so he know.
and if you didn't slap him on the head and he told your mom you slapped him on the head, rightly so, you'd say, he lying on me.
No, I probably.
What was your answer?
Probably.
She's digging for something. Seriously?
Now, we talked a lot about State's Exhibit 444 Yankee yesterday, those factual acknowledgments. You recall that?
No, you got to refresh my memory.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach Ms. Jimenez? Showing you what was shown to you yesterday at State's Exhibit
You showed me this
447.
yesterday.
All right. Now, at the time that you made the statements that are referenced in that document on December 28, 2022, did you know that you were going to have to come into court and testify about those statements?
No, I actually didn't think I was going to have to come in the courtroom and testify.
Why did you think that?
Because it said, if needed. So I didn't know if you was going to need me or not.
Do you recall who all was in the room with you at the time that you made those statements on December 28th, 2022?
When I initially,
No, when you said that they were true.
I
Haven't
never
you
said
already
they were
gone
true,
through this?
Ms. Love. I initially, but this ain't nothing that I brought to your attention. You brought this to my attention. I never been in the room with anyone and said this stuff with you,
All right, we'll come back to that.
right?
At the time,
Miss Love, whenever she says we're going to go back to that, she won't. That is just a rhetorical term to fool. It's about fooling people. Oh, I have more about this. You just wait. I have more about this. But it means nothing.
do you remember addressing these statements in court ever?
Yeah, I remember, like I told you yesterday, I remember when I signed, I was gonna be able to get on the stand, and if you call me and explain my truth of this, but this is nothing that I directly told you. This agreement, I never stated any of this stuff in this document to you or anybody else.
All right. Do you remember initialing certain terms of your plea agreement called sentencing acknowledgments?
We went through this yesterday, Ms. Love.
Do you remember initialing terms?
No, I don't remember.
Looking at page 5 of 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. Without reading it out loud, does that refresh your memory?
What number you say?
Page 5 of 7.
And what you want me to read?
Looking at section 5, which goes on into page 6, does looking at that refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and initialed sentencing acknowledgments?
I probably didn't understand it.
Okay. Does looking at that document refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and acknowledged sentencing acknowledgments?
Louis Thomas, Nick says, Nick, do you think that this trial is a career ender for Love? No. Because she acted like this before Fannie Willis became the district attorney. According to people I've talked to, people begged Fannie Willis to not hire Miss Love. Begged her to not, because they knew she did a lot of bad stuff to get convictions. And she still hired her. And as long as she brings convictions that makes the DA look good, she will continue to be an assistant district attorney.
December 28th, 2022.
Sadly.
You said, could you repeat what you said?
Does looking at 444 Yankee, the document in front of you, refresh your memory as to whether or not you read and acknowledged the sentencing acknowledgments contained on page 5 and 6?
I don't even remember reading it, but I see my initial, but I never read it to understand.
So then the document does not refresh your recollection?
I see my initial right there, and I just read it.
So do you now remember reading and acknowledging?
Yes.
Okay. Would you look at number 4 on page 6 of 7?
You said number 4?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I see that.
Is there any part of the sentence contained in number 4 that today, right here and now, you do not understand?
No, I didn't understand.
No, I'm asking you right here and now, is there any part that you do not understand?
I don't understand. Could I talk to my lawyer? Listen, Judge, could I? Thank you.
Yeah, and going back to talking to his lawyer. And they're taking a break. And we're back right around there.
Not any of the jurors' faces were displayed publicly at the time that. Two things. One, when we have the next opportunity, would the court be opposed to asking IT if they could come? And every time I moved this thing, they had another one that stopped doing that.
Well, IT was just here because apparently yes, I'll ask them. Yep.
My apologies. I guess I should have dealt with it. I didn't want to stop him from doing what he was doing.
No, that needed to be done too.
And the second thing was I checked with members of my team about whether or not any of the jurors' faces were displayed publicly at the time that I went to mute the mic. And from 2 sources, I have been assured that the camera did not leave Mr. Sledge and did not publish to anyone the jurors'
All
faces.
right, that's good. Thank you.
So would the court be opposed to reassuring the jury? I know that I wasn't looking at them, so I didn't.
I'm not going to do that out here. The deputy will let them know that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that hopefully the IT fix from last.
The front row of the jurors was displayed. I believe it was day 3. And nobody told them. Nobody told them.
Last night, which messed up the juror chairs, was to move the camera that Zoom uses for the witness. And so hopefully we can use that camera from now on without it showing anybody other than the witness. And then we won't have to use this laptop, but yeah, we'll.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we know whether Mr. Sledge has had sufficient time to consult with his attorney?
Unless he's talking to him about something else. Mr. Wright came in and said that he had.
They are ready.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Well, I don't know.
Gwendolyn asked, how many people aren't getting a day in court because this trial is taking so long? When it comes to most of the court docket are misdemeanors and easily solvable cases. So roughly between 4 and 8 cases could be handled per day in this courtroom on average. That means after 100 days, that is 400 to 800 cases that could have been tried, that haven't. If this goes on to 200 days, it's between 800 and 1600. If it goes on for, and so on and so on. These are people who, there are defendants who will not get a chance to defend themselves, who probably have been in jail for months and months and months. So there are currently, I believe, over 100 people in Fulton County Jail who have been there for 6 months or more. Yeah. And then the victims of crimes who are waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. But this is what District Attorney Fannie Willis wants to spend the taxpayers' money on. This crap show.
If we are, but if you do want to let them know, it is what Ms. Love relayed. Thank you. And then, yeah, they are ready. We are ready. I don't know if you heard or not.
No.
Urgently dealing with a fix, but thus far, every fix they've tried has not been a fix. I will send yet another email.
Yeah.
Judge, I will do as court instructs. What would you have me do?
I guess yell. I mean, we have supposedly a backup, but I think the only one who knows how to run the backup that didn't work a few days ago is my staff attorney, who, while not an IT person, is the best we have, but she's not here with us today. So I don't know what to say. Just speak loudly.
All right. If there is anyone to the right of me who cannot hear me, Your Honor, if they would just let the court know I was speaking no matter without first being anyone's business. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak to your attorney?
Yes,
Having spoken with your attorney, are you able now to tell the jury whether you recall looking at number 4 on page 6 of 7 on December 28th of 2022?
yes,
Did you understand number 4?
yes,
Do you understand number 4 today?
yes.
What is your understanding of number 4 of the sentencing acknowledgements?
I guess it says you fail to refuse and promise to make by this attorney. If you refuse to.
Mr. Sledge, do me a favor. I don't want you to read it,
Oh.
and I need you to use as
All right.
loud a voice as you can.
It's gonna be hard.
But
If I,
tell the jury without reading it what your understanding of number 4 is.
my understanding of a number 4 is, if you refuse about count 30 in indictment. Got to figure something out.
Can you speak up even louder?
No,
Can you?
it's gonna be hard, man.
So
I'm talking loud as I can. I'm talking loud as I
Can
can.
I hear?
If you need to move, I understand.
Use that mic.
It's not working.
No, you were talking loudly a second.
I can hear the judge in his mic. When you was talking in that, I can hear you in his mic, but it not letting me.
So that everybody in the
You can
courtroom-
move if you need to. You can hear now? Okay, well,
This one I'm talking to.
pull it down so it moves. All right.
Yes.
Tell the jury your understanding of what the 4th portion of your sentencing acknowledgement requires.
If you fail to testify,
Testify about what?
acknowledgement
When you say acknowledgements, what do you mean?
about truthfully what I know about. That's what my understanding.
Did you have the same attorney you referenced yesterday in court?
Yes,
The one that you've had for 15 years? Did you have him with you when you were looking at the sentencing acknowledgements that are contained in 444 Yankee?
yes,
Did you have an opportunity to go over each of them with your attorney?
I did, but it was a short time. It was kind of fast.
During that short time, were you comfortable enough expressing to your attorney things that you didn't understand?
Yeah, I did tell him certain things I didn't understand, but
And did,
not every time. Not every time.
what things did you not understand that you did not talk about with your attorney?
When I signed that agreement, I just thought when I get up there, I would be able to explain my truth.
And going back to all that is in the document, do you recall raising your hand and swearing under oath to tell the truth on December 28th, 2022?
Yes, I'm telling my truth. Yes,
Is your truth different than any other truth?
I guess.
And what do you mean by that?
I thought I would be able to explain an explanation of the reason of me signing the plea agreement.
Okay, let me ask you this. On December 28th, 2022, did you go into a courtroom in front of the judge?
Yes,
And did you swear an oath to tell the truth of every question that was asked of you?
yes.
At the time that you swore that oath, who all was in the courtroom with you?
I want to say you and my attorney
Who else?
and Mr. Glanville.
All right.
I don't know the other people, the court reporter and stuff like that. I don't know that.
Other than me, people that you recognize as being a part of my team, the judge, the court reporter, and deputies. Was there anybody else in that courtroom with you when you raised your right hand and swore to tell the truth?
No,
After raising your hand and swearing to tell the truth, were you asked about the factual acknowledgements contained in State's 444 Yankee?
yes,
As it relates to the factual acknowledgements, did you swear under oath that each of those factual acknowledgements is true?
not to the ones I was trying to have you to charge.
So, Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury your truth today regarding, let's start with the numbers. And in fact, Your Honor, the state tenders pages.
I don't know why she wants him to tell his truth. She screwed up so royally. All she had to do was go through the plea agreement, more or less, with some foundations in it. And then, yeah, I don't think she's doing any
3 through
her case any favors here.
7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee.
I object to coming into evidence.
Why is Love screaming all of a sudden? Well, the microphones in the courtroom apparently stopped working, but I can hear Mr. Sledge. Oh, okay. So it's probably more of an issue in court than for us who is listening in.
Your Honor, it's being used just as a demonstrative, not as a
Go ahead.
I'm not using it as a demonstrative. I am tendering it as substantive evidence, as a prior inconsistent statement, given the witness's testimony, and given that he seems to lack an independent recollection of certain portions of it, as a past recollection recorded, and as impeachment by contradiction.
I did not hear anything that needs, does not recall, I have not heard that, and he acknowledged it, he's explained his answer.
So some of this is certainly a prior inconsistent statement. I mean, it may be that it needs to be more narrowed down than that.
Mr. Sledge, I'm going to show you pages 3 through 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. And Your Honor, I've separated out the first two, and I'm
All
going
right.
to pass it back to this one. Mr. Sledge, would you please take a look at pages 3 through 7,
And without reading out loud all of those lines, read to yourself and tell the jury what numbers you are testifying today are not true. Name all of the numbers that you're saying on 444 Yankee, pages 3 through 7, that are not true today.
Yeah. Asking questions you don't know the answer to, not a good choice. And the reason why Miss Love isn't using the podium, I don't know. She likes showing her backside to us, I assume.
You said 1 through 7?
on pages 3 through 7, sitting before you now.
Okay.
You want to just use this piece of paper?
Yeah, but I
and jot
thought,
down the numbers. Just jot down the numbers of everyone that you're saying today are not true.
from my understanding, I thought we couldn't talk about 3 through 6.
Oh, no, I need for you just to write down on the piece of paper in front of you. Each number that today you are testifying is not true. That's all I need you to do.
We went through this yesterday.
So there's a part 4 that is numbers 1 through 16, and then a part 5 that's 1 through 6. So just do part 4 and then part 5.
What the judge said.
I don't see one on this one, it's not on 3 through 7. Is that what you said? Or do I need to flip on the rest of the pages?
Mr. Sledge, Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm asking you to do?
Yeah, you said write down the ones that I'm saying not true today.
Do you understand what the judge said?
You know what? Maybe just go through it one at a time. Have him look at part 4, number 1, and say, is that true or not?
All right, well, let's do it that way.
Okay.
You keep
Oh,
the document,
okay,
keep that
okay.
pen.
Okay.
All right, let's start with number 1. Today, is your testimony that it is true or false? And to be clear, today, your testimony today, is it true or false?
Folks, I'm still warm after that habanero sauce. Still warm.
Is it true or false? Number 1.
I agree with some of it, not all of it.
So is number 1 as a whole, like the whole part of number 1, is it inaccurate or accurate?
It's accurate.
Even the parts that you don't agree with, you're now saying are accurate?
I agree that it's all accurate
Why did you say that there were parts you didn't agree with?
because I was looking at the increase of notorious street credibility.
Mr. Sledge, has anyone encouraged you to do anything other than be honest today?
No,
So would you please tell the jury whether the factual acknowledgement labeled number 1 under section 4 is true or false?
true.
All right.
Why didn't you do this? Yeah. I keep saying it over and over again. Why did? Well, because she wants him to say some Matlock moment where she can turn around and go, "Aha! I knew it." That won't happen.
Number 2, is it true or false?
True.
Number 3, is it true or false?
True.
The whole thing.
I see the part where it say threat the harm. I didn't threat the harm him. I just made a statement.
So let's put it this way. If any part of either one of these,
But
to your testimony today, if any part is inaccurate, then we're going to call it false. Okay?
but from my understanding, I thought when I signed, I'll be able to explain.
It's the same habanero sauce. It just seems warmer today. Thank you. Hey, Jim Cox, member for 4 months. Hey.
But okay, you can say true.
Mr. Sledge,
Hang on, yes. Use your mic. I think they're back for the moment.
May I object to the form of that question, please? We're just going to call it. Let the witness testify, not the state.
Your Honor, I'm framing my question in a way or manner that the witness hopefully can clearly understand. He seems to,
Okay,
I'm trying to
can
frame,
we not argue?
Hang on.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
for the purposes of my questions to you right now, if you disagree with any part of any one of these statements,
Thank you.
we will call that,
raised
for
my
the purpose
video.
of this question, false. If you agree that the entire statement is true, we will call it true. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right. So understanding that, number 1, is it true or false?
True.
Number 2, is it true or false?
True.
Number 3, is it true or false?
True.
All of it.
Yes. True.
Number 4, true or false?
True.
Number 5, true or false?
True.
Number 6, true or false?
True.
Number 7, true or false?
False.
Number 8, true or false?
False.
Number 9, true or false?
False.
Number 10, true or false?
I would say true.
We went
Number 11, true or false?
yesterday.
True.
Number 12, true or false?
True.
Number 13, true or false?
True.
Now, looking at page 5, the sentencing acknowledgements. If you today understand the whole sentence, tell me, yes, I understand. Because my question is going to be, do you understand each of these sentencing acknowledgements? Okay?
Yes.
All right. If you today do not understand any part of any particular one, then tell me, no, I do not understand today.
Right.
All right. So number 1, do you understand today, number 1?
What went down to number 5 right here?
Yes,
So
sir.
number 1?
Yes, sir. Page 5 of 7.
Yes, part 5, number 1.
Yes.
And number 2,
Hello over at Rumble. Hey, Boba Pack. If saying something about Miller beer.
do you understand number 2? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 3, do you understand number 3? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 4 on page 6, do you understand number 4? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 5, do you understand number 5? Yes or no?
Yes.
Number 6, do you understand number 6? Yes or no?
Yes.
And the paragraph underneath number 6, do you understand that paragraph? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you need time to look at it some more?
No.
My next set of questions deal with your understanding on December 28, 2022. I'm going to ask you again about the statements underneath part 5, starting on page 5 of 7.
Okay?
Yes.
Right. All right. So now we're talking about your understanding on December 28th, 2022 with the same set of rules. If you understood all of it, please answer yes. If on December 28th, 2022, you did not understand any part of it, please answer no, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
All right.
All right, can I get some clarification? Because
Yeah.
you're saying you're asking the same thing, but
And I
for two
understand.
different time periods.
Thank you.
Your questions, I'm asking Ms. Love that.
No.
For number 4, previously were, is it true or false?
So, Your Honor, we're not talking about number 4.
Oh, you're just asking that about number 5.
That is
Okay,
correct.
All right, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Sledge, as it relates to part 5, beginning on page 5 of 7, and your understanding on December 28th, 2022, if you understood all of it on December 28th, 2022, please answer yes. If there was any part of it you didn't understand, please answer no, okay?
Yes, I got you. I know what you're saying.
Number 1, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that.
Number 2, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Okay.
Because I didn't even know I said that.
Number 3, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either, Ms. Love.
All right. Number 4, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Number 5, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
You just asked me about these same questions.
No, sir. I'm talking about back on December 28th, 2022.
I didn't understand it.
You did not understand number 5 either?
No, ma'am.
And number 6, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't really understand that one either.
The paragraph underneath number 6, on page 6 of 7, did you understand it?
No,
For me, this only tells the jury that the prosecution is horrible at writing plea agreements.
because I never even read this. I didn't understand.
You did not understand that paragraph,
No.
okay? We're gonna backtrack just a little bit. Would you please turn to page 5? And now, going back to the true or false answers. If any part of the factual acknowledgments I'm about to ask you about are untrue, then please answer false as it relates to today. If they are true in their entirety, please answer true as your testimony today, okay?
We already gone
All right.
through these.
Number 14 on page 507 under the section labeled factual acknowledgement. Today is your testimony that it is true or false.
True, if I could say truth about that.
Say that again.
True,
Okay. Number 15, true or false.
true,
Number 16, true or false.
I say false, but I don't agree with everything they say in it, so
So
I say false.
Okay. Thank you. Starting with the first factual acknowledgement you said was false. Am I correct that it was number 7 on page 407?
Yes, I told you that one was false.
Everyone before that was true. Is that right?
No, I told yes, I told you number 7, number 8, and number 9, and number 10 were false.
You said number 10 was false.
Yeah. Oh no, I said it was true. My bad. I had to read it over. I'm sorry.
So as it relates to number 7, is it the portion before the first comma or after the first comma that contains what you now say is false?
I say the one false by told.
So is
Yeah,
there
'cause
testimony
nobody-
that you were never told?
I was never told.
Okay. Number 8, which part of number 8 is false?
I misunderstood that the whole thing false.
What did you misunderstand? What do you mean?
Because I didn't know it said, personally, I thought when my lawyer was explaining, he said responsible. I never knew it said personally, no, because I can't personally know it wasn't there.
What do you mean when you say you thought it was responsible?
Because I was charged with it, Ms. Love. That's why I was charged with murder. So I was thinking like,
Were you indicted for murder?
no, I never got indicted for it.
Okay.
I was
So
charged.
Yes.
That he'd be allowed to finish his
Yeah,
answers.
let him explain.
please continue.
Yes, I was charged by the DA office.
So how does that factor into your misunderstanding about the meeting?
Because I didn't know it's a defense personally know one or more YSL member that committed the murder. I don't personally know. I wasn't there and no one never spoke it to me. So I can't say I personally know.
Okay.
If I personally knew, I was there. I witnessed, I seen you do it.
Okay.
But other than that, I can't say I personally know that.
What about number 9? What part of number 9 is false? All of it or just some of it? As you testified today.
He gave YSL associate money to lay low. And that's what it say right there.
Is it your testimony today that the portion that reads he gave YSL Associates money to lay low is false?
Yes, that's false.
Mr. Sledge, do you have any recollection of asking?
Well, what I would say, the word, you used the word lay low. I would have used the word to get family members out of harm's way. That's what I would have used. If I'd have gave you this, that's what I would have said. I wouldn't have said he gave us money to lay low.
Is it your testimony that you did not send those words to the state through your lawyer? Is that your testimony today?
I try to get my lawyer to change this because my words was to get out of harm's way. I don't know how it still became lay low. My words and the notes that my lawyer took down, it was to get me and my family out of harm's way because on January the 10th, I was accused of the murder.
Okay.
By the streets, not by your district attorney office.
Understood. All right. Thank you for clarifying all of that. At what point, Mr. Sledge, going now to the sentencing acknowledgements, starting with number 1, where you say you understand it today, but did not understand it on December 28th, 2022. What happened to cause you to understand it?
What number 1 on the first page?
Page
lost
5
me.
of 7.
Yeah, so you lost me.
Under section 5. You want me to point it out? That one. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
All right. Do you recall telling the jury a few minutes ago, you understand it now, but didn't understand it on December 28, 2022?
I don't understand it now because I read it.
Is that the only thing that happened between today and December 28, 2022, which caused you to understand it, where you didn't understand it on December 28, 2022?
Yeah, I didn't understand on December 28, whatever day it was, because I actually didn't read it.
Okay. Did you hear it?
No, it was basically when.
This is so annoying. Let's see if we. Okay, they're going out. There's the break. Dun, dun, dun. And they are back. Okay. The witness here is Mr. Sledge, who does his best.
I'm using the phone.
Can y'all hear her? Maybe hold it a little closer.
There's your answer.
Hello?
She wants to know if we can hear.
No?
I can't hear y'all either. You can, all right, Mr. Harvey can hear you then.
Thank you,
You're
Judge.
good.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Ms. Love.
All right. Mr. Sledge, looking back at State's 444 Yankee, am I correct that you acknowledged number 10 on page 4 of 7 as true?
Yes.
So how was it that you knew that on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL Associates traveled to Miami, Florida with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug? Tell the jury how you know that, please.
Because I knew he had a show for the next day and they was leaving that night. I just didn't go.
How were you familiar that he had a show the next day?
By talking to him. He invited me to the show and a video shoot. I didn't go.
What made you not go?
Because I was going to stay in the city to protect my family because I was falsely accused of something I didn't commit.
Now, when you say falsely accused, on January the 10th, 2015, to your knowledge, had warrants been taken out for your arrest for Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, the street said it. So I wasn't going to leave my kids and my family here knowing that if I supposedly did something, they probably would have tried to harm my family. I'd do anything necessary to protect my family.
Understood.
What if it sent me to prison for the rest of my life?
How did you find out the streets were saying that you murdered Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I received fake DMs from fake pages. Well, I received DMs from fake pages.
And what did the DMs, tell the jury about some of the DMs from fake pages that you received?
It stated that me and Kenneth Copeland just killed Nut.
And what was it, just saying that? Just Sledge and Milton and Woody just killed Nut?
Yes.
Right. Who was the page allegedly from? You said
I don't
fake
know.
page.
It was a fake page, so it's a fake account. You wouldn't know who it is. I don't even remember the name on the account.
Did they call themselves Death to Snakes, Slimes, something to that effect?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you recall how many of those fake DMs you got?
I received them over years. Even once they dismissed it on me, I still receive them.
Were you and Kenneth Copeland the only persons that were accused in those fake DMs of murdering Donovan Thomas?
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm not offering.
How about as to his personal knowledge?
Thank you. To your knowledge, within the DMs that you received, within those DMs, were you and Kenneth Copeland the only people accused or alleged by some unknown people to have been responsible for that murder?
Yes, on January the 10th.
And when you say on January 10th, you mean that on that day only, you and he were accused?
Yes.
Did anyone within those DMs allege or assert anything regarding YSL as a group?
No, they never said YSL in the DM.
Okay. When you referenced for years you got them, at any point did YSL show up in the DMs that you got accusing you of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yeah, probably over the years.
Okay. Do you know how many of those you got?
I can't recall. It was so many of them.
Okay. What did you do when you got those DMs? Did you take any action in particular?
I didn't even respond because I knew it wasn't true.
Did you share it with anybody?
No.
And when you say you knew it wasn't true, is that only as to your participation in the murder?
Yes.
Okay.
So are you saying, Miss Love, that Woody? Yeah, what are you saying, Miss Love?
All right. Now, were you working as head of security with Defendant Williams' label on January 10th, 2015?
No, I don't even think he was doing shows, but I wasn't going. I don't think he was doing shows, and I think I never went to the shows because I had a responsibility every day to get my kids to school.
Okay. So when were you working as head of security and didn't have to get your kids to school?
When we went on tour and other transportation was provided, I was able to go on tour with him.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly the day the tour was.
I don't need specific dates. Can you tell the jury the
It was
year?
2015.
All right. Can you tell the jury whether it was summer, winter, spring, or fall in 2015?
I don't remember.
Was it after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
The tour was.
All right. Was that the first, second, third, or some other number tour that you went on with Jeffrey Williams?
I think that was the first tour.
Is that the tour you referred to yesterday?
Yes, the rodeo tour.
Yes. And was that the tour that involved Travis Scott?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what month that tour began?
No, I don't.
Did you work from the beginning of that tour until the end of that tour?
No, I think we got sent home for some stupidity.
All right. Did you work at the beginning of that tour?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where the first show was?
No.
All right. Do you remember generally the month that the first show was?
No.
Are you able to say, however, based on what you just said, that whatever it was after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with a person named Kelvin Treadwell who answers to the name O.G. Bentley?
Yes.
How do you know Kelvin Treadwell?
Around and on.
How long have you known him?
I can't recall how long I've been known.
Has it been as long as you've known Defendant Williams?
No.
Has it been longer?
Shorter.
All right. Did you know him in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know him in 2014?
I think so.
Do
I
you,
think so.
do you remember how you met?
Shooting the basketball in Cleveland Avenue Park.
All right. To your knowledge, at the time you met OG Bentley, was he YSL?
I don't know what Bentley was playing.
But at that time that you met him, were you still claiming YSL?
Yes.
All right. To your knowledge, did Bentley ever work for YSL as a road manager or in any other capacity? To your knowledge?
I think so.
When?
It was 2015.
Now, when you say it was 2015, why do you say it the way that you did? Was it certainly no other time than 2015?
I just said it was 2015 as well.
Was it only
What way I said
2015?
it? I didn't say it no way, but it was 2015.
Okay. Was it only 2015?
I don't know. I wasn't around Bentley every time that they went on shows and stuff.
Were you around Defendant Williams every time they went on shows as head of security?
No, only when I went.
When did you not go besides when Donovan Thomas got killed?
It's a couple of times, I've probably been on the tour, but there's a lot of shows that I didn't go to.
All right. How many shows did you go to? Do you remember?
I don't recall. There were so many I don't recall.
During the time that you were working as head of security and touring with Defendant Williams in 2015, to your knowledge, did OG Bentley work for YSL?
Could you repeat your question?
To your knowledge, did OG Bentley work with YSL during the time that you were touring and working as head of security with Defendant Williams in 2015?
I've seen working like carrying bags, helping with the clothes, pushing the luggage in and stuff like that.
Besides carrying bags, working with the clothes, pushing luggage in, did you ever see or do you know whether OG Bentley worked in any other capacity for Defendant Williams during 2015?
I don't recall.
Did you ever interact with OG Bentley while working as head of security with YSL?
Yeah, we talked. We did what we supposed to been doing. Yeah, we talked.
Did he ever do anything that you were aware of besides carrying bags, working with luggage, and pushing around clothes?
I don't really recall.
Did you ever use him as part of the security for YSL?
No.
Okay. So, are you familiar with Chamel drinks?
I don't actually know Chamel drinks.
Are you familiar with the name Chamel drinks?
Yeah, by y'all put it on the indictment.
Is the time or day you saw the indictment the first time you had ever in life heard of or knew about Chamel drinks?
I had seen him, but I didn't know his name was Chamel drinks.
What did you know him as?
They called him Nut, I guess.
When did you first learn of, and I will call him the other Nut. When did you first learn about that particular person, Chamel drinks, whom you knew as Nut?
I probably seen him at the park on the basketball court a couple of times with somebody I know.
What park?
Captain Home Park.
Did you ever see him at Cleveland Avenue Park?
No.
You said it emphatically. Why did you say it that emphatically and chuckle?
I just said no.
Okay. Would you ever have expected to see him at Cleveland Avenue Park?
I wouldn't expect no one that not all right with us to be in the same area we in.
By us, you
Well,
mean
not
YSL?
friends. Friends with me and Jeffrey Williams to be in the same, and other guys who be on Cleveland Avenue. They're not friends with us to be in the same area we be.
Why?
We're not friends. Everybody have their own mutual friends.
So would Cleveland Avenue Park be a place you described as a place where YSL hung out, but not other people who weren't friends with YSL?
True.
Okay. What all did you do at Cleveland Avenue Park with YSL?
I already answered that question ago.
I'm talking about after 2012.
The same thing. We played basketball. They had days at the park.
What kind of days at the park?
They had Cleveland Avenue Day. Everybody in the city of Atlanta have a day.
Okay. When you say everyone in the city of Atlanta, what do you mean?
Zone 1, West Side, East Side, whatever you want to say. Everybody have their own day.
What happened?
It's a reunion.
All right. What happened at the reunion at Cleveland Avenue Park on Cleveland Avenue Day?
You barbecue, you play music.
And who all attended?
A lot of people, I can't tell you.
Did anyone attend that wasn't associated with or affiliated with or considered a friend of YSL?
It's a day. Anybody come.
So even people that you considered opposition would show up at Cleveland Avenue Park?
You say opposition. You got to explain that to me.
All right. Thank you for that. Were there groups that you personally considered opposition to YSL?
What is the opposition to?
When you and I spoke earlier today about the meeting with Lieutenant Lance Cole, your lawyer, and me outside of Fulton County, did you tell me what you understood opposition to be?
And here she is again making herself a witness, because I can guarantee there is no recording of this.
Call it.
As you sit here today, have you ever used or posted about ops?
Yes.
What did you mean when you posted about ops?
I feel like ops is a person I don't hang with.
And what does ops stand for?
I don't know.
Well, why do you use it?
It's a slang word in the street that everybody uses.
Is it short for opposition?
Maybe,
For you personally?
I guess.
So understanding that, were there any particular groups that you considered ops as it related to YSL? People y'all were not friends with?
I guess, Ms. Love.
Bless you. Say that again.
I said, I guess.
And who are those people? What groups were they?
I can't name. I can't name who they didn't like YSL because I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know if you like. It looked like to me you don't like them. That's what I'm saying. So I can't answer that question for you.
I'm asking for you.
You asked another question.
Who is it that you consider to be ops of YSL starting in 2015?
I don't know.
Did you consider If Gang ops for YSL?
I guess
Why?
because they didn't like certain people that was around us. I guess.
Other than the April 28th, 2015 drive-by, do you know of other conflicts, physical conflicts with If Gang members, between If Gang and YSL members?
Wait, a fight?
Fights, shootings, stabbings,
I don't
anything?
know. I don't know nothing about no shootings. I know about a fight.
Any kind of conflict?
A fight.
What fight?
I guess when they jumped on Copeland.
When was that?
I don't know what day it was.
Do you remember what month it was?
No.
Was it before or after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Probably Alford.
Where did it occur?
Club Bruce.
Were you there?
I don't recall if I was there or not, but I heard about it. I don't recall if I was there or not.
What do you remember happening around that time?
What you mean? Gotta be more specific.
What is it that, to your knowledge, occurred? You said that was a conflict with ops and YSL.
I'm going to overrule that.
You may answer. What is it that you know about that conflict between ops and YSL as it related to Copeland?
I just know Copeland got jumped on.
By whom?
I think it's in under 801.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to ask another question?
All right, she's just going to ask another question. Go ahead.
Did you talk about Copeland getting jumped with other members of YSL?
No, I heard it in the street, Milo.
When you say in the streets, what do you mean?
Like people around Atlanta was talking about it.
What type of people? Like random people in a
Females,
restaurant?
regular people, females,
One question.
all type of people. Whoever seen it, females and stuff like that in the club.
And did you ever talk about it with Copeland?
I don't remember if Copeland ever mentioned to me, but I think he did.
And in the context of your conversation with Copeland, what information was shared between you?
He said they were trying to take his money. Oh,
Yes.
Assuming facts not in evidence, he has not affirmatively stated that he had a conversation with Mr. Copeland about it. So it's inappropriate to ask what the contents of that conversation was.
Well, he was about to say he said, so I think it was, but why don't you clarify that, Ms. Love?
What did Copeland tell you happened?
I think they were trying to take his money out of his pocket. I don't know. I wasn't there. I just
Understand
what
that
he
you weren't
said.
there.
He just said they tried to take his money.
And who did Copeland tell you tried to take his money?
He didn't specific say any name to me.
Did he indicate whether it was If Gang or another group?
He actually said, I think he said it was his guy. I'm not for sure.
Did he expect or want you to do anything as a result of that?
No, he never asked me to do anything.
Did he talk about who was with him
No.
when he got jumped?
He never mentioned anyone who was with him that night in the club.
Did he talk about anybody coming to his rescue?
Not that I know of.
Did he mention Bloody J?
No, because I'm not sure if he mentioned Brother J or not.
What did you start to say? I think after he was.
Because he left the club after he got jumped on, so I don't recall him mentioning Blood J.
Are you aware of what YSL members, if any, were with him at the time that happened?
I don't know who was with him, what was with him.
Did you ever speak with Yak about that night?
No,
Did you ever speak with Lil D Garlington about that night?
no.
Other than when Copeland and Garlington got jumped on, are you aware of any other conflict between YSL and If Gang?
Not to my knowledge.
And as you speak of to your knowledge, are you speaking of things that you personally saw? Are you confining your knowledge to things that you personally saw?
Yes.
Were any other conflicts discussed among YSL members with you?
No.
Are you familiar with or aware of whether, following Donovan Thomas's murder, defendant William's stepfather's house got shot up?
No, I didn't know that.
Are you aware of any YSL members' homes being targeted following Donovan Thomas's murder?
I think January 10th, if I'm not mistaken, Copeland mother-in-law house got shot up, but that's about it.
And how'd you learn about that?
Copeland.
Did anyone else within YSL make you aware that either their home or their family's homes were shot at or targeted following Donovan Thomas's murder?
No.
How often did you hang or associate with Quindarius Zachary?
Man, Quindarius hung a lot.
What do you describe as a lot?
Not every day, but on normal days, like every other day.
Every other day since what year would you say?
I don't remember the year, Miss. No.
Fair enough. Were you hanging together that often in 2015?
Yes.
All right. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary was dating in 2015?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not she was ever targeted by any member of If Gang during 2015?
No, I don't know if she was ever targeted by If Gang. I wouldn't say that.
Was she ever targeted by anybody?
I don't know.
Did you and Quindarius Zachary ever go out to retaliate against anyone who had shot at or targeted his girlfriend?
No, I've never been anywhere with Quindarius to shoot at nobody about no girl.
How many times have you been with Quindarius to shoot at anybody about anything?
The only incident we pleaded guilty to.
And if you would talk about pleas of guilty to you, because we can't talk about anybody else's plea.
Well, you asked me and I told you.
I'm
That's the
asking
only
simply how
incident.
many. Okay. Is it accurate to say that you cannot and are not able to say that the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas guilty are not guilty, didn't do that murder?
I can't say if they're guilty or not guilty.
Okay. Now, as reflected in number 14 of your factual acknowledgments, can you tell the jury how it is or why it is that the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of the multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate?
Well, from my understanding, I used to hang up there and play the slot machine.
Mhm.
And I sold a couple of baggies, if that's what you want to call it. Me. I don't know if anyone else sold any baggies. If they did, that was their business.
Did number 14 refer only to you, or did it refer to YSL associates
multiple.
plural?
They say multiple.
Multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs
Yes.
and do not allow other gangs to operate?
Yes, I see that.
And is that a thing that you told the jury earlier today
Well,
was true?
I'm saying there probably was multiple people selling drugs, but
Tell the jury how they kept other gangs from operating at 151 Cleveland Avenue.
I already answered that question. Why would anyone come anywhere and hang with people they're not friends with? I'm not going to hang with anyone that I'm not friends with.
My question is not that. My question is, how did YSL keep other gangs from selling drugs or operating at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Because I hung at the gas station, so who will come? I hung at the gas station. Well, me and a couple of people, deceased people, I don't want to speak their name. We hung at the gas stations, and people not friends of us not going to come up to the gas station.
Would you please tell the jury, and I will not belabor it, but would you please tell the jury who those other people were? And I'm sorry for that loss.
I don't want to speak their name.
Would you please tell the jury their last name?
I don't know their real name. I only know I can't think of their name right now. Give me a second.
Was it?
Because I don't want to speak their name in this courtroom because they're not here to defend themselves.
And they're not on trial.
Right, but
Okay.
I don't want to speak nobody's name who ain't here to defend themselves.
Do you understand nothing bad can happen to
I
him?
understand that, but I still don't want to speak their name in this case.
All right. Will you answer yes or no if I speak their names? Was one of the persons Christian McMillan?
I don't want to answer that question. Sir.
Your Honor, would the court please instruct the witness to answer?
You need to answer it, and you need to answer it truthfully.
Yes.
Was one of the persons Darius Ford?
Yes.
Thank you. How often did you hang at 151 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta with those two persons?
Not that much.
What did you use what kind of or type of baggies or drugs did you sell there?
I probably had a personal pack that I was smoking on. If someone came, I probably sold them something out of my pack, like what I was smoking on. I didn't really sell drugs up there, but I have.
Why did you use 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Because I was there. I have sold drugs right there, so that's why I used it.
Is that the only place in Atlanta that you sold drugs?
No, I sold drugs. I've been selling drugs probably all my life, but it don't have nothing to do with YSL. YSL wasn't even thought about when I started selling drugs.
Okay. Did you hide from YSL members that you sold drugs?
What type of question is that?
Did you hide it from YSL that you sold drugs?
I never told them I sold drugs.
That's not the question.
No, I didn't hide it from anybody but the police.
Okay. Is it fair to say it was known among members of YSL that you sold drugs?
What them knowing?
Sustained.
Are are you aware of whether members of YSL, are you personally aware of whether other YSL members knew that you sold drugs?
Maybe. Yes, yes.
Is the picture that I showed you yesterday of you and Mr. McMiller that was labeled and admitted as States 426Y, was this taken at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I had pulled up that because I seen him. Yes.
Okay. Who took the picture?
I don't know. I don't recall who took the picture.
All right. You spoke about guns earlier and always having guns. What kind of guns did you personally carry with you in 2015?
I don't remember a gun that I carried, Ms. Love.
I don't mean make and model. I mean just generally the types.
In the video, you see I had an assault rifle. So
How many?
You showed the jury that too.
How
And
many?
this whole courtroom.
How many assault rifles did you have?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I don't recall how many I had.
Where did you get your guns?
I paid for them
Where did you get them?
off the streets.
Did you get any from Quindarius Zachary?
Did I get any guns from Quindarius?
Did
No.
Quindarius Zachary ever buy guns for you?
No.
Do you know if Quindarius Zachary bought guns for any other member of YSL?
I know he was accused and arrested for it, so
I'm not asking that. I'm just asking if
no,
you have.
I don't know.
On the night that the house was shot up in the Martin Luther King area off of Adele Avenue, what?
I'm so sorry to hear that, M. Shannon. I hope you recover quickly, as quickly as possible. Sebastian, hi. How many hours has she spent doing this? This is the second day of a 3-hour. Because remember, when they expected Sledge up there, they said they expected him to be 3 hours on the stand. He went all this day as well, and a bit into Friday. Jesus Christ.
What kind of guns did you, Garlington, and Zachary have?
I didn't have a gun.
How many guns were in the car?
I don't recall.
Since you said you always carry guns, why didn't you have a gun?
Because I didn't have a gun that night.
Okay. What was special about that night such that you didn't need a gun?
I believe I left it at home by mistake, just moving too fast that day.
Why were you moving so fast?
We all move too fast sometimes and leave stuff behind.
Were you moving to protect Garlington? Knowing?
Sustained.
Did you have any intention of looking out for Garlington when you left the house?
We was together, but nobody knew anything was going to transpire that night.
Okay. When you went back, did you say, and forgive me if I got it wrong, so you have to correct me, did you say that you left and came back and picked up Garlington?
I left the club.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Did you go home?
No, I didn't make it home.
All right. And when you and Garlington went to pick up Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary live near where you lived at the time?
No.
How far away from where you picked up Mr. Garlington did you have to go to pick up Mr. Zachary?
I don't know the mileage of none of that, Ms. Love. I'm not
asking that.
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
asking generally.
I don't know.
Was it across town in another city or what?
I don't know. It wasn't another city.
Did Mr. Zachary get in your car with a gun?
Yes.
What kind of gun?
I don't recall.
Was it a handgun or an assault rifle or something else?
I don't recall, Ms. Love. I don't know if I think it was assault rifle. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ask him what he was going to do with it?
No, I didn't answer.
Did you ask him whether it was loaded?
No.
Why not?
He better not have a gun.
Why you say he better not have a gun that's not loaded?
Man, nobody in the world better have a gun that ain't loaded. What you doing with it?
Why do you keep looking to your left in the
I'm just
direction
laughing
of
at you.
the defendants? Okay.
I'm not
Looking
afraid.
at anybody
I'm
over
not
there?
afraid of nobody over there. So let's get that straight. I'm just telling you that.
Did you hear me
That's
assert
for
that
me.
you were afraid of anybody?
I'm bringing that to your attention. I'm bringing that to your attention.
Sustained.
I ain't slow, Miss Love, no. I'm not intimidated by you or nobody in this courtroom.
As well, you should not be.
Right.
What about?
Can I take a break? Can I take a 5-minute break?
We just got started.
Yeah, but-
Let's keep going.
Okay.
What about the gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue, referenced in factual acknowledgement number 15? Would you tell the jury who it is among your YSL associates that sells drugs at 221 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
That's the same question from me. The same. It's gonna be the same answer on number 14.
So the same YSL associates that sold drugs and didn't allow gangs to operate at 151 sold drugs.
The statement of the testimony. He never testified that people did not allow others to operate.
Yeah, that's what's in the factual assertion that she's going over right now. Go ahead, Ms. Love. Overruled.
Thank you. And to be clear, is that what you testified to a moment ago, that YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate at 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I think I said that no one, our friends will come to the gas station where we at. I think that was my answer.
Did you acknowledge that the entirety of the sentence that is number 14 in the factual acknowledgments was true earlier before lunch?
Yes.
And so does that sentence say the gas station?
It say allowed, but I just know no.
Will you let me finish the question?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Does it say the gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate?
If you want to be factual, we won't allow no one who's not our friend around us.
How'd you keep people who weren't your friends from being around you?
We didn't keep no one. They just didn't show up.
You just said we wouldn't
We wouldn't
allow.
allow because we'll be uncomfortable.
How did you keep them from doing it then? How did you not allow them?
I'll just tell you, you're not my friend. Why you want to hang around me? You ain't my friend.
Did that keep people from being around you who weren't YSL?
A lot of people. Because I'm not going to allow you to be around me if you're not my friend. I don't trust you.
Do your words alone keep people from being around you that are not your friends?
My words.
Do you ever use anything else, or any show of force to back up your words?
No, I didn't have to.
Why?
I just didn't have to.
Okay.
People respect people. So like if you respect, like I respect you, what you're doing your job. So if you respect me, you just going to accept what I say.
Understood. Thank you. Are these people that respected you that you did not allow to operate at 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue people that you would consider ops to YSL?
Now, if you want to make a break and do something fun, we are having the Wheel of Regrets today, and we are currently one spin down and only $49 to the next spin on the Wheel of Regrets. But let's watch the trial.
I couldn't say that because I don't know no op that try to come up to the gas station.
Well, what other gangs did you keep from operating at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know if they was gangs or not, but if they was gangs, they wouldn't be able to come up there.
Since you said all of the statements in 14 and 15 are true, and you said you did not allow other gangs to operate, what gangs did you all keep from operating at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the name of the gang.
How did you know they were gangs?
They probably had a flag on or something like that.
What's a flag?
I guess a do-rag. I don't know.
You guess a do-rag?
Yeah. They used to have their little colors hanging off them. I don't know exactly what it was.
When you say colors hanging off them, please describe so the jury is understanding what you mean. For the jury, not me.
That's what they state. The gang unit state anybody who wear.
Wait a minute.
flag.
Hold it.
I don't know that.
I'm asking you
I
how
don't
you
know.
knew, not the gang unit.
I don't know. I don't know if it was true or they were false. I don't know.
Okay. Regardless of whether they were actual gang members or they were false flagging. How is it that you kept people that you observed?
You asking the same question, Ms. Love, that I already answered. You asking it in a different way. Just move on to the next question. You asking the same question in 3-4 different ways.
Do you think that
Yo, I need to take a break. My head hurt.
You're probably not the only one, but we're going to wait a few minutes before we break again.
She making my blood
Thanks,
pressure
Judge.
go up for real. I got high blood
Take some
pressure.
deep breaths.
Golly.
is If Gang one of the gangs that y'all did not allow to operate at 151 Cleveland and 221 Cleveland?
I don't know.
Did you ever see them operating there?
No, I never seen them in that area.
When you say in the area, are you meaning in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, I never seen in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Do you know what area If Gang generally occupied?
No.
Do you need me to get you some water?
I need you to just come on, let's get this over with. Because you keep asking me the same questions 3-4 times. My answer
I'm
not
trying
going
to
to
get through it,
change.
okay?
Yeah, my answer not going to change.
Okay.
I'm answering to my best of knowledge.
Okay. Now, when you were talking earlier about the sentencing acknowledgments that you said you didn't understand on December 28th, 2022, but that you understand today. When did you gain your understanding of number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the paragraph underneath number 6 that you didn't have on December 28th, 2022?
When I read them myself, I understood them a little better.
And did you review those with your lawyer of 15 years on December 28, 2022?
I don't remember because at that time I was going to a lot when my mother was sick. So I didn't remember. I don't remember.
Did your lawyer read them to you by any chance?
I don't remember. I don't remember, Ms. Love.
Were you given, did you have to raise your hand and swear that you understood each of those sentencing acknowledgements in section 5 on pages 5 and 7? I'm sorry, 5 and 6.
I most definitely raised my hand because I was desperate to get back to my mama when I took that plea. But I'm answering all my questions, all your questions to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. So let's talk about getting back to your mother.
I don't want to talk about my mother.
I'm going to not talk about your mom, okay?
Yeah.
I'm talking about what you just told the jury. Were you in Rice Street at the time that you went over these acknowledgements with your lawyer?
I consider this courthouse as Rice Street, so yes, I was Rice Street property.
Did you ask him questions?
Did I ask him questions?
Your lawyer?
Yeah, I told him a lot of things that you stated on this paper wasn't what I said, so some of the stuff I didn't agree to.
Did you ask him to come back and tell somebody from the state?
He did come back and tell you from my knowledge.
So while you were asking him and telling him that, did you also ask him what sentencing acknowledgements meant?
No, I didn't ask that question.
Is there any particular reason you didn't?
I just told you, I was just trying to get my sick mother.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, let me ask you, I'm sorry, I needed to ask you, what was the offer made to you in exchange for your plea of guilty? What offer did the state make to you?
To get up there and tell my truth, right? That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you my truth. Not what my understanding was when I took this deal. I would be able to explain you my truth because I don't know whoever even stated this stuff to you.
When you say you don't know who stated this stuff to me, please
Because
explain.
you had to come up with it some type of way for it to be on this paper. It ain't nothing that I said to you. That's my understanding. I didn't say it to you.
Did you swear that those were true?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would you tell the jury whether you and unindicted co-conspirators, along with some indicted co-conspirators, between January 24, 2013 and May 8, 2022, conspired unlawfully to acquire, maintain, directly and indirectly, an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity, and conspired to conduct, participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity
You said on what day?
between January 24, 2013 and May 8, 2022.
I don't remember as well. I don't remember.
Can you tell the jury whether you conspired to associate with others to illegally obtain money and property by participating in the enterprise that is YSL through a pattern of racketeering activity?
No, I don't recall that.
Can you tell the jury whether in furtherance of your conspiracy, you engaged in activities that included preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of YSL through acts of racketeering activity, including murder, assault, and threats of violence?
You said, did I?
Did you conspire with others
No, not by my knowledge.
to participate in this enterprise that is YSL?
I'm answering no to that question. I don't
Okay.
understand.
Did you and other YSL members act in any way to protect or preserve or enhance the reputation and power of YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs that demonstrated your allegiance to YSL and your willingness to engage in violence on its behalf?
702, 403, I'm going to object. Joseph figures out this content is not some of it.
Your Honor, this is
I'm still going to object to leading.
To what?
Leading.
I'm going to overrule that one. What are you saying, Ms. Love?
that these are things we allege that this witness has stated or agreed to. He has, on December 28th, 2022. I'll just leave it at that.
Your Honor. And I'm going to say, presumes guilt, it takes away the presumption of innocence, this love of reading an indictment and asking the witness. And I'm going to say more.
Well, I mean,
May I
she's
respond?
asking him if he did.
No,
Yes, Your Honor, that
You said we.
Yeah.
That's not the question. Is Mr. Sledge and others.
Right.
Well,
appropriate
You rephrased it that way, so I think you need to stick to the phraseology that you're permitted to ask, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Did you conspire with other members of YSL to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise known as YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs demonstrating your allegiance to the enterprise and a willingness to engage in violence on its behalf?
All right, that's overruled.
You may answer the question.
Could you repeat it?
Yes. Did you conspire with other members of YSL to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL by posting messages, images, videos, and songs demonstrating allegiance to YSL and a willingness to engage in violence on behalf of YSL? Did you do that?
Yes.
All right. At any time, did you remain armed and ready and willing to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL through the use of violence?
No, I stay armed for myself. No.
Did you conspire with any other YSL members to do that?
No.
You may.
Did you conspire with others to obtain money, weapons, and other property through acts including robbery, theft, and the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs?
No.
Did you conspire with other members of YSL to obstruct law enforcement investigations and court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement officers?
Could you repeat that and make it? Could you say it what I can understand?
Yes.
Because I didn't understand what you said.
And you're going to have to tell me which part you're not understanding.
I
okay?
don't understand the whole question. Whatever you say.
Did you and other members of YSL with you, did y'all conspire to obstruct law enforcement investigations and or court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement officers?
Miss Love, make sure
Yes, sir.
that this, you're asking.
I need to get through this day, then I am completely caught up with the entirety of this trial. That means on Monday, I will be starting late because I have work and I have a lot of it, but I will have some stream going on Monday.
Witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement
Right.
officers.
Miss Love, make sure
Yes, sir.
that this, you're asking about what he did. And he can, I mean, he
I would be-
understood all of the other ones that you asked him. So
Okay.
it's not the beginning of that question that seems to be confusing him.
I'll break it up.
Why
All
don't
right,
you- yeah,
thank you.
okay, sustained.
All right. Did you and other members of YSL, did you ever
That's the issue. That's
the
one of the
issue.
issues.
Okay. Did you conspire with anyone within YSL
No.
all right, did you ever, through witness intimidation, make any efforts to obstruct law enforcement investigations and court proceedings?
No.
I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 435 Yankee. With the court's permission, may I first show and make certain that the defense is front joint witness and then approach the witness.
You may.
Thank you. I'm not going to play the sound, but I am going to play the video for you. It's a short video.
Why you just say it was a video? Man? They're not going to answer this.
Because I have to do foundation.
Right. Okay.
All right. Do you recognize yourself in Stacey's Exhibit
Yeah, me.
435 Yankee?
Yes.
Video?
Yes, me.
Is that a fair and accurate copy or
Yes.
depiction of it?
Thank you for refreshing my memory. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, the state tender states 435 Yankee is evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you.
You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk ass people the God honest motherfucking truth. Pussy ass.
Mr. Sledge, do you recall when you made that video?
No, I don't know the date.
Did you put that video on your own social media account?
Yes.
Do you recall when you put it on your social media
No, I don't recall when I put it on.
account? Are you able?
Folks, no politics in the chat. This is an election year. And this platform does not like some political speeches. So please avoid it. If anything happens to my channel, it's going to be because of me. But if you get me heated, oh, don't make me come after you. Don't make me come after you.
We're gonna put it up for you and actually you can read. We're gonna put up a still shot and see if you're able to read the date at the bottom of the still shot.
You gonna put it right here?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
here. Can you see it in both places?
I don't see a date unless you can blow it up.
She's gonna blow it up for you. Are you able to see the date at the bottom of that post?
Yes.
Would you please start with the time and read the time and date?
4:22 PM, 7/19/2015.
4:22 p.m., 7/19.
2015.
Thank you. Now, what caption did you put with that?
I just said push that nigga for real.
Why did you put that particular caption with that video about getting in a courtroom and telling the God's honest truth?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I was just doing something at the time. It was just an Instagram post. And it's a saying that everybody says, so I just posted it.
Which part is a saying that everybody says?
You lie to your kid, lie to your mom. I just put pussy ass niggas on the post. I don't know the meaning of why I put it on there. I did put it on there.
Okay. Does everybody say only you lie to your kids and you lie to your mama?
It's a saying. I don't hear it a couple of times.
Is that all of the saying that everybody says? You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama?
Yes, a lot of people.
So the rest of it and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth. Does everybody say that part?
All that go with it. That's the whole point of the saying. Okay. All that go with it.
Why did you choose this particular saying to make a whole video about and post it on your Instagram in July of 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm being honest with you. I don't know.
And is that, when you did that, does that refresh your memory about the video that you saw earlier where you said it sounded like your voice was saying snitching bitches?
Yeah, I told you I didn't see me in the video, but it sounded just like me. I said it.
Okay.
I said that to you earlier.
Okay, you did. Do you recognize where you are in this video?
No, I don't know where I'm at in this video.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what has already been admitted as 427 Yankee. And while we're getting that pulled up, are you, did you know that any members of YSL did you know whether or not any members of YSL did any interviews with police around July 15, 2015?
No, I didn't know that. You said 2015?
Yes, sir.
What day? Could you give me a specific day?
Around July 15.
No, I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
What interviews in 2015 are you aware, and how are you aware?
Only person that I know that went.
Actually, before you answer that, let's just wait. Okay,
yeah,
pause. We're going to go ahead and play 427 Yankee. Did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
You're smiling. Do you remember when that video was taken?
No, ma'am.
Was it around 2015?
Probably.
Do you know where it was taken?
I think we in a house somewhere, something like that.
Whose house?
I don't really know whose house it is. I just know the people I see in the video. I don't know actually whose house it was at.
Tell the jury, please, who all you recognize in the video. And you don't have to point them out. Just tell the jury who all you recognize.
I recognize me, Mr. Williams, Stillwells. I want to say Kendrick and Honor, but I think that was Zachary and Gonita, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you see Mr. Copeland in there?
Could you play it back and let me see?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Is he the gentleman with the red hat?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Stillwell do anything with his hand?
I don't know exactly what he did. He pointed. Whatever he did, I couldn't see what he did with his hand.
If we play it and freeze it, would you be able to see?
Maybe.
Okay, let's try that.
That ain't Mr. Stillwell.
Who is that?
The Mickey gun look like he throwed up the 3.
He's throwing up a 3?
Yeah, that's the 3 like that. He did like this. That's what it is.
Have you ever seen that sign thrown up to represent a B, a small b, as in Bloods?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how do you distinguish when it's a 3 and when it's a B?
You can't distinguish because it's thrown up the same way. I don't see people throw it up both ways.
All right.
So you can't distinguish.
Did Mr. Garlington say anything to you to make you believe that that was 3 versus the B?
No, I just see 3 fingers like this.
Okay.
So.
Do you currently work?
For me?
Yes, sir.
I have my own business.
Okay.
And at the time that this video was made, were you working at that same business?
No.
Were you working anywhere at the time this video was made?
What the date is? The 19th or something like. I don't know the date of the video. Could I see the date of the video?
In 2015, were you working at all anywhere during the year 2015?
I told you at one point in time I started working head of security with Mr. Jeffrey Williams in 2015.
And did you see yourself with money in the video?
Yes.
And was that your money?
Probably was. I ain't finna be holding on nobody no money.
Okay. And how did you make the money that you had in that video?
I don't know how I made it that time. At that time.
Okay.
I don't even.
Do you remember what you got paid as head of security?
No, I don't. It's based on how long it went, so I don't actually know the pay until till we done with the tour.
Okay.
How many days I ever worked, then I know.
Were you paid by the hour or salary or what?
I was paid salary.
All right. Do you remember your salary?
No, I don't actually remember the exact salary.
The Demekion that you identified in the video, is that another person that you call Lil D?
Yes.
Okay. And was his Instagram name Scarface with an X replacing the C?
I think that was his Instagram.
Okay. Did you hear someone yelling black, black in the background of that video?
No.
Okay. Have you heard the term blatt, B-L-A-T-T, used?
Yeah.
Where have you heard that term used?
I heard a lot of people use it.
Have you heard YSL members use it?
I used it.
When you use it, what do you use it to mean?
I didn't really never know what it means, but I used it.
How did you use it when you used it?
I just said black.
And to what would you be using the word blatt? To respond to or to identify?
Could you repeat that?
Could you use blatt in a sentence the way you used the word when you did use it? Could you use a sentence, put it in a sentence for the jury?
I don't think I never used it in a sentence, but I might just say black.
Okay. And would that be in response to something that scared you or meeting someone?
No.
And what occasions would you use the word black?
I don't know what occasion, but I use it.
Did you use it in the same way you use slat?
Did I use it in the same?
Did you use it in the same way that you use the word slat?
You're trying to confuse me like that. You gotta
No, I
tell me.
promise you I'm not.
You got to tell me, like, because you're saying that I use black in the same term I use slack.
No, in the same way.
Wait, like, yeah, when I see somebody do, yeah, show love, yeah.
Okay, so is blatt a way that you show love?
Yeah.
All right. Does blatt stand for you, for blood love all the time?
From my understanding, I never knew that what it stands for, but.
Okay. So, okay. When did you start using blatt to show love?
Probably like 2015, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did you hear other people who are YSL use blatt to show love?
I think so.
Christ,
hear?
I think I seen in a video that
boring,
Zachary
but it's not long.
was in, he used it.
Not
Is
much
Zachary the
more.
only person that you heard use it?
I don't recall if you had anything you can refresh my memory with, and I can tell you.
All right, thank you. Do you remember the night of January 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Why do you remember that night?
I remember that night because I was falsely accused of a crime, not by the state, by the streets.
Do you remember the day earlier in the day before you learned you were being falsely accused?
Did I know earlier that?
No, sir. Do you remember what you were doing earlier in the day?
I think me and my girl, I think we was at a gambling house, if I'm not mistaken.
You remember which gambling house?
No, I don't remember which one, but I think I gambled all that day.
All right.
Until nightfall.
Okay. And just generally around what time? From like 6 a.m. till, I don't know, midnight?
I don't recall the time.
Fair enough. At what point or at any point did you leave the gambling house with your girl?
I think I left before the football game started.
What football game are you talking about?
I don't recall who was playing, but I know the New England Patriots were playing because that's who I bet my money with.
Okay, you're a Patriots fan.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not a Patriot, Tom Brady.
Just Tom Brady, nobody
Right
else.
now.
Okay. So did you make any efforts to go somewhere to watch the Patriots game?
I went home to watch.
Was it a playoff game or just a...
I think it was a playoff game, AFC or something. I don't remember.
Do you remember who won?
The Patriots.
Okay. So you made good money that night.
I didn't make it that night. I received it probably 2 days after.
Okay.
Not that night.
Did you take any pictures of yourself watching the Patriots game?
I want to say I took a picture of the TV and me and my son, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did you post that picture anywhere on a social media site of yours?
Yes.
Do you remember which social media site?
I only think I had Instagram at the time, so.
Why would you? Yeah, whatever.
I'm showing you what has already been admitted as states 423. Why?
Why would they want to put that picture in? Is it because the defense did a good job at against Woody? So now, hey, here his alibi. Here is alibi.
Is that the photo that you posted on January 10th, 2015 of you and your son watching the Patriots?
Oh, the phone
Yes.
number.
Is the time and date on the bottom, the time and date you remember making that posting?
Yes.
All right. Would you tell the jury that time and date?
The time is 7:52 p.m. 1/10/2015.
Can we publish that to the jury, please? 423 Yankee. There's no problem. Up here.
No, there will be a question later or on the day after.
Correction, Your Honor.
because
This is going to be
yesterday
433 Yankee.
about what was his phone number at the time. Yeah, thank you, Patty. Yeah, but as of now, I'm just trying to get through this. So I will be caught up on Monday.
And the state tenders 433 Yankee as evidence.
Objection or no objection?
No objection.
Okay. All right, thank you. It is admitted apparently without objection from anyone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you 433 in just a moment.
But that's interesting because this shows that even though because he wasn't he? I mean, he was accused by the streets, but he was also at one point charged, even though the state knew with this alibi that he couldn't have done it. That's interesting.
Could you zoom out to show the picture?
Well, yeah.
Is that the posting that is now on the screen that
Yes.
has been admitted as 433 that you made on January 10th,
Yes.
2015?
Yes.
And what was the caption that you put up under there?
Watching the game. Let's go, Patriots.
It's going to sound like a silly question, but would you answer it for me anyway? Why did you put this posting up on your Instagram page?
Because at that time, that's when I was watching the game. I do it now. I post when I'm watching the game now.
Okay.
There was no reason to it.
Did you watch until the end of the game? Were you able to catch all of the game?
Yeah, I watched the complete whole game.
Do you know about what time the game ended?
I want to say around 10 something or something like that.
Okay.
I watched the whole entire game.
And you have read the time and date of the post already. So do you remember what happened after you finished watching the game? Did anything of significance happen?
I received the DM around 10 something and it came across the 10 o'clock news
Okay. Now, when you say you received the DM, what DM are you talking about?
about me and Kenny Copeland is supposed to kill Donovan Thomas. But at that time, I didn't know.
That you didn't know he had been shot?
No.
Okay. What did you do when that DM came across your page?
I got my son and his mother out the house.
Where did you, first of all, what were you driving? Did you have your own car?
Yes, I don't remember what kind of car I was in though.
And when you got your son and your son's mother out of the house, where did you take them?
I want to say, I don't really recall what all I did first, Lord, but I got him out the house. I know I got him out the house because we all got in the car together. So I don't recall what I did before I got where I was going. I don't recall.
All right, that's fair. So when you say before you got where you were going, you don't remember, but where is it that you ultimately went?
I went down Mr. Williams' house.
Did you have family, immediate family, anywhere in the city?
What I say? Probably not close enough to Mr. Jeffrey house. Probably was closer to any other one else's house.
Where were you living on January 10th, 2015? Generally speaking, I want the address.
Boulevard.
Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And where was your mom living in the city at that time?
I don't remember what address, but the only thing I can tell you is I know the downtown area was closer than Boulevard anywhere I would have went.
Okay. And so where was it downtown that you went to get to Mr. Williams' home? Where was he living?
I think it was 10th Street, if I'm not mistaken. I don't actually know. I just know how to get there.
Was it an apartment, a condominium, a high-rise, a single family home, or what?
I think it was a condo. I think I don't know, a loft, whatever you call it.
Do you remember the name of it?
No,
Do you remember the name Sky House at all?
I don't recall the name of it.
Okay. Understanding you don't remember what you did before you went to Mr. Williams' house, do you remember around what time you got there?
I know I got to his house probably like 10 something, if I'm not mistaken.
How long of a drive would it have been from your house to his house?
Probably no longer than 8 to 10 minutes.
When you left out the house with your child and child's mother, did you carry a gun with you?
Yes, I think I did have a gun with me.
What kind of gun?
I don't recall, but I know I had a gun.
When you went to Defendant Williams' home, somewhere near 10th Street, did you take your child with you?
I'm not for sure. There was so much going on, and I'm not for sure. To be honest with you, I'm not for sure, but I know me, my son, and his mother ended up at Jeffrey house.
Did you take your son's mother with you when you went to Defendant Williams' house?
I gotta remember, Ms. Love. I don't really remember exactly how I went. Only thing I remember, I ended up at Jeffrey condo or loft that night.
Okay. Is it accurate though that you left out of your home with your child and your child's mother?
Yes.
Did you not go straight to Mr. Williams' house?
I don't recall. I can't. That's what I'm telling you. I don't remember. I don't remember.
And if it was that you did not take them there immediately, where is it that you would have dropped them off at?
I don't. No, I don't remember. I don't remember if I dropped them off anywhere. I don't remember.
Okay. Would you have had any reason to drop them off before going to Defendant Williams' house?
No, because I wanted to keep them with me to protect them.
Okay. But you can't remember whether you actually did. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Did you call anyone before you went to Defendant Williams' house?
I don't recall calling anyone before I went to Mr. Williams' house.
It's fair to say you did know other people in the city besides Mr. Williams. Is that accurate?
Right. Yeah, right. But I didn't call anyone.
Okay. So why did you go straight to Defendant Williams' home upon learning that Donovan Thomas had been murdered with your baby and your child's mom ended up there as well, right?
I don't really remember. I just know that I ended up at Jeffrey house that night. That's all. I'm trying to think, but I don't really remember.
Take your time.
But I know I ended up at Jeffrey house that night.
Why did you end up at his house that night?
Like I was saying to you before, I just went to the closest place with someone I can trust.
Did your house on Boulevard, was it situated anywhere near where Donovan Thomas had been shot?
I don't know how far it is. I can't tell you that. But it's...
Do you know whether the place he was shot was closer to Mr. Williams' house or your house on Boulevard?
I didn't know where he got shot at first. I just seen the scene come across. I didn't even know it was Donovan Thomas until I received that DM.
Okay. So why did you leave your own house? That's the better question.
Because I was accused and I knew that everybody knew I stayed at on Boulevard.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Jingles joined us again. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Hello. Have you been?
When you got to Defendant Williams' house, approximately what time was it that you got there?
I don't remember the time, Ms. Love. I promise you I don't remember the time.
Would you explain to the jury the atmosphere or, what the mood was like when you got to Defendant Williams' house?
They were watching the laptop, trying to put a video together. I don't think, what is the song called? Adventure?
Who is they?
The person who do the videos for him, they were sitting around. It wasn't no commotion or like nothing was going on at the time.
Who all was there at the house?
I don't recall who all was there.
Do you recall any people who were there?
I know Mr. Jeffrey Williams was there.
All right. Who else that you recall?
I don't recall anyone else in this courtroom that was there when I got there.
All right.
I mean, all of this is unnecessary. Everything she's been going on since lunch about, oh, he's innocent. That has nothing to do with this indictment. Absolutely nothing.
Right, once you got there, tell the jury what you did, if you can recall.
I brought it to my brother's attention what they were saying.
What brother?
Mr. Williams.
All right. And then what happened?
We all sat around for a minute and then I don't know what happened. We had to get up and go because I knew he had a time frame that he had to be somewhere to make it to Miami.
When you say we all sat around for a minute, do you remember who the we all is?
The person who was shooting the video and me and Jeffrey Williams.
To the best of your memory, were y'all the only three people in the condo?
To my best ability, I don't remember the other people without. I didn't know their name, but no one else that I can recall in this courtroom was there when I got there.
You're talking about in this courtroom, and I respect that, but I'm talking about anybody. Do
I
you
don't know.
remember
I
anybody
just
else?
told you I didn't know the name of the people who was there. I didn't know everybody from the label or everybody that hung around Mr. Jeffrey because they were Mr. Jeffrey friend. I wasn't trying to get to know them. Mr. Jeffrey is my brother.
Okay. Do you remember about how many people? Was it crowded? A few people?
It wasn't too many people when I got there.
Less than 10 people?
It was way less than 10 people. I can't give you an exact number. So could we move on, Ms. Love? I can't give you an exact number.
We can move on. At what point then, since your child and child's mother were not two of the people you remember being there, if you didn't take them, do you know how they got to Mr. Williams' house?
They got there with me. You said other people who was there already. I didn't know you was talking about the people I took with me.
Okay.
I wouldn't count them because they came with me. You said who was there when I got there. My child and my mother wasn't there when they got there.
Okay.
Come on, stop trying to act like.
So, Mr. Sledge.
Come on, you guys this question before I take it. If I could get me a break. Come on, Ms. Love.
We can take a short break. Yeah.
Okay.
Completely waste of time, everything after lunch.
They went with you initially, or whether you had gone and picked them up and brought them back. Did I get that right?
I didn't say that.
Okay, please correct me where I'm wrong, because
I told you, all I remember is all three of us end up at Mr. Williams' condo and lost whatever it was.
Okay.
That was my answer.
So when you first got there, are you able to say whether they were with you when you first arrived at the condo?
I told you I didn't remember exactly. I think they was with me, but I don't recall.
All right. And if they were not with you, would you have left them and gone back to pick them up at your house?
Yeah, I would if they wouldn't have been with me at the time.
Is there any reason you would have left them at the house and gone to Defendant Williams' condo and then gone back and picked them up?
I don't remember.
And there's no reason right now you can think of that would have happened?
No.
All right. Once you talked about the DM that you received with the people who were present at the house, where were your child and child's mother? Were they in that same room in conversation with you when y'all were discussing that?
No, I don't. I think they went in the other room. I don't remember what happened, but I knew they wasn't in the same section.
Did you talk with that DM? Did you talk about that DM to your child's mother? Did you let her know what was going on?
She knew the DM. I think because I said when it came through, I said it out loud, but she never seen it.
Okay. Who all took part of the conversation where you were talking about the DM? Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall. Well, no, I think it was just, I think I pulled Jeffrey to the side and just was talking to Jeffrey because the other people I don't really know was in the house. So I think I pulled Jeffrey to the side and was talking to him about like, bro, why they saying this? And
he was like, what?
He was like, I don't know nothing about that, but you telling me what they saying.
All right. What else did he say to you after you told him?
I think if I'm not mistaken, he set that down and started going over the video that he was trying to finish up for the song Javinci, if I'm not mistaken, or get as far as he could with the video. I'm not for sure.
How long did you stay there that night?
I don't recall how long we stayed there.
How long did Defendant Williams stay at the computer working on Javinci after you told him about that DM?
I don't recall how long it took him.
Do you remember whether at the time you knew if Mr. Thomas had died?
No, I don't know exactly if we knew. Yeah, I knew because they DM me and said that. They said the fake page DM and said that. I don't know if it was true, but that's what they said in the DM.
Okay. Did you reach out to anyone else other than Defendant Williams about that DM that you got?
I don't recall reaching out to anyone else.
Did anyone else come to Defendant Williams' condo while you were there?
I can't say on 10th Street. I don't recall. I don't remember did anyone show up on 10th Street.
When you say on 10th Street, did Defendant Williams have any other residents that you went to that night?
I think so.
Where was that other resident?
I don't know exactly where it was.
Generally speaking, please.
I don't generally know where it was. I just know that we left there and went somewhere else. I don't know exactly what area we went to.
Is it a place you had never been to before?
I don't remember this, love. I don't remember. Honestly, true, I don't remember.
Okay.
Characteristic brings forward something really interesting here. As far as he knows, the state hasn't even put forth an expert to talk about the importance of street cred to rap artists and their popularity, which frankly should be the main argument. Yeah, but I do know that the defense has a real expert on gangs and music and stuff on their on their witness list?
I've been there before. That was the first time. I don't remember.
Was it a house, a condo, an apartment, or something
I
else?
think it was something like a condo or loft or not.
Do you recall how far it was from the 10th Street condo?
I don't recall how far it was neither.
Do you recall who all went with you when you went to Defendant Williams' second residence?
I think it was me, my son, mother, and the video man, if I'm not mistaken.
The video man, do you remember his name?
I think his name was like B. I don't know. I think it's BLB or something like that.
BLB?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I think it's something like that.
Was his last name Bean, Deshaun Bean?
I don't know his government name.
Okay. Besides you, Defendant Williams, your child's mother, and BLB, did anybody else go with y'all to Defendant Williams' other house?
Go with us? No.
Accompany you, follow you, meet you there? Any of those things?
I can't recall because I actually can't recall who showed up and who was there. I don't recall that.
Do I remember correctly that you said you did not go to Miami because you wanted to stay in town to protect your family?
Right.
Why then did you go to Defendant Williams' house around 10th Street and then to his other house somewhere else? What were you doing?
If I am mistaken, Mr. Williams went and got Juror or something out the other house. And then, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say I borrowed like $300 for him to get me a hotel room for a couple of days because I didn't have any cash I can get to that night.
Okay. Was anybody at the second residence of Defendant Williams when you, your family, Defendant Williams, and BLB got there?
If they didn't come upstairs, not from my understanding.
Okay. What floor did Defendant Williams live on? Do you remember?
No, it was very high. I don't remember exactly what floor it was.
Did you have to go through like a gate, like a bellman or something, or ring in a code? It will be made clear in a moment. I'm asking that one question. Did you have to go through a bellman or type in a code to get in that second
I
residence?
think all the condos in Atlanta have a gate that you got to come through for protection, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. So is it fair that you had to do that with both of Mr. Williams' condos?
I guess.
Who else came while you all were there, if anybody came to that second residence?
Once Mr. Williams let me borrow the $300, I left Mr. Williams and went on about my way.
Okay. Where was on about your way? Where'd you go?
Well, if I'm mistaken, I remember now. They were, I think Mr. Copeland was there, and Mr. Williams instructed me to take. Copeland kept complaining about something. Mr. Williams directed me to take him because he said, "Take him, y'all go down there. We ain't did that wrong." So I took Copeland to the homicide place, but I kept.
So, Mr. Williams told Woody and Mr. Sledge to get down to the cops. Isn't that interesting? Does that tell you that Mr. Williams is a gang leader or not? I would assume that a person who actively tells his gang members to talk to the cops is not a gang leader. How about that?
Kept going.
Who was it that said that, what you just said?
Mr. Williams told us, he said, we ain't did nothing. So take Copeland. I think the police kept calling Copeland phone or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Who else besides Mr. Copeland were the police calling?
I don't know. No,
Bless you.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Are you able to tell the jury who it is that Mr. Williams was referring to when he said, we ain't did nothing wrong?
I guess me, him, all of us there. So he was saying, we were telling him that me and Copeland was the accused. So he said, take him down. No, we ain't did nothing wrong.
When you first got to Defendant Williams' condo on 10th Street or around there and told him you were being accused, did he give you that advice?
When we got to 10th Street?
Yes, sir.
No, he gave that advice when I told him I didn't know was Kenny Copeland going out of town or not, but he gave that advice, I guess, when Kenny Copeland wasn't going out of town either.
Okay. Putting aside Mr. Copeland, just talking about you and Defendant Williams. At any time did he advise you, once you told him they're accusing me of murder, to go to the police station?
I wouldn't have went anyway because I was.
Not that question. I just need you to answer the question. Hold up, please. At any time before you got in contact with Mr. Copeland, but after you told Defendant Williams you were being accused of murder, did he advise you to go to the police station?
He advised both of us to go to the police station.
Before Mr. Copeland came to the picture?
Not on 10th Street, he did not advise me to go to the police station.
What did he advise you to do, if anything?
He really didn't say too much on 10th Street.
Oh, okay. He just went back to go get some jewelry from the other place?
That was, when we got there, that's where he was getting his jewelry, because I guess he was gonna do the show in the jewelry, from my understanding.
How did you, you said Mr. Copeland was already at the other place when you
No,
got
I
there?
never said Mr. Copeland was already at the place, but I know he ended up at the place. He wasn't already at the place.
How long after you all got there did Mr. Copeland arrive?
I don't know the time. I'm not good with time. So
Do you know how he got there?
No, I don't know how he got there.
Did anybody else get there around that same time?
I didn't see anyone else, Ms. Love, so I can't speak on that. I didn't see anyone else.
Did you see Quindarius Zachary there?
I don't remember if Quindarius was there or not. From my understanding, I don't remember was he there or not.
How long did you stay there?
Not long.
What does that mean?
I don't know the estimate time.
Did you leave before midnight?
I don't remember the time, Ms. Love.
Who all was there at the time you left?
You keep asking me the same question that I
Mr.
already
Sledge?
answered. I answered that question for you already.
I need you to answer for the jury.
I said I don't know.
You don't know who was there when you left?
I told you, me and Copeland left together, and my son's mother.
Okay, thank you, but that's not the question that I asked. I'm asking you who all was at the second residence of Defendant Williams when you left that second residence?
I didn't see anyone. I just told you that.
Okay. Was Defendant Williams still there when you left?
Yes.
How did Defendant Williams tell you, besides we haven't done anything wrong, how did he tell you to take Copeland to the police? What did he say?
I think Copeland stated that the police wanted him to come down.
Mm-hmm. Did Copeland tell you anything about his girlfriend's father's house getting shot up?
The father, I thought it was the mother.
Okay. Was it a family member of
I already
Mr.
told
Copeland?
you that in the answer.
Okay. So I'm asking you now, during that time, was it during that time that you learned that a family member of Mr. Copeland or his girlfriend had gotten their house shot up?
I don't remember what time it was, though.
Do you remember talking about that with Mr. Copeland and Defendant Williams before you went to the police station?
Not right off the top. I don't know. I can't answer. Like, if I'm not mistaken, I think Copeland did mention it.
At the time, did you have a cell phone?
Who, me?
Yes, sir, you.
You know I have a cell phone.
Well, the jury doesn't, so
Yes,
I need you to answer
I
for
have a
them.
phone.
All right. Would you please tell the jury what your cell phone number was?
I don't remember.
If I showed you an Instagram post containing a phone number that may or may not be yours, would it refresh your memory?
You say if you show me one?
Yes, one on your page that contains a phone number. Might it refresh your memory?
Might, but it still probably wasn't my number. I don't know.
All right.
You can show me though.
That's what you mean by it. How many phone numbers have you had since 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
How often do you change cell phones?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I don't know how often do I change.
Now, I have that eyesight. I hope you don't. Now, may I approach? Yeah. I'm going to show you what we've marked for identification as states 425 Yankee and ask you, do you recognize a person depicted in 425 Yankee?
Yeah, I recognize that. Me.
As you?
Yes.
And is that your Instagram account?
Yes.
Is that a picture you posted on your Instagram?
It looked like, yeah, that's me, but I didn't take the picture.
Okay, I'm not asking if you
Okay.
took it. You understand?
Yeah.
Are you able to read these tiny words, those
No,
tiny
that's
numbers?
if I had to put them on hand, let me.
All right, let's get it on music.
Yeah, I can't see that.
If I blow it up. Is that a post that you made?
It say I made it, but I don't remember that phone number. Ms. Love, I don't remember that number.
Do you remember any phone number that you had in 2015?
I don't remember the phone number I had in 2015. I probably had 2, 3 phones. I don't remember.
Do you remember any digits in your child's mother's phone in 2015?
No, not right out. No.
Do you remember any one of your family members' phone number from 2015?
Not that I know of.
In 2015, who else was posting on your Instagram account?
I don't know. I could say my daughter or somebody. I don't recall. I know my oldest daughter always had my password and stuff like that. So I can't recall.
Did your oldest daughter make the post that you just looked at that's labeled states 425
No,
Yankee?
I think that's my last son.
Uh-huh.
So I probably was around his mother at the time.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know.
You don't know what?
You said made the post?
Yes.
Yes, I don't know. I don't recall making the post.
Okay.
So I don't know who made the post.
And
It's
there's
on
no-
there, but I don't recall making that post.
Okay. And there's nothing about that number that strikes any court in your memory.
I don't even remember that number.
All right.
If you got any things, you can refresh, but I don't remember that number.
We'll come back.
Right.
All right. So when you were at defendant Williams' second residence and Mr. Copeland arrived, you did not, is it fair to say you didn't see how he got there? You just know he got there.
Yeah, I don't know how he got there. I don't remember how he got there, to be honest with you.
And do I recall correctly? You don't even remember what kind of car you had.
Yeah, I don't remember what kind of car I had.
Do you remember whether defendant Williams had a car or multiple cars?
I don't remember exactly what car Mr. Williams had at the time. He had numerous of cars, like you said, so I don't remember.
Okay. Since he had numerous cars, did you ask him, why don't you take him down there?
I didn't ask him because I knew he had to go. He was going to do. He had to be. I guess he had to be in Miami at a certain time to do the show. So I never asked him why he didn't take him.
Now, was that show a part of that Travis Scott tour that you were talking about? It was a different show.
It was a different show, I think.
Okay. Was that show a part of any tour, or was it just an independent show?
I think somebody booked him for a show. I don't know.
Before January 10th, did you know he had been booked for that show?
Yes, I think we had a discussion about him having a show before January the 10th.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of where it is that defendant Williams parked those many multiple cars that he had?
No, I don't have no idea.
Did you have access to drive the many multiple cars that he had?
No, I have my own car.
Do you know, or have you ever discussed with defendant Williams why he needed to rent cars when he had many multiple cars?
I never even know. I never knew Jeffrey Williams rented a car. So
okay.
Every car I seen him, I thought he owned them himself. So I never knew he rented a car.
So would you have any knowledge about a gray Infiniti Q50 defendant Williams may or may not have rented or had in his possession around January 10th, 2015?
I never seen that car a day in my life.
Did you ever know defendant Williams to get cars or secure cars for days when he intended to be out of the city in a different state? In other words, renting a car in Atlanta for 2 weeks or getting a car in Atlanta for 2 weeks when he's going to be gone within a week?
Sustained.
Did you never know of defendant Williams to obtain access to in any way a car that he did not own?
No.
Did defendant Williams ever talk to you about obtaining or renting cars?
No.
On January 10th, 2015, did you receive any calls from Kenneth Copeland before you saw him at defendant Williams' residence?
I don't recall if I did.
Do you know or have any knowledge why Kenneth Copeland showed up at defendant Williams' residence?
No.
Did any other members of YSL show up at defendant Williams' second residence at any time while you were there on January 10th?
I don't recall or remember.
Okay. How did you take Kenneth Copeland to the police?
I drove him.
And where did you drive him to?
I don't know. I think it's Central, right down the street by the traffic court house. I dropped them off on that side street right now.
Atlanta Police Headquarters?
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Understanding you don't remember the kind of car you had, do you remember anything about the car you drove him in?
No.
How many cars have you had since 2015?
I can't even count.
You had more than 5?
Yes. You can look it up in the DMV.
Okay.
If you want
Why
to.
you have so many cars?
Because I pay for them.
Okay.
That's what I like. I like to buy cars.
All right. Did you go with Mr. Copeland inside the police station?
No.
Why?
Because I always was directed by my attorney. If you're not being arrested, you do not have to talk to the police.
Did you tell Mr. Copeland that?
Yeah, but he insists on going in there. That's his business.
That's a good
Did you
advice
tell
from this
defendant
lawyer.
Williams that?
No, man. No, me and Mr. Williams never had that discussion about was I going to go in or not.
But it was defendant Williams who told you take him down there to talk to the police.
He didn't just say him.
What did he say?
Both of us could have went in there if we wanted to. I decided not to go in there.
So did you, when he told both of y'all to go, did you tell him, hey, my lawyer told me do not go talking to the police?
I didn't have that discussion with Mr. Williams.
Why did you tell Mr. Copeland and not Mr. Williams, if I heard you right?
Because me and Mr. Copeland was in the car together. Me and Mr. Williams were just in the space together. When I was taking Copeland, he was just like, I'm going in there. I said, I ain't going.
How long were you in the space with Mr. Williams before Mr. Copeland came?
I don't recall how long it was, Ms. Love.
How long did you all talk about Donovan Thomas's murder before Mr. Copeland came?
We never really talked about it. When I brought it to his attention, he was so focused on the video at the time. So
Do you remember what defendant Williams' phone number was, the last 4 digits at that time?
I never knew, not saying I didn't have, never knew one of Mr. Williams' number by heart.
Did you know Mr. Williams to have more than one phone?
He's a rapper, I guess. Like,
Did you personally know him to have more than one phone?
yes.
What did you and Mr. Copeland discuss on the way to the police station?
We really didn't discuss. He was just saying, I ain't doing it. I was telling him, I ain't doing it. I don't know nothing about it. So I wasn't going to talk to no police.
Okay. And what did you say in response?
What you mean?
When he said, I ain't do it, I don't know nothing about it, I'm going to go talk to the police. What did you say in response?
If you want to go talk to the police, go talk to him.
Did you wait on him after you let him get out?
No, why would I be sitting in front of a police station waiting on him to come out, not knowing how long they're going to be having him with me and my son and my mother uncomfortable?
Had anybody shot at any one of you all?
No.
Is Kenneth Copeland, forgive me for if you've already said this, but I don't remember. Is Kenneth Copeland one of the people you count as somebody you loved back then?
I already answered that question for you yesterday.
I understand. Can you remind me, please?
You just said you...
Is he one of the people that you counted as someone you loved in 2015?
Yes.
All right. And did you have any sense of whether he was putting himself in harm's way going into the police station?
No, I thought going to the police is the safest thing.
All right. Then why didn't you wait on him if it was so safe?
Because he was in good hands.
Oh. Okay, fair enough. Did you go back and pick him up?
No.
Did you call him to check on him while he was there?
I think after he got through, he called me.
And what did you tell him?
What did I tell him?
Yes, sir.
I ain't telling nothing.
Did he ask you to come pick him up?
No, he ain't had someone else to pick him up, I guess.
Okay. Did he tell you anything that he talked about with the police?
No, he never discussed anything he talked about with the police.
Is that the only time that you have taken Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed with Kenneth Copeland anything that he told police at any time that he talked to them?
No.
Have you ever discussed with any member of YSL, without giving names, anything that they told the police when they talked to them?
No.
To your knowledge, did Quindarius Zachary ever talk to the police in the months following Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't know. You telling me something.
I'm not telling you. I am asking you a question.
I don't never know if Quindarius was going to talk to the police.
Okay, so is it fair to say you never had a conversation with Quindarius Zachary about anything he said to the police?
No.
What about Demikion Garlington?
No.
All right. At any time, did you ever gain any information about anything any member of YSL told the police in 2015?
No.
Now, you said that you were charged or arrested for Donovan Thomas's murder. Was that in 2015 or later?
I want to say it was October 2015. I was already incarcerated for a charge. And one morning they came and told me I had first appearance. My lawyer ain't told me nothing about that.
Mm-hmm. And what happened at that first appearance?
They read out what they were charging me with.
Uh-huh. And then what happened?
They sent me back to my dorm.
At that first appearance, is the only thing that happened, you were read your charges, or did you hear anybody give what they considered probable cause for your charge?
No, I was confused.
You were confused?
Yes.
At any time, did you have a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
How long after that first appearance did you have a preliminary hearing?
If I'm mistaken, I think you're going like 2 weeks at a time, if I'm mistaken.
Would you tell the jury what happened at your preliminary hearing?
Where are you going with this?
Your Honor, I can approach the bench and tell the court.
Okay, why don't you do that?
And what do we have? Sidebar counter 237. For fuck's sake. Skip. Oh, it's a long one.
Judge, may I approach really quickly while he's being run in to ask the court one thing.
And this counts. Sidebar counter 238. Oh, that's so stupid.
Mrs. Sledge,
Yes,
After dropping off Mr. Copeland at the police station, did you take your child and child's mother to a hotel?
yes.
How long did you stay at the hotel?
I want to say for like 2-3 days at the max.
What made you feel that it was okay to leave the hotel?
It wasn't about feeling okay. I left because of me.
Now, what does that mean for the jury? Because the jury doesn't know who you are.
I left because I'm not scared of anyone.
So why'd you go to the hotel in the first place?
Because I wasn't going to be nowhere that anyone probably come shoot up.
And why did you think somebody might come shoot up?
Then I just tell you by the streets and the fake DM I was accused of the Donovan Thomas murder.
All right. Did you believe that that threat of the possibility of a shoot up had passed after 2 days?
I don't know if it passed or not.
Okay. So what was different in 2 days from the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
Because when I left the hotel, I didn't go back to the same apartment either.
Okay. Did you move out of the apartment?
No, I didn't move eventually straight out of the apartment. No.
What part of the city, if any part, did you go to live in that was different from where you lived on Boulevard?
I don't really remember. I don't know the area. I just knew how to get there.
Did you go to someone's home or to
Yeah, it was her mother house.
whose what?
My son's mother house.
All right. How long did you stay there?
I don't recall how long we stayed.
Do you have any idea whether it was months or weeks?
It wasn't months. I know that much.
And what was it that made you, when you did leave there, what was it that made you leave?
I just left.
When you left, where did you go?
I went back to Boulevard.
Did you go back to Boulevard before October 2015?
Yes, I got arrested there July the 29th.
Between January and July of 2015, did you travel outside of the city with any members of YSL?
Could you repeat that?
Between January and July of 2015, did you travel outside of Atlanta with any members of YSL?
From January to 15?
From January 2015 to July 2015, when you said you were arrested?
Yeah, I think we went on tour.
All right. How many places did you visit on tour?
I don't recall how many places we went to.
Who all went with you?
It wasn't too many people went with us, but I don't remember exactly the number who went with us.
And when you were arrested in July of 2015, what were you arrested for?
I never knew until I got to the jail, but it was aggravated battery, aggravated assault. There was a lot of charges.
Were you arrested for that April 28th drive-by? Or
Yes,
that drive-by with Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
Did you talk to the police after you were arrested?
That's when they took me down to some of the, I don't know, it's a precinct or whatever you want to call it, right down by the detention center.
Who took you there?
I want to say it was the ATLs.
Do you remember whether it was Detective Dennis?
Detective Dennis didn't take me there, but Detective Dennis was there when I got there.
Okay. Was Detective Gaither there?
Yes.
Did you already know them?
No.
Okay. Did you know either of them?
No.
Did you recognize either of them?
No.
Okay. Did you tell Dennis you knew him?
No, I don't recall telling Dennis I knew him. If I did, no, I don't recall telling him.
Okay. Did Detective Dennis or Detective Gaither explain to you why it is that they had arrested you?
No, they never even explained to me what they were charging me with. No.
Did Detective Gaither ever tell you that she had placed warrants on you for aggravated assault, aggravated battery, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
I don't think she never said that to me. I don't remember.
Did Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, after you were arrested in July of 2015, ever tell you that they arrested you because of the incident that happened on Adele Avenue over by Mosley Park?
I think on into the conversation they said it, but not immediately when I came in there. I don't remember them telling me exactly so when I got in there.
All right. So when I'm asking you if they told you, I don't mean just immediately. Anytime.
Oh yeah, they ended up telling me. Yeah.
All right. Did you tell them, I don't know nothing about that?
Yes, at the time. Yes.
Why'd you tell them that?
I wasn't gonna tell them myself.
Why not tell them the people you said you dropped off?
Why tell on them? They didn't ask me about them. They asked me about me at first, if I don't recall.
When you told them, I don't know nothing about that, was that a lie?
And then, yes, it was a lie.
Now, did they also tell you that they wanted or they had arrested you for a shooting at the home on Drew Drive, the old Perry Homes apartments?
No, I don't recall them saying that to me if they did, but I don't recall.
All right. At any point during that interview, did you give either Detective Dennis or Detective Gaither any information about the shooting on Adele Drive or on Drew Drive?
No,
Do you remember how long that interview lasted?
not too long.
Did they ask you if you could read and write English?
I don't recall.
We are at the home stretch, folks. It didn't become under 6 hours, but we are at the home stretch. It is 10 minutes or something.
Do you recall
Then
whether
we are
they
caught
asked
up.
you or advised you of your constitutional rights? I'm establishing what happened in the conversation, Your Honor. I'll move on. All right. Did they talk to you about a fight at the club on April 28th?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you were asked about the date April 28th?
I don't recall about them asking me about it either.
Do you recall? So if you don't recall being asked, then you definitely don't recall telling them yes, correct?
Yes, I don't recall telling them yes neither.
And you don't recall telling them that there was a fight at the club.
I don't remember that in the interview.
Do you recall during the interview telling them anything about Club Crucial?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Detective Gaither asking you who did the fight involve? Your Honor, this is based on what it's forming a foundation for other questions that I will be asking the witness. Yeah, well, I think they are.
A little bit of leeway, but let's just get to whatever the point is you're going to be making that you do believe to be relevant.
Okay.
All right.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you didn't pick up Demekion Garlington at Club Crucial?
I told you I was not going to tell the police anything to incriminate myself.
And ultimately, did you just tell the police, I'm not going to tell you anything, you just need to do your job?
No, I never said that.
Okay.
If you took
What
it,
if anything, did you end up telling the police about that shooting?
I never told.
I apologize. Under 403, a waste of time. I apologize.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't seem to be. Maybe we can talk about it tomorrow, and you can, when we're not when the jury's time is not being taken up, and I can.
Yes,
maybe you
yes,
can
Your
help me to
Honor.
understand how it's relevant. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And honestly, I think we may just break here.
Yeah, this entire day was a complete waste of time. Just going round and around and around and around. She maybe had 4 or 5 points to make this entire day for this 3-hour witness. She spent an entire day just mucking around for maybe 4 or 5 points she was trying to make, just wasting time.
For the afternoon. A little bit early today. Social media, I need to be back here. Hi, Miss. Want to try? Hi, Miss Love. If you want to try to explain the relevance or how it's getting to something relevant.
If the court will permit me, to address that matter more fully in just a moment, I want to confirm some details.
Okay.
Why? Weren't you having anything going on? You just mumbled for hours, and then when asked by the judge, oh, I just have to confirm something. Oh, go. Jeez. And did you get to anything, Miss Love?
I need to go ahead. I have to deal with something else. It's not your fault, but I need to go ahead and break. So let's just be here at 8:30 in the morning. Okay. See everybody then.
So more or less, this entire day, waste of time. She could have gotten to her points in 5 questions or less on each point. That is half an hour. And she wasted this entire day. The entire day. Just wasted. And here I am, 3:15 a.m. because I wanted to be caught up. And it is, I mean, it's a waste of time for me. Imagine the jurors. Imagine the defendants. A whole day just wasted is another day in jail they have to spend. And they already had to spend during the 2-month break, unnecessary in jail, just because Judge Glanville shouldn't be allowed into a courtroom unless he is the defendant. And he's just moved on, keeping a judge. Yeah. All right, folks. Thank you all for being here. I need to go to bed. Thank you. I'll be sending you off to Catnot Williams. And remember, folks, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? See you all on Monday. Good night.
Prison the line, they be strolling through Atlanta streets. Crimes unfolding, but here's the twist. They're just a myth, ghosts in the night, they don't exist. Streets are buzzing, stories flying, legends living without denying. But in the shadows, truths resist. Quez and Lil Mike, just a twist. Just illusions.